Hey guys, tonight we're slipping quietly into a tomb beneath the hot Egyptian sands, not for treasure but for something way weirder. We're talking about the pharaoh's diets. Yes, the most powerful people in the ancient world were basically living like it was an eternal buffet. And the results? Well, you'll see. You've probably seen the glistening gold masks, the towering statues, the long rows of perfect hieroglyphs etched into stone. What you don't see are the clogged arteries, the overworked pancreases, and the serious bloating going on behind those regal smiles. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop your city and time in the comments too. I love seeing where and when people are watching. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Our story begins not in a throne room, but in a CT scanner. Seriously. In the early 2000s, researchers got access to royal mummies, those elegant linen-wrapped relics of Egypt's glittering past, and did the unthinkable. They put them through medical imaging. It was the archaeological equivalent of looking at someone's 5,000-year-old X-rays. The findings? Not majestic. Turns out several pharaohs, including the famously young and golden Tutankhamun, were showing signs of serious health problems. Malformed bones, likely caused by genetic inbreeding, sure, but also indicators of obesity, high cholesterol, and cardiovascular disease. Let that sink in. Ancient Egypt, land of precision-built pyramids and star-aligned temples, couldn't manage to feed its leaders in a way that didn't kill them. And it wasn't just one or two bad apples. Across dynasties and centuries, there's a pattern of declining health in royal mummies. Some were so overweight that their organs were badly compressed, their arteries fossilized with plaque, their hearts either calcified or missing entirely by the time they were embalmed. The embalmers, bless them, seemed to notice something was off. In more than a few cases, they actually stuffed linen inside the corpse to smooth out sags and bulges. A literal ancient version of photoshopping. But how did we even figure all this out? Egyptologists and forensic specialists teamed up, cross-referencing tomb art, burial inscriptions, and archaeological evidence with modern medical scans. One surprising star of this weird intersection of science and history, Hatshepsut, the female pharaoh who ruled with full regalia and a false beard. Her mummy, misidentified for decades, showed signs of severe obesity and likely diabetes. She was buried with dental abscess, a broken back, and most notably, a giant bottle of skin lotion made with toxic compounds that may have contributed to her death. Makeup and munchies, a royal combo. It's not just one-off cases. Ramses II, aka Ramses the Great, had severe arthritis and dental decay, possibly from a sugar-heavy diet. His arteries were also narrowing and his skin bore faint traces of lesions that might have come from poor circulation. These were not warriors dying in battle. These were people slowly deteriorating under layers of silk, privilege, and roast duck. And here's the weird part. Many of these kings were still deified, like full-blown "you are the son of the sun god" deified, which meant nobody dared say, "Hey, your highness, maybe ease up on the honey-soaked pastries." The pharaoh's body wasn't just his own, it was a symbol of the state. And if the state looked like a bloated, prematurely aging man with foot pain and constipation, well, that was divine too. What's still debated is whether this pattern was universal. Some scholars argue that the worst examples come from late-era pharaohs, when Egyptian power was fading and outside influences, hello Greek-style feasting were creeping in. Earlier dynasties may have had stricter ceremonial diets, but then again, those early mummies are harder to examine. Many were stolen, lost, or damaged. So we don't really know if this was a long, slow decline, or a systemic indulgence baked into the role of being king. There's also the artistic paradox. Egyptian art is known for its stylization. You probably picture pharaohs standing stiffly sideways, looking eternally youthful with perfect posture and not an ounce of visible belly fat. But not all art lied equally. Take, for instance, the controversial images of Akhenaten. He's often depicted with a protruding stomach, wide hips, and an androgynous frame. Some thought it was an artistic revolution. Others now wonder if it's a clue to his real, perhaps less than healthy body. Was it body positivity, symbolic weirdness, or just reality sneaking in? By the way, did you know that some mummies have been found with literal layers of fat still preserved in their tissues? That's right. Despite the extreme dryness and millennia underground, some royal bodies still had enough fat to study. One particularly well-preserved mummy showed a layer of subcutaneous fat nearly an inch thick across the abdomen, ancient Egypt's version of a spare tyre. And then there's the forensic fringe stuff. Some researchers have floated wild theories, like ancient genetic conditions causing rapid weight gain, or even strange reactions to ceremonial drugs or cosmetics. One French pathologist suggested a link between long-term exposure to incense and metabolic damage. Not widely accepted, but a fun twist in the tale. Still, the core of the story remains frustratingly modern. Power, indulgence, lack of checks and balances, and the slow, preventable march toward chronic disease. These pharaohs weren't just victims of their time, they were also creators of it, shaping a culture where divine right trumped diet plans, and where the waistline was just another place to display wealth. And you, if you were there, you probably wouldn't survive this. Not the food, not the pressure, and definitely not the embalming. The sheer salt content alone in their preserved meat could knock out your kidneys. But tonight you're safe. You're in your bed, breathing slowly, letting the past drift around you like the Nile at sunset. And we've only just begun to unwrap this story. You blink it a little as the flickering torchlight of imagination steadies, and now you're standing in the middle of a royal feast. It's loud, hot, and smells like roasted goose fat mixed with frankincense. This is not your typical dinner party. This is a high-tier pharaonic banquet, where the menu reads like a death wish for your arteries. On long wooden tables lacquered with resin and decorated with carved lotuses, you see stacks of honey-glazed bread, bowls overflowing with figs and dates, and thick slabs of fatty meat sweating under the heat. Somewhere to your left, a servant pours fermented date wine into golden cups, while a dancer in a perfumed wig shuffles by, hip bells jingling. Welcome to luxury ancient Egyptian style. Let's talk about the food. A typical royal meal started with bread, always bread. Not just one kind either. There were dozens of variations, from plain barley loaves to honey-spiced, fruit-stuffed pastries. And these weren't your delicate baguette-type carbs. These were dense, gritty blocks of baked wheat and emmer, often filled with bits of sand thanks to ancient grinding tools. Tasty, maybe. Digestible, eventually. Healthy, not remotely. Next came the meats. Cattle were rare and sacred, so if you were a pharaoh, eating beef was not just a treat, it was a power move. Add to that ducks, geese, pigeons, and the occasional roasted ibex, and suddenly your plate looks more like a carnivore's fever dream. All of it was cooked in fat, slathered in honey, or salted into oblivion. Salt wasn't just for preservation, it was a flavour enhancer, and for the elite, salt was sprinkled with a generous hand. And don't forget fish. The Nile offered bountiful catches, but fish was considered low-tier food, everyday stuff for the commoners, unless of course it was specially prepared, dried, and seasoned with imported spices. Then it was deemed fit for the divine stomach. What about vegetables, you ask? Well, here's the thing. Veggies were around, onions, leeks, cucumbers, but they didn't scream royalty, so they were sidelined. If you were a pharaoh, you didn't need roughage. You needed symbolism, flavour, and the kind of calories that said, I'm too important to choose celery. The wildest part, this wasn't even a rare occasion. Banquets like this were part of court life, religious festivals, offerings to the gods, or political celebrations. And when there wasn't a festival, the daily diet of a pharaoh still leaned heavy, literally, on the same indulgent pattern. Meals were rich, repetitive, and intentionally abundant. The idea was that the king should never know hunger, not even the whisper of it. Hunger was for the Nile labourers and canal diggers, not the divine on earth. Wine played a major role too. Grown in royal vineyards in the delta and fermented in clay jars, wine was consumed often, especially during rituals and feasts. And unlike today's dry reds and whites, ancient Egyptian wine was thick, sweet and syrupy, almost like drinking alcoholic jam. That meant a huge sugar load with every goblet. You're probably imagining a king swirling wine in a goblet and waxing poetic about Osiris. But reality? He was probably bloated, sweaty, and slightly tipsy before sundown. A quirky side note here. There are actual banquet guest lists etched into stone, complete with menu breakdowns. Some temple records note preparations for royal meals with multiple animals slaughtered in a single day. One New Kingdom list included 20 geese, 7 oxen, a dozen jars of wine, and cakes, many. Just many. A Apparently they didn't even bother counting at a certain point. Now, picture the long-term effects of this kind of eating. The royal body became a storage unit for fat, sugar and cholesterol. And not just externally, you weren't just developing a royal gut, you were wearing out your liver, your kidneys, your joints. There's mounting evidence that kings like Amenhotep III suffered from morbid obesity, with signs of extreme dental decay and skeletal stress from carrying their own weight. His statues, some of which show him looking bloated and heavy-lidded, might not be as idealized as we once thought. There's a debate among scholars about whether these kings actually enjoyed the food, or were caught in a cultural system where refusing excess was tantamount to blasphemy. Some Egyptologists argue that constant indulgence was a form of religious performance. To feast was to honour the gods, to be full was to embody divine completeness. But others say the kings were just like us when faced with a bottomless buffet. Weak. After all, when your entire court is built to serve you, when your kitchen staffs are hundreds of people strong, and when nobody tells you no, it's easy to believe that the next roast goose is exactly what your soul needs. This culture of overfeeding wasn't accidental. Food was power. And power meant visibility. That's why banquets were public affairs, often held in the palace courtyards where scribes recorded everything. Even the leftovers had meaning. They were redistributed to temples, servants, guests and officials, reinforcing the idea that the king's abundance blessed everyone else. If a pharaoh had enough to waste, that meant the gods were smiling on Egypt, so waste they did. And here's a fun, or horrifying detail. Food offerings weren't just for the living. Tombs were stocked with hundreds of clay jars of wine, baskets of bread, and model animals to provide the same diet in the afterlife. Even in death, the royal stomach expected to be constantly full. Imagine packing for eternity and deciding what you want is a permanent state of meat sweats. That might make you wonder, if all this food was symbolic, maybe they didn't actually eat it all, right? Maybe the banquets were more ceremonial. Unfortunately, evidence says otherwise. The calcified arteries, the abdominal fat deposits, and the worn joints don't lie. They didn't just serve the food, they devoured it. Now, lean back a little and imagine that. A life where every meal is more performance than sustenance, where chewing is almost a duty, where fullness is equated with virtue, is kind of beautiful, and also a little tragic, because beneath the gold and the grandeur was a slow-motion health crisis, and nobody saw it coming, mostly because they were too busy passing the gravy. Now, let's take a slow walk past the feast and into the storage rooms, the royal pantries of ancient Egypt. You can almost smell the cool, musty air of the granaries. These aren't your cosy kitchen cabinets. These are massive vaulted storehouses built into temple complexes and palace foundations, filled floor to ceiling with clay jars, baskets and crates. Rows upon rows of goods: barley, emmer wheat, dried figs, honey sealed in beeswax, amphorae of wine and beer, salted meats and spices from lands most Egyptians never even knew existed. Welcome to the ancient warehouse of divine indulgence. Here's the wild part. Not all of this food was just for the pharaoh to eat directly. Much of it was intended as offerings to the gods. But who controlled those offerings? Who received the best portions of that bounty before it ever touched a shrine? You guessed it. The pharaoh and his temple elite. In theory, this was divine redistribution. In practice, it was a loophole for daily gluttony. You move deeper into the temple kitchens, where hot stones radiate under ceramic cookpots, and the air is thick with the scent of onions frying in oil. Imported oil, mind you, because pharaohs didn't cook with just any grease. Even the fat had to be exotic. The temple complex at Karnak, for example, had its own agricultural estate. Fields, vineyards, cattle herds, and fishing docks. These produced not just food, but elite food, cultivated for rituals and for royal mouths. This wasn't a food system built for sustenance, it was built for status. And when you're a living god, your appetite is considered sacred. So anything you consume takes on spiritual significance. That includes that third helping of roast goose, that extra cup of date wine, that sweet cake glazed with honey and lotus syrup. Over time, this divinely sanctioned overconsumption created what modern scholars sometimes call temple obesity, a condition not just of the king, but of priests and elite scribes who are also enjoying the divine leftovers. But here's a bizarre and fascinating detail. Many temples kept detailed food accounting records. Written in ink on shards of pottery or etched into stone, These documents list what was stored, what was cooked, and who received portions. In some, you see absurd quantities, thousands of loaves per day, entire herds of cattle sacrificed in a month, barrels of wine consumed during a single festival. It's like reading the grocery bill for a god with a serious emotional eating problem. And if you're wondering whether food security was a concern, it was, but only for the lower classes. For the pharaoh and his inner circle, famine was theoretical. The massive storerooms were not just insurance against bad harvests, they were also hoarding stations, ensuring the royal diet never skipped a beat. Even in years when the Nile didn't flood properly, and peasants went hungry, the king ate like nothing had changed. That disconnect wasn't just callousness, it was built into the ideology. If the king was weak, the state was weak. So he had to eat strong, even if his people starved. One particularly haunting example comes from the reign of Pepi II. During his incredibly long rule, reportedly over 90 years, there were several documented famines, yet records from temple granaries show uninterrupted feasting and lavish offerings. Scholars debate whether this reflects hoarded resources or just artistic propaganda, but either way, it paints a picture of a ruler who lived high while his people died low. Now, let's touch on one of the more fringe ideas bouncing around scholarly circles, that the centralised food system may have unintentionally created a cultural food addiction among the elite. With such a steady stream of rich, carb-heavy and fat-laden foods, some researchers suggest a pattern of neurological dependence might have formed. Dopamine pathways are dopamine pathways, whether you're binging on Netflix or date wine. Of course, we can't hook a mummy up to a brain scan, but some argue the behavioural patterns, ritualised feasting, secrecy around food reserves, obsessive record-keeping, hint at something deeper than just indulgence. But it's not all doom and gloom in the pantry. There's also the quiet brilliance of the Egyptian food logistics system. These people managed to feed thousands of priests, officials and temple workers daily, with relatively little spoilage. They mastered food preservation, salting, drying, fermenting. They even had a crude version of a refrigeration, deep underground storage pits that stayed cooler during the blazing summer. They created value systems around bread and beer as currency, paying labourers in rations. This was a society that took its calories very, very seriously. And that brings us to another important layer, the symbolism of abundance. You know how in some modern cultures, having a full fridge is a mark of success? In ancient Egypt, having overflowing granaries wasn't just wealth, it was divine favour. If your fields yielded so much grain that rats couldn't keep up, the gods clearly loved you. And if your temple pantry was bursting at the seams, that meant your king was ruling righteously. In this way, food became not just sustenance, but proof of cosmic alignment. Even tombs got in on the action. Inside the burial chamber of King Tut, archaeologists found containers of preserved meat, wine and bread, all lovingly packed for his afterlife journey. Some of these offerings were wrapped in linen and labelled, like divine Tupperware. And when these were analysed thousands of years later, researchers found high fat content, lots of salt, and even traces of preservatives, some of which may have been toxic in high quantities. So not only was Tut eating rich in life, he was expected to continue that diet into eternity, even if it slowly embalmed him from the inside. By the way, here's a little weird detail for dessert. Some temples kept a kind of sacred food menu that dictated the exact number of loaves or wine jars to offer on specific days. Some days required offerings of 3 of cakes, 1 for each day of the year. Did anyone eat them? Probably not all, but you can imagine the leftovers making their way back to the palace. Because let's be real, what living god is going to pass up a tray of celestial cupcakes? So here you are, in a temple pantry that smells faintly of aging wheat and fermented dates. You touch a jar still sealed with clay. The idea that someone 3,000 years ago opened this, ladled out the thick, sweet contents, and considered it holy food, that sticks with you. You start to see the pharaoh's diet not just as a matter of appetite, but of identity. Every bite reinforced his role as the eternal provider, the cosmic middleman between gods and grain. And slowly, with every feast and every barrel of honey, the body of the king, bloated, aching, sacred, became a temple of its own, overfed and overburdened, but still glittering in gold. Let's be honest, you're probably already side-eyeing that ancient Egyptian bread. Dense, sandy, and about as carb-loaded as a brick of lasagna, it was the cornerstone of the pharaoh's diet. And it's not just bread. As you step into the rhythm of daily royal meals, you realise something very strange. Almost everything they ate was either bread-based or fermented. Beer and bread over and over again, until your gut starts crying out for a salad that won't show up for about 3 millennia. You might think, that doesn't sound too bad, but you haven't lived through the digestive consequences yet. Start with bread. In the royal kitchens, bakers pounded away at grain that had been ground between stone slabs, quernstones, leaving behind tiny flecks of quartz and grit in the flour. So not only was Pharaoh stuffing himself with heavy loaves made from emmer wheat and barley, but he was basically sandpapering his teeth with every bite. Mummies have been found with ground-down molars, dental abscesses, and infections likely caused by years of chewing bread that was part meal, part exfoliant. Then there was beer. Not the fizzy stuff you crack open during a game, but a cloudy, porridge-like brew made from half-baked bread and water. It was thick, nutritious, and often consumed with a straw to avoid gulping down chunks of floating grain. If that sounds gross, remember, this was considered a staple. In fact, it was sometimes the main source of calories for Egyptians. For the pharaohs, beer wasn't just daily hydration, it was sour, ceremonial even. They drank it during offerings, festivals, and probably just because they could. And since it was full of unfiltered carbs and sugars, it did more than quench thirst. It added bulk. A lot of bulk. And let's not forget how often these two showed up on the royal table. Bread and beer were consumed at every meal. Morning, a sweet roll and a jug of beer. Midday snack, a barley cake with a honey dip and, you guessed it, more beer. Dinner, some meat, a big pile of bread and fermented barley juice to wash it all down. It's the kind of repetitive diet that might seem peasant-level basic, except that in royal quantities it becomes lethal. Here's where things get even more uncomfortable. Modern analysis of Egyptian mummy remains, including pharaohs, reveals advanced signs of arteriosclerosis, hardening of the arteries, and other chronic issues that we now associate with metabolic syndrome. Their rich bread, beer, meat-heavy diet, paired with very little physical activity, turned their insides into a kind of nutritional disaster zone. In fact, one mummy showed signs of a massive heart attack at around 40 years old. Middle age, royal wealth, endless bread, and a coronary time bomb ticking behind the gilded throne. And yet culturally this diet wasn't just acceptable, it was idealized. Food was abundance, abundance was divine favour. So a plump pharaoh wasn't a health concern, he was a blessing made visible. You, sitting there in the court, wouldn't dare suggest a food pyramid. You'd nod and refill his goblet, even as he slowly expanded like an overripe fig. Now, you might be thinking, didn't they have any variety? Yes, technically. They had legumes, fruits, and the occasional vegetable, but these weren't prioritised in the royal menu. They were backup singers. The stars were always the same, bread and beer, bread and beer. The logic was, why waste your divine palate on something as humble as lentils when you could chew on a honey-soaked barley cake the size of your fist? Still, there were moments when the monotony broke. Special feasts, for example, introduced spice-laced dishes, imported fruits like pomegranates and sycamore figs, and experimental breads dyed with saffron or made into shapes of animals. But that was rare flair, like getting dessert sushi in a fast food world. Most days even kings had routine, and that routine was very, very carb-heavy. There's actually a fringe theory, tucked in the footnotes of some scholarly debates, that the pharaohs may have suffered from early insulin resistance. Not exactly type 2 diabetes as we know it, but a metabolic tipping point brought on by constant high glycemic eating. They didn't have glucometers, of course, but we do. And when you simulate their diet, modern nutritionists have noticed dramatic spikes in blood sugar, followed by sluggish crashes. Sound familiar? You're basically watching the birth of the royal sugar crash, with no couch or Netflix to recover on. Now picture this in ritual form. The said festival, for instance, a ceremonial renewal of the king's power held after 30 years of rule, involved massive offerings of bread and beer distributed to priests and court officials. The pharaoh, by tradition, would participate in athletic displays to prove his vitality. But how athletic can you be after decades of barley loaf binging and a liver that probably glows with sugar buildup? Historians quietly suspect that in many cases, these runs were staged or performed by stand-ins, or shortened, or just faked entirely. A divine jog-by. And this is where another scholarly debate opens up. Some say the pharaoh's physical decline wasn't just due to excess food, but to a culture of ceremonial repetition. a diet built not for nutrients, but for symbolism. Bread and beer meant life. They were the sustenance of Ma'at, the cosmic order, so changing them, even for health, would have been unthinkable. Imagine going up to a pharaoh and suggesting a quinoa salad. You'd be mummified on the spot for blasphemy. As you drift through this image of royal repetition, your mind lingers on the smell. Warm, sweet, slightly sour from fermentation. It's oddly comforting, but beneath it, there's a dull ache, a weight, a sense that something in the system is bloated, beyond repair. You realise the pharaoh, in all his golden glory, is shackled to this daily ritual as much as anyone. Every bite is expectation, every sip is theatre. And the real tragedy? He might have been just as tired of the bread and beer as you are. You stretch out in your mind's eye, reclining just a little on a cushion, embroidered with lotus flowers, your feet on cool alabaster tiles, watching the daily spectacle unfold. There's no TV here, just ritual, hierarchy, and a dazzling show of power woven into every movement. The pharaoh sits at the centre of it all, not just as a ruler, but as something far more dangerous, a god. And when you're a god, no one questions your eating habits. You don't count calories, you don't answer to doctors, you answer only to the cosmos, and even that's more suggestion than rule. This divine status wasn't just symbolic. The pharaoh was believed to be the literal earthly incarnation of Horus, the falcon wool, and upon death, a merger with Osiris, lord of the afterlife. As such, his body was sacred. Every aspect of his existence, from the clothes he wore to the food he consumed, reinforced this divine identity. So when the pharaoh indulged, it wasn't gluttony, it was cosmic affirmation. Eating excessively, drinking deeply, and lounging in gold-threaded linens, that wasn't sloth, that was ritual. And here's where it gets twisted. Because if you're divine, you're also untouchable. If your stomach growls, servants run. If you want roast duck for breakfast and honey cakes shaped like sacred beetles, it happens. If you crave imported wine from the Levant, teams of labourers and traders swing into motion. There's no fasting, no moderation, just the steady hum of fulfillment, orchestrated like a symphony that never ends. Over time, indulgence becomes expectation. Expectation becomes tradition. Tradition becomes sacred law. But the cost? Oh, it builds quietly. Beneath the perfume and praise, the body of the god-king begins to groan. Joint pain flares, skin becomes inflamed. The once proud warrior posture softens into the slouch of someone who rarely walks more than a few feet at a time. His world is too scented, too padded, too slow, and the tragic part is, the more pain he feels, the more indulgence he seeks. Warm wine dulls the ache. Sweet bread fills the hollow. Somewhere in that temple-sized dining room, comfort becomes a cage. There's a strange duality here. To the outside world, the pharaoh is perfection. Strong, radiant, chosen. But within the palace walls, he might be waddling more than striding. The priests still chant his praises while slipping him another lamb kebab. Sculptors idealize him in stone, chiselled, poised, youthful, even as he leans on a cane behind the scenes. No one dares depict the bloated face, the swollen feet, the irritability that comes from a life of constant digestion and zero accountability. And it wasn't just one pharaoh. This was a systemic indulgence, woven into centuries of royal life. Successive rulers inherited not just the throne, but the behaviours attached to it. If your father, grandfather and great-grandfather all consumed divine banquets twice daily, you weren't about to switch to grilled vegetables and water. That would be heresy. That would be weakness. And weakness had no place on the throne of Horus. What's interesting is that this idea of divine consumption didn't stop at food. Everything the pharaoh touched or used was elevated to the realm of the gods. His clothes weren't just fine, they were blessed. His furniture wasn't just comfortable, it was designed according to sacred geometries. His food, of course, was no different. Each meal was a mini ritual, bread baked in specific shapes, meat prepared with incense-smoked herbs, wine poured in exacting quantities depending on the occasion. It wasn't just excess, it was excess with a script. Take, for example, the Temple of Karnak's kitchen records. In one preserved list, a daily allocation for the High Priest of Amun, who operated more or less like a pharaoh's food double, included 8 loaves of bread, 2 jugs of beer, 1 portion of goose, honeyed cakes, and a pomegranate every day, and that was just breakfast. If that's what the priest got, you can only imagine what the divine stomach was digesting at the same time. There's also something distinctly performative about all this. The pharaoh's appetite became another way of displaying control. If you could sit calmly and consume a 5-course meal while your people fasted or laboured in the sun, you were more than human. You were above pain, above need, and above the rules that applied to lesser men. This performative indulgence was captured in festival scenes where food flowed endlessly and the pharaoh sat motionless, sphinx-like, as entertainment unrolled before him. Dancers, acrobats, musicians. It wasn't just luxury, it was political theatre. Of course, not all scholars buy into the image of the constantly overfed pharaoh. Some argue the most bloated depictions come from later dynasties, when Egypt was past its peak and clinging to splendour as its last defence. They suggest early kings, like those of the Old Kingdom, may have led more physically active lives, leading expeditions, building monuments, performing rituals personally. But as the state grew richer and more insulated, so did its rulers. Eventually, divine status stopped being a duty and became an excuse. One thing that adds to the confusion is the role of art. Egyptian artistic convention favoured idealisation. Muscular arms, straight spines, sharp profiles. But every now and then cracks show. A statue with sagging cheeks, a painting where the belly bulges just a little too roundly. These accidental truths suggest that beneath the aesthetic rules, real bodies told different stories. Heavier stories, slower stories. And that brings us to the role of silence. In a court where the king's word was law, who would ever dare suggest dietary restraint? The royal physicians might have been aware of the consequences. Many texts show sophisticated knowledge of digestion, organ function, and even diabetes-like symptoms. But could they speak up? Doubtful. Advising moderation to a divine being could be seen as an insult, even dangerous. So the doctors stuck to herbal remedies, massages and spells treating the symptoms without touching the source. You settle back in your imaginary throne and feel the weight of it all. Not just the food, but the expectations. To be divine meant never hungering, never declining, never aging, at least not in public. And yet the body doesn't care about dogma. It bloats, it inflames, it fails. The pharaoh might rule the land, command armies and talk with gods, but inside his pancreas is waving a tiny white flag. The sun hangs high above the Nile, and somewhere deep inside a temple complex, a sacred ritual begins. You're not invited technically, but let's pretend you're a royal fly on the wall. In the inner sanctuary, priests move like shadows across polished stone, offering loaves of bread and clay jugs of wine to the gods. They chant, sprinkle incense, and raise their arms in solemn invocation. But here's the kicker. None of these divine offerings will remain on the altar for long. Once the ceremony ends and the gods have consumed the essence of the food, all those sacred snacks are hauled off to be eaten by humans. Specifically the priests, and even more specifically, the pharaoh himself. This wasn't an act of charity. It was part of the plan. See, in ancient Egypt, divine offerings weren't wasted. After the gods were symbolically nourished, the leftovers were distributed among the temple staff and the palace elite. The best cuts were reserved for the highest ranks, starting with the living god king. So the pharaoh wasn't just gorging himself from his own kitchen, he was also snacking on meals meant for Ra, Osiris and Thoth. If there was a divine refrigerator, the pharaoh had first dibs on everything inside. This system, called reversion of offerings, wasn't a glitch in the matrix. It was an accepted part of temple life. Offerings flowed from the people to the gods, and then back to the ruling class in a kind of celestial recycling loop. It reinforced the pharaoh's role as mediator between heaven and earth, while also reinforcing his waistline. If you're wondering how a religious ritual turns into a high-calorie snack break, well, welcome to ancient theocracy. Let's say a festival's happening, maybe the beautiful Feast of the Valley or the Opet Festival. These events involved massive public processions, boat parades, and, you guessed it, food. Enormous amounts of it. Bread by the basket load, oxen roasted whole, rivers of beer flowing like the actual Nile. Priests offered it all up to the gods in solemn ceremony. Then, like kids after a birthday party, they got to take the cake home. And for the pharaoh, he wasn't just the honoured guest. He was often considered the physical recipient of the gods' gifts. In practice, that meant another excuse to feast, another divine justification to indulge. But not all food was created equal. certain offerings carried special significance. For example, the Hetep Dinesu formula, inscribed on countless tomb walls, specifically listed what kinds of food the deceased should receive eternally: bread, beer, oxen, fowl, alabaster, linen. It was believed the gods themselves favoured this menu. And if it was good enough for the gods, it was absolutely good enough for a pharaoh. No room for moderation when your grocery list is sacred scripture. Now here's a quirky side note. Some temples were essentially the earliest food courts. They operated their own bakeries, breweries, and butcheries. Staffed by hundreds of labourers and cooks, they could prepare and distribute food at a staggering scale. In one record from the reign of Seti I, offerings included over 12,000 loaves of bread and hundreds of jars of beer in a single day. It's unclear how much of that made it to divine consumption, but we know what happened after. The reversion began, and guess who got the best share? This gets even more layered when you realise that being fed by the gods wasn't just a luxury. It was a marker of spiritual purity. The idea was that if you consumed food that had been sanctified, you were absorbing divine essence. That made you not just well fed, but cosmically enhanced. The priests used this logic to justify their share, and for the pharaoh it only amplified his image as a living god. He wasn't just ruling Egypt, he was spiritually devouring it bite by bite. Of course, this created a feedback loop. The more sacred food you consumed, the holier you became. The holier you became, the more offerings you received. And the more offerings you received, well, you get it. It's a cycle of divine snacking that no ancient Fitbit could survive. The body of the king slowly became a bloated vessel of sanctity, weighed down by the very system that declared him transcendent. Some scholars wonder if this system created quiet resentment among the non-elite. While farmers scraped together onions and lentils, the king and his priests feasted on roast goose and sweet wine on behalf of the gods. Did anyone dare complain? Publicly no, but graffiti tucked away on temple walls occasionally offers sarcastic jabs at the priesthood's indulgence. One shard of Ostracon features a crude drawing of a bloated priest being fanned by servants, captioned with what loosely translates to, "The god's stomach is always full." And the pharaoh? He probably didn't even blink. From his perspective, this wasn't overconsumption, it was ritual fulfillment. His body was the vessel through which cosmic balance flowed. If that meant he needed to eat 6 roasted ducks and a gallon of beer to maintain order in the universe, so be it. Pass the duck. Now, not everyone in the scholarly world agrees on the scale of this divine gluttony. Some argue that offerings were shared so widely across temple staff that the pharaoh's personal intake was minimal. Others believe these reversion meals became so normalised they lost their spiritual punch and just became part of court life. But the physical evidence, the fatty tissues in mummies, the worn teeth, the calcified arteries, suggests someone was doing more than just nibbling at the sacred buffet. You imagine now the quiet echo of sandals on stone, the scent of roasting meat drifting up to the high ceilings of a dark, cool temple chamber. Gold glints off painted columns. A priest lifts a loaf of bread to a statue of Amun, and moments later, the same loaf is whisked away, sliced and served to someone who's already eaten 6 others just like it. The gods were watching, sure, but the real mouth getting fed wasn't stone. This was a world where eating wasn't just biological, it was theological. The pharaoh wasn't obese because he lacked restraint. He was obese because restraint itself would have been heresy. The bigger the feast, the stronger the connection to the divine, and slowly, silently, the gods fattened their chosen king, not with wrath, but with reverence. You step outside the palace walls now, away from the incense-thick air and silver platters, and onto the hard-packed dust of an ancient Egyptian village. The sun beats down, the Nile glistens in the distance, and everything smells like sweat, earth, and effort. You're no longer royalty. You're no longer divine. You're just one of the millions of people who made the empire run, from sunrise to exhaustion. And unlike the pharaoh, you're not eating honey-soaked goose or chugging ceremonial beer from alabaster goblets. You're lucky if you get onions, lentils, and maybe some mouldy flatbread that hasn't fossilised your molars yet. The contrast is staggering. At the very top of society, the pharaoh sits heavy with power, food, and ritual. And down here, the labourers carry stones, harvest grain, and press wine for temples they're never allowed to enter. Their diets are lean not by choice but by necessity. Bread, yes, but of the lowest quality, often made with the sweepings of the granary floor. Beer too, but weak and watery. Meat, maybe once a year. A festival, a wedding, or, ironically, a temple surplus redistribution. While the king's body swells with privilege, theirs shrinks from toil. Archaeological digs at worker villages, like the settlement near the Giza pyramids, show exactly what this looked like. Skeletons of labourers often bear signs of malnutrition, joint stress and stunted growth, teeth worn down to the gum line, broken bones that never healed properly. And yet the same dig sites reveal nearby granaries overflowing with royal provisions, sealed jars, untouched and pristine, clearly reserved for someone far above their pay grade. The difference wasn't just economic, it was metaphysical. Egyptians believed in Ma'at, the divine order of the universe. And Ma'at said that some people served and others ruled. The pharaoh was at the top because the gods put him there. His comfort was your burden. His belly was your spiritual tax. You didn't question it. You internalized it. You carved it into temple walls. You built monuments to it. Still, it's hard not to see the cracks, especially when you look at burial sites. The tomb of a farmer might have a handful of pottery jars, a little bread and a few amulets, small tokens for the afterlife. Meanwhile, the royal tomb is stuffed to the vaulted ceiling with roast meats, barrels of beer, golden dishes and animal sacrifices. One study of New Kingdom tombs noted that a single noble's burial contained more food offerings than an entire village consumed in a month. All that for a man who was already dead. Now imagine being alive, watching those offerings carried past your mud brick house. You smell the spices, you hear the music, you see the goose fat glistening on polished trays, but you don't taste it, not unless someone upstream in the priesthood spills a little too much wine or cuts an extra slice. Resentment, maybe, but mostly it's just life. In ancient Egypt, food was fate. Here's a particularly sharp detail. Statues of pharaohs and nobles often showed them holding bread and beer in both hands. Not tools, not weapons, not symbols of governance. Just carbs and barley. These were the sacred objects of power, the tools of divine rule. If you were lucky enough to get a depiction like that carved into your tomb, it meant you had made it. You weren't just well fed in life, you planned to keep the party going in death. But let's not idealise the peasant diet too much. While it was less rich, it wasn't healthy in the modern sense. Constant labour without enough protein led to stunted growth and early ageing. Still, statistically, peasants showed fewer signs of obesity-related disease, fewer calcified arteries, fewer gouty joints. In a weird twist of fate, the kings were dying from too much abundance, while the farmers were dying from the lack of it. This imbalance wasn't just physical, it became symbolic. The fatter the king grew, the more it meant he was protected by the gods. His gut was not a health warning, it was divine endorsement. Even temple art started to exaggerate this, especially in the late periods. Statuettes and reliefs began to show royals with heavier frames, softer chins and fuller limbs. It wasn't mockery, it was reverence. A plump king was a blessed king. Now, not every scholar agrees on this interpretation. Some argue that the ideal male figure in Egyptian art remained fairly lean, even into the Ptolemaic period. Others point out that many fat depictions actually show fertility gods or specific mythological figures, not real rulers. But the physical evidence, those scans of royal mummies, those fragile inflamed joints, tell a stubborn story. These weren't sculpted warrior kings dying in battle. These were men slowly crushed under the weight of ritual, power and roast duck. Even within the palace there was hierarchy. High officials and scribes might share in the sacred offerings, but always at the pharaoh's mercy. A vizier might be allowed half a goose. A chief priest might sip from the same wine batch as the king, but no one outate the pharaoh. His plate was the ultimate symbol of his role in the cosmic machine. One fringe theory suggests this stratification was intentional, not just to display power, but to preserve it. A heavier king moved less, needed more servants, required a tighter circle of trust. Obesity, in this interpretation, wasn't just a symptom, it was a strategy. Keep the king comfortable, immobile, dependent. The more indulgence he needed, the more stable the system became. Whether or not that's true, it's a chilling thought, that a bloated ruler was somehow safer. So here you sit, in the dust, watching the parade of platters pass by. You know you won't taste what they carry, you know your own dinner will be bland and modest, but still, you watch, still, you nod. Because this is the order of things, and maybe, just maybe, When you die, someone will leave you a clay pot of beer and a stale loaf for the journey beyond. It's not a golden sarcophagus, but at least it won't give you heart disease. You're back in the royal tomb again, only this time it's not candlelight or superstition guiding you. It's fluorescent lighting, a sterile medical lab, and the figure on the table, half unwrapped and decades older than any known civilization still standing, is the star of a different kind of ritual, the autopsy, or more specifically, the CT scan. Tonight's pharaoh isn't reciting spells or commissioning temples. He's being digitally dissected one scan at a time, and what we're learning about him is unpleasant. You peer at the screen, a mummy, once regal and wrapped in the finest linen, now glows faintly in cross-section. And there it is, arterial calcification, the telltale signature of advanced heart disease, the kind of thing your modern doctor might find after decades of cheeseburgers and desk jobs. But this is ancient Egypt. There are no trans fats, no fast food, just beer, bread, meat, and more bread. Yet here he lies with his blood vessels turned to stone. And it's not just one case. Over the past 2 decades, teams of scientists have scanned dozens of royal and noble mummies, from the 18th dynasty all the way through the Greco-Roman period. Time and time again they find the same patterns: arterial blockages, enlarged hearts, signs of hypertension. Even King Tutankhamun, the boy king who barely reached adulthood, shows signs of bone and joint damage, likely from inherited disease, but some suspect dietary factors played a role too. His left foot was clubbed, his spine curved, his teeth decayed, his soft palate swollen. These aren't just genetic quirks, they're markers of inflammation and systemic strain. You begin to understand the tomb was the final stop in a long, slow journey of physical breakdown. Beneath the gold and the grandeur, these bodies were failing quietly and painfully, and no one could or would stop it. One especially grim finding came from a scan of the mummy of Pharaoh Meremptah, son of Ramses II. His arteries were so hardened, they were visible in the scan like chalk-white ribbons. Researchers called it a textbook case of atherosclerosis. He likely experienced chronic chest pain. He might have suffered a heart attack, and yet no record of this pain exists. The art shows him smiling, striding, victorious. His reality probably involved gasping for breath between bites of roast goose. You have to wonder, did they know they were sick? Ancient Egyptian medicine was advanced in some ways. They had diagnoses for over 200 conditions. They understood symptoms of heart distress, even if they didn't know what a heart attack was. Medical papyri describe a heat in the chest or heaviness in the left arm, signs modern doctors would recognise immediately. The problem is, these symptoms were usually attributed to magic or divine imbalance, not diet. You didn't need less bread. You needed an amulet, a prayer, a spell to drive out the demon that lived behind your ribs. And so the cycle continued. The pharaohs ate, they prayed, they ruled, they decayed. Let's throw in a quirky little twist. Some royal mummies have been found with actual food remnants in their intestinal tracts. That's right. Using endoscopy-like tech, researchers have examined preserved stomach contents and found recognisable remnants of bread, meat, and even plant fibres. One mummy had so much partially digested food still inside him that scientists suggested he died shortly after an enormous meal. You're picturing it now, aren't you? A final supper so large it accompanied him into eternity, uneaten but undeniably present. But even in death, the optics had to be controlled. Mummification was a kind of sacred cover-up. As bodies decayed, or were already damaged from disease, embalmers stepped in with linen, resin, and creativity. Missing organs? No problem. Stuff in some aromatics. Sunken cheeks? Fill the them with packing. Swollen belly? Wrap it tighter. By the time the pharaoh was sealed into his sarcophagus, his body was idealized. Slimmed, sculpted, divine. The afterlife didn't allow for double chins. This raises a fascinating scholarly debate. Some argue that the meticulous preservation of appearance was an admission. They knew their kings were physically declining, and they took pains to hide it. Others think it was simply tradition, make the king look his best no matter what. But either way, the embalming table became a second throne, one where the frailty of the human body was politely erased for eternity. Then there's the question of legacy. What did future generations of Egyptians think when they saw these mummies? Did they notice the wear and tear? The missing teeth, the broken bones, the bloated limbs? Or were they so caught up in the idea of divinity that the details didn't matter? After all, no one paints a god with gout, no one carves a relief of a king limping to his physician with indigestion, and yet the science doesn't lie. Even the most sacred bodies have fat deposits. Even gods get sick. You find yourself standing in the virtual shadows of these scan rooms, looking at ancient rib cages sliced clean by technology, and you can almost hear them whisper, not in curses, not in riddles, but in symptoms. Pain here, tightness there, a heaviness after eating, a breath that won't come all the way in. It's all so familiar, so modern, so deeply, frustratingly human. The silence surrounding these issues in the ancient world isn't surprising. Chronic illness didn't fit the narrative of the divine perfection, so they erased it, or ignored it. And the pharaohs kept eating, kept expanding, kept dying, and now, millennia later, they've returned not as gods but as patients, diagnosed posthumously, lit up on some of the screens, their secrets spilled not by priests but by radiologists. The irony? These kings, obsessed with immortality, have found it, not through magic but through medical data. Their suffering, scanned and catalogued, becomes a cautionary tale, proof that even gods need fibre. So here you are in the cool hum of a lab, staring at the digital ghost of a king, once worshipped. Now, deep down studied. Once exalted. Now dissected. And all because he couldn't resist the bread. Now lean back in your mind for a moment. You're not in the temple or the palace or even a dusty tomb this time. You're in the throne room, and it's eerily quiet. The great pharaoh reclines on a gilded couch, head supported by cushions that probably took 5 different linen workers a week to stitch. A fan bearer stands nearby, barely flicking his palm frond. The king doesn't move, not because he's deep in thought or overwhelmed by statecraft, but because movement hurts. His joints are stiff, his knees grind when he bends. And walking across the room, that's a production. There's no mystery why. The God King hasn't really walked anywhere himself in years. Because here's the thing no one talks about when they're carving history into stone. Ruling Egypt was a sedentary gig. At least for those at the very top. You don't lift a brick, carry a spear, or haul in a fishing net when you can just nod and make someone else do it. The pharaoh's physical world shrinks to a small loop. Bedchamber, bathhouse, banquet hall, throne, repeat. Maybe once in a while a ceremonial walk through the palace courtyard, surrounded by bodyguards, acolytes, and a dozen scribes writing down what he glanced at. But exercise, voluntary movement, that's not part of the royal script. It didn't start that way. Early dynastic pharaohs, back when Egypt was still rough around the edges, were more involved. They inspected canal projects, led military campaigns, maybe even wrestled a lion or two for symbolic bragging rights. But by the time we get into the New Kingdom and beyond, ruling had become more ritual than risk. Pharaohs ruled from a cushion, not a chariot. Their bodies reflected that change. And that sedentary lifestyle. It wasn't just convenience, it was deeply entwined with the ideology of kingship. The pharaoh wasn't supposed to labour. That was for the common people. His stillness was symbolic. He represented order, stability, eternity. You didn't want your divine ruler running around like a farmer. You wanted him serene, posed, and yes, immobile. A human obelisk. But let's be honest, that immobility had consequences. The body needs movement. Without it, muscles atrophy, joints stiffen, and circulation slows. Combined with the rich, heavy diet we've already peeked into, the sedentary lifestyle completed the pharaoh's health disaster trifecta. You get the ancient world's equivalent of modern lifestyle disease, a ruler with inflammation, chronic pain, and legs that probably swelled up like pomegranates by midday. And it wasn't just the king. The upper ranks of court, the high priests, elite scribes, administrators followed the same pattern. Seated jobs, ritual movement on only, days spent hunched over scrolls or reclining in shaded patios, sipping thick wine and discussing tax grain yields. They weren't sprinting through temple corridors or logging 10,000 steps. If they had Fitbits, the things would have died from boredom. There's a particularly telling detail from some tomb inscriptions. The Overseer of the House of Leisure. That was a real title. Imagine that, someone was literally in charge of making sure rest happened efficiently. Think of it like a personal trainer, but for naps. The ancient elite didn't just rest, they optimized it. Meanwhile, their cardiovascular systems were quietly waving red flags. We don't need to guess about the impact. The physical signs are right there in the mummies. Shrinking muscle mass, degenerative bone conditions, signs of gout, and inflammatory arthritis often caused by diets high in purines, found in meat and alcohol. Several royal mummies show joint damage consistent with this. You can almost imagine the king wincing as he shifted on his throne, but smiling for the crowd because to frown would break the illusion. Scholars sometimes debate whether this level of sedentariness was absolute. After all, the said festival required the king to perform ritual running to prove his continued vitality. But again, was that really him running? Or was it more like a brisk shuffle performed by a body double, while the crowd cheered and the king waved from a shaded platform? The truth may never be confirmed, but let's just say no one was handing out Olympic medals. In some reliefs, you see pharaohs portrayed in dynamic poses, arms raised in triumph, chariot wheels spinning behind them. But these are symbols, not snapshots. The real day-to-day pharaoh probably moved like a man who'd eaten 2 geese and a pitcher of date wine for breakfast. Slowly, carefully, with help. This leads to another under-discussed issue: pain. With sedentary habits and heavy eating come chronic conditions: back pain, joint inflammation, bloating. The ancient Egyptian medical texts do reference these symptoms, but again, they're usually chalked up to spiritual causes. A king in pain didn't need to change his lifestyle. He needed a spell. Maybe a massage with sacred oils, maybe a ritual performed by the high priest of Sekhmet. But never a suggestion to, say, take a walk or skip second breakfast. And yes, this created a weird disconnect, because even as the king's body slowed and sagged, his image stayed forever youthful. Art locked him in his prime. So what happens when a civilization insists its god-king is ageless, but the guy himself can barely make it up the stairs? You get what some call ritual accommodation. That's the scholarly way of saying they started faking it. Ceremonies were shortened, stairs replaced with ramps, appearances staged, everything done to maintain the illusion of divine health while the royal body told a very mortal story. One strange fringe theory even suggests that some kings eventually lived almost entirely within palace walls, not for security, but because they physically couldn't handle travel. Their mobility was so limited their world shrank to a few carefully constructed spaces. Ramps, shaded walkways, private seating platforms. The palace wasn't just a symbol of power, it was an ancient accessibility aid. And so the pharaoh sits, still and swollen in his glory, a symbol of divine stillness, a prisoner of golden inertia. Around him, dancers twirl, priests chant, servants hustle, but the king does not move. He watches, he nods, he feasts, but his body is quietly turning against him. And you, still lounging in your imagined linen tunic, realize something uncomfortable. In ancient Egypt, stillness was holiness, but also the slow march of decline. A body that doesn't move eventually stops altogether, even when it's divine. You're staring at a sarcophagus now, ancient wood lacquered in resins, painted with gold leaf and lapis, eyes forever open. It's another king, another god in human form, swaddled in layer after layer of linen and myth. But tonight, you're not here to admire the artwork. You're wondering something oddly modern. Did this guy have diabetes? It sounds ridiculous, right? Diabetes, an affliction of vending machines and bad breakfast choices, tucked away in the entrails of a king who ruled 3,000 years before the word insulin was ever whispered. And yet the evidence is compelling. That bloated belly, the discoloured, puffy feet, the swollen tissues found beneath the bandages. These are more than just quirks of preservation. They're possible signs of metabolic distress. A system overloaded by sugar, strained by fat, and left to spiral slowly into dysfunction. Of course, we can't confirm ancient diabetes with the precision we can today. There's no blood to test, no glucose monitor you can stick on a mummy. But you can work backwards, compare symptoms, measure tissue calcification, scan organs, and build a forensic profile. And when you do, you start to see it, again and again: obesity, vascular damage, fatty deposits on the heart and liver, pancreas shrinkage, and in a few haunting cases, clear evidence of severe peripheral vascular disease, the kind that, in today's world, would make a doctor raise an eyebrow and say, "How long have you been living like this?" The answer: a while. Because the pharaohs didn't just dabble in sweet indulgence, they soaked in it. Date syrup, honey-glazed pastries, sweet beer, overripe fruit, all crammed into a diet without balance. Sugar was a symbol of luxury, not a risk factor. The sweeter the bite, the more blessed the king. Honey was sacred, harvested by temple-controlled beekeepers and stored like treasure. It wasn't used sparingly, it was slathered, poured, baked into everything. Imagine pouring honey over honey-drenched bread and chasing it with sweet beer. That wasn't dessert, that was breakfast. Some scholars now argue that while type 2 diabetes itself can't be clinically confirmed in these mummies, they likely experienced the same symptoms: chronic fatigue, excessive urination, numb limbs, vision problems. There's even speculation that some pharaohs' odd eye shapes in art may reflect ocular complications from high sugar intake. It's fringe stuff, sure, but the pattern persists. One particularly eerie case is Queen Hatshepsut. Her mummy, misidentified for years, eventually revealed a cascade of health issues. Obese with poor circulation, diseased bones, and possible signs of diabetes, she also had skin lesions that may have been aggravated by unregulated sugar levels. Combined with the toxic lotion found in her tomb, meant to soothe, but likely made things worse, her body became a kind of tragic encyclopedia of metabolic decline. But it wasn't just sugar, it was the whole package. The meats, the wines, the sedentary lifestyle. It all worked together to destabilize the body. Ancient physicians, though skilled, simply didn't have the framework to see what was happening. They called it imbalance of the humours, or a disturbance in the heart's essence. Some medical papyri recommend a diet of crushed sycamore figs or ground pomegranate skin for excessive thirst and sweet urine, phrases that today scream diabetic symptoms. But without insulin, without understanding the role of the pancreas or blood sugar levels, these remedies were basically spiritual first aid. Imagine being the pharaoh and slowly realizing that something's wrong. You're tired all the time. You're thirsty, unreasonably so. You have to excuse yourself during ceremonies just to pee. Your vision blurs, your skin itches. But no one says the word, no one can. The priests just offer more ointments. The physicians rub you with oils. The servants bring stronger wine to numb the ache. No one dares to tell a god he's sick. And if you're thinking, well, wouldn't someone notice the king was slowly dying? They did. They just framed it differently. Disease was not a medical problem, but a cosmic one. It meant your care, your spiritual double, was distressed. Maybe you offended a god. Maybe your dead ancestors were angry. Maybe you needed more prayers, not fewer pastries. That brings us to the heart of the debate. Some historians argue that what we're seeing in these mummies, especially the signs of arterial disease, obesity, and possibly diabetes, is the world's earliest evidence of lifestyle-related illness in a ruling class. But others push back. They say these symptoms could result from genetics, environmental toxins, or mummification processes that distort the evidence. Resin soaking, for instance, can shrink organs or mask tissue damage. Honey and oil embalming techniques might cause fat to pool unnaturally. So is it disease, or just bad post-mortem optics? Still, the growing body of evidence, literally royal body after royal body, leans toward one conclusion. Something was systematically hurting these rulers, and it wasn't war or assassination. It was their dinner. And maybe, just maybe, they suspected it. Maybe some pharaoh, sitting under the weight of his own robes, noticed how much harder it was to rise from the throne than it used to be. Maybe he looked out at the priesthood just as bloated and lethargic as he was, and thought, this feels wrong. But by then it was tradition, and tradition in Egypt wasn't flexible. It was stone, unchanging, eternal, just like the tombs they built. Gloriath is on the outside, hollow and crumbling within. You sit there now, watching this mummy unwrapped by science, and the tragedy lands in full. The god-kings of Egypt didn't fall by sword or rebellion. They died, slowly and silently, from a life too sweet, too soft, too full. A death by ritual, a death by excess. And somewhere deep beneath that golden mask, you suspect they knew it. You're holding something sticky in your mind's hand now. Golden, viscous, and shimmering in the desert light. It's honey. The Egyptians called it the nectar of the gods, and they meant that literally. Honey wasn't just a sweetener, it was a sacred substance. It healed wounds, preserved meats, and offered a way to taste the divine with every bite. And in the royal court, it flowed like water. Thick, fragrant, and dangerously addictive, honey became one of the secret architects of the pharaoh's undoing. Let's start with the basics. Honey was everywhere. It It was baked into breads, whipped into cakes, added to wine, smeared on dried fruits, and even stirred into cosmetics. If something could hold honey, it did. In the kitchens of the palace and temples, it wasn't a garnish, it was the main ingredient. Recipes scribbled on ostraca include instructions for pastries stuffed with dates and drenched in honey, or meat glazed in a sticky syrup of honey, vinegar, and imported herbs. You picture it now, sizzling on a clay grill, the glaze bubbling as it clings to the crisping skin of a goose leg. It smells amazing. It tastes even better. But eat like that every day and suddenly you're a deity with blood sugar problems. Honey was also a prestige item. Beekeeping was managed by specialised workers who maintained hives in reed baskets along the Nile. These weren't backyard setups. They were controlled by the temple economy, which meant the best honey often went to the priests and the pharaoh, not only because they had the power to demand it, but because honey itself was considered pure. Offering honey to the gods? Perfectly acceptable. Eating it as a god? Inevitable. This sacred indulgence went far beyond flavour. Honey was used in embalming mixed with resins and oils to coat the body. It was stuffed into wounds to prevent rot. Applied to the eyes, supposedly to brighten vision. Slathered on the scalp to encourage hair growth. Even used in fertility rites. It was the duct tape of ancient Egyptian luxury. If something was broken, cover it in honey and call it sacred. But no one stopped to think about what this constant exposure, especially ingestion, was doing internally. There's a fringe theory out there, and of course we love a good fringe theory, that royal addiction to honey contributed not just to obesity, but to psychological dependence. Sound far-fetched? Maybe. But honey is high in glucose and fructose, both of which trigger dopamine responses in the brain. When consumed constantly and in massive quantities, like at a pharaoh's daily banquet, it could reinforce compulsive behaviour. The more you eat, the more you crave. Now combine that with no social or religious restrictions, and you've got a system where the royal brain is quietly rewiring itself around sugar. This isn't just speculation. Honey has a long track record of causing physical damage when overconsumed. Modern nutritionists will tell you that it spikes insulin, promotes fat store and storage, and, in excessive amounts, can damage liver and kidney function. And guess what? Royal mummies often show signs of all three. When CT scans revealed fatty liver indications in some New Kingdom rulers, honey was one of the suspected culprits. Not the only one, obviously. There were plenty of suspects at this crime scene, but definitely a key accomplice. But in Egypt, the more honey you had, the more powerful you were. It was a luxury substance. Poor farmers might never taste it. Commoners, maybe a teaspoon once a year during a festival. But the king? He bathed in it metaphorically, and maybe literally. There are descriptions in temple inscriptions of divine cleansing rituals involving honey, lotus oil, and milk. Sounds like a spa day. Until you realise what that does to a skin already inflamed by poor circulation and metabolic strain. And here's a sad detail. Honey was used in offerings to the gods to ensure sweetness in the afterlife. Mummies were buried with jars of honey, literally. Some archaeologists opened tombs and found clay pots sealed for thousands of years, still full of golden, edible honey. You could dip your finger in it right now if you weren't worried about ancient curses. That's how important it was. Honey didn't just flavour the king's life, it flavoured his eternity. This ritualization of sweetness created a kind of spiritual sugar dependency. Sweet meant sacred. Bitter meant suffering. And so everything that passed the royal lips had to be touched by sugar, either through honey or fruits like dates and sycamore figs. There's a beautiful irony here. In trying to make everything in their lives divine and pleasurable, the kings slowly poisoned themselves. Not dramatically, not in an overdose during a feast kind of way, but slowly, gently, day by day, a spoonful of honey at a time. Some medical papyri even hint at problems that sound suspiciously like sugar-related disease. Writings describe thick blood, constant thirst, sweet urine, and weakness in the limbs, all signs of what we now recognise as diabetic conditions. The treatments, spells, diet adjustments, sort of, and honey itself. Yes, honey was often used as a treatment, even for symptoms it might have caused. That's like drinking more wine to cure your hangover. Logical only if your entire medical worldview runs on ritual instead of science. And let's not forget the children of the court. If the king was bathing in honey, so were his sons and daughters. Royal children were given sweetened porridges, honeyed breads, and early exposure to temple feasts. Some juvenile mummies show the same signs of inflammation and fat deposits as adults. Not a great sign. It suggests that dietary excess started early, reinforced by both privilege and ritual. Nobody in that palace ever heard the phrase "maybe not a second helping." Now imagine being in that banquet hall. The plates have been cleared, and dessert is rolled out on golden trays, pastries shaped like lotus blossoms, figs split and stuffed with crushed nuts and honey, wine chilled in ceramic coolers. The air smells like nectar. The pharaoh licks his fingers and leans back, bloated and pleased. Around him, servants light more incense. Musicians play soft notes on lyres. It's beautiful, it's serene, and it's quietly, irrevocably fatal. You shift your weight on the imaginary cushion and think about all that sweetness, how it defined a culture, how it crowned a king, and how underneath the honey's shimmer there was always a warning, one they couldn't hear or wouldn't. Because gods don't count spoonfuls, they just ask for more. Now imagine you're a guest at one of those lavish palace banquets. Not a god, not even a noble, just someone granted the extraordinary favour of sitting within spitting distance of the pharaoh's feast. You take in the glow of oil lamps, reflecting off bronze and gold, the heavy scent of roasted meats, spiced wine, and freshly baked bread lingering like a fog. The table stretches endlessly, piled high with foods that gleam, steam, and practically beg to be devoured. But something's missing. You glance from platter to platter and slowly realise there are no vegetables. Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration. There's a sad little bowl of leeks near the back and a pile of cucumbers that seem to be functioning more as decoration than cuisine. But in terms of proportion, greens don't stand a chance. For the royal elite, vegetables were filler food, plain, humble, and a bit too earthy to be divine. And if you're pharaoh, you don't eat anything humble. You eat status, you eat symbolism, you eat the most difficult, expensive, and labour-intensive foods available. That means meats, sweets, and rich breads, not cabbage. So while the peasants out in the fields lived on onions, lentils, and wild greens because they had to, the pharaoh actively avoided them because he could. Why nibble on a scallion when you could devour a spit-roasted duck smothered in fig syrup? Why scoop up lentil mash when you could dunk your bread into a creamy liver pate, served on a gilded dish? It was a diet of defiance against the natural food pyramid, and one entirely fueled by power. The irony, of course, is that those commoner diets, low in fat, high in plant fibre, minimal on sugars, were probably much healthier. Archaeologists examining non-elite skeletons from the Middle and New Kingdoms have found surprisingly low rates of obesity-related illness. Sure, they had their own problems, bone stress, anemia, and frequent malnutrition. But they weren't suffering from metabolic overload. Their arteries weren't fossilised. Their joints weren't swollen from gout. Their bodies told a story of hardship, yes, but not of indulgence gone wrong. Back in the palace, though, veggies were practically taboo at the highest level of dining. Part of it was cultural. In ancient Egyptian cosmology, the meal of a king had to reflect divine perfection. Vegetables, with their messy roots and earthy associations, were seen as too close to the dust, too ordinary. Gods didn't dig for food, they received it in golden vessels. So did the pharaoh, and that meant vegetables rarely made it onto his plate in meaningful ways. Take garlic, for example. It was known, valued, even used medicinally. But in royal cuisine, it was a background flavour, not a main act. The same goes for lettuce, which the Egyptians actually associated with fertility thanks to its milky sap, but it still didn't command a place of honour at court banquets. It was more of a temple garden feature than a pharaoh's craving. The things we now classify as dietary superstars were, in that world, just footnotes. There's also an economic layer to this. Meat and bread came from large-scale agriculture and temple-controlled herds. They were symbols of abundance and centralised power. Vegetables, by contrast, came from personal gardens and community plots. They were small-scale, local, intimate. A bowl of lentils didn't prove the might of empire. A parade of cattle carcasses, roasted whole and wheeled into the throne room. Now that sent a message. Let's throw in a fringe-y bit of Egyptological debate here. Some researchers argue that the exclusion of vegetables from royal diets was partly a purity issue. Root vegetables, especially, were associated with the underworld. Buried in the earth, hidden from the sun, too close to decay. In a culture obsessed with light, rebirth and cleanliness, Eating things from the dark soil might have carried a subtle spiritual stigma. Others say that's overthinking it, that the pharaoh just liked meat and didn't feel the need to apologise for it. Honestly, it could be both. Even more bizarre, you find some tomb inscriptions and paintings showing the pharaoh offering vegetables to the gods. But that doesn't mean he ate them. In fact, it's likely he didn't. Offering wasn't the same as partaking. You could present a bowl of onions to Ra and then turn right around and enjoy a honey-drenched pigeon without touching the onions yourself. A kind of divine outsourcing of your fibre intake. Meanwhile, the medical consequences of this vegetable aversion were stacking up. Lack of plant fibre contributes to constipation, bloating, and slower digestion, especially in a diet so heavy with protein and refined carbs. Mummified intestines have sometimes shown signs of impacted stool, a charmingly gross but scientifically valuable glimpse into the ancient royal gut. Imagine being wrapped for eternity with 2 pounds of undigested duck fat and no spinach to speak of, not the afterlife you were promised. You also see signs of micronutrient deficiencies, vitamin C for instance. Scurvy wasn't a raging epidemic, but there's subtle evidence of inflamed gums and fragile blood vessels in some mummies, suggesting that even kings weren't immune to the slow damage of missing veggies. No citrus, no leafy greens, and no real variety meant the pharaoh was rich in calories and poor in nutrition. Of course, none of this was questioned at the time. If anything, avoiding vegetables reinforced the pharaoh's status. He didn't need survival food. He wasn't scraping by like a commoner. He didn't need your roots and stalks. He ate symbols. He ate luxury. And luxury, as it turns out, is incredibly bad for your colon. And so the pattern continued. Day after day, banquet after banquet, with barely a cucumber in sight. The king's meals were designed to show what he had, not what he needed. And if his body suffered, well, that was the price of eternity. Besides, a little bloating never showed up in the temple carvings. Now close your eyes and picture that table again. Gleaming meats, overflowing bread baskets, bowls of dried figs and jars of golden beer. It's all beautiful, and not a vegetable in sight, not even a garnish. Because in ancient Egypt, greens were for peasants. The gods had goose. The air changes as you move into the royal storerooms again. But this time you're not staring at barley sacks or honey jars. You're eyeing something far more exotic. Glazed amphorae labelled in foreign script, crates marked with the names of distant lands, and bundles of unfamiliar spices and fruits that never grew anywhere near the Nile. This isn't your basic grain hoard. This is the luxury aisle of the pharaoh's pantry. And with it came not just new flavours and aromas, but an entire catalogue of imported health problems. Because as Egypt's empire expanded, so did its appetite, not just for power, but for indulgence. From Lebanon came cedar oil and strong wines. From Punt, somewhere near modern-day Somalia, came incense, ivory, and sweet myrrh-soaked delicacies. From the eastern Mediterranean came figs, olives, and goat cheeses so rich they practically melted in your hand. The farther Egypt reached, the more opulent the pharaoh's diet became, and that meant an influx of foreign foodstuffs, many of which weren't exactly heart-healthy. One of the most prized imports, red wine, not the thick, unfiltered date beer of the locals, but grape wine aged in amphorae, infused with herbs and sweetness. It became a staple of royal court life, used in rituals, banquets, and everyday sipping. Some tombs contain not just jars of wine, but labels, vintage markings, vineyard names, even tasting notes, seriously. It's the world's oldest sommelier dream. But unlike beer, which was carb-heavy but relatively low in alcohol, this wine packed a punch. Add in sugar, and you had a beverage tailor-made to fuel inflammation, raise blood pressure, and load the pharaoh's liver with more stress than a chariot race gone sideways. Meats were another indulgence that bloomed with expansion. Foreign traders brought in new animals, including exotic birds and richer cuts of meat preserved in salt and spices. The pharaohs already had access to goose, duck, and beef, but now they were sampling antelope, imported fish dried in honey, and cheese fattened with sheep's milk. Foods denser, greasier, and more complex than the local fare. These weren't just new dishes, they were statements. To eat a bird from Nubia or figs from Byblos was to declare yourself master of many lands, but their pride came at a cost. And then there were the sweets. Dried fruits, apricots, raisins, pomegranates, arrived in decorative boxes, often reserved for desserts and ceremonies. Mixed with honey, wine, or goat cheese, they made for decadent treats. And while fruits sound innocent enough, in these quantities and combinations, they were nutritional time bombs. Fructose overload, anyone? The body, already dealing with a parade of heavy meats and refined breads, didn't exactly know what to do with a handful of sugar bombs dipped in honey glaze. This influx of rich foreign food introduced not just calories but unpredictability. The Egyptian digestive system, already strained from years of bread, beer and ceremonial indulgence, now had to process fats and proteins it wasn't evolved to handle. Chronic bloating, gas and inflammation became silent guests at the banquet. Again, no one talked about it. Certainly not to the king. Instead, physicians wrote spells for a swelling in the belly, or the heat of food trapped in the bowels. Sounds appetizing, right? A particularly grim example comes from Ramses III. His tomb goods included an astonishing array of imported foods, far more than necessary for any reasonable diet, even in the afterlife. Though his body was violently attacked, as revealed by CT scans showing a slashed throat. Yes, assassination. The sheer scale of food in his burial speaks volumes. Even in death, kings clung to the status symbols of indulgence. They were going to eat like gods in the next world, even if their stomachs had already given up in this one. And it wasn't just individual gluttony, it was institutional. The temples maintained networks of trade specifically to secure foreign delicacies. Temple records from Karnak and Luxor show consistent deliveries of Syrian wine, Nubian animal fats and incense used in both religious and culinary settings. This was a system built to maintain the illusion of eternal abundance, even when it meant importing disease by the barrel. There's also a debate among historians. Did these imported goods introduce new allergens or digestive conditions into the population? Some fringe theories suggest ancient food sensitivities, lactose intolerance for example, may have quietly plagued the elite. The appearance of mysterious swellings, chronic fatigue, and heaviness of the limbs in some medical papyri might point toward undiagnosed food responses. While we can't DNA test a mummy's lactose tolerance yet, the suspicion lingers. Perhaps the pharaoh's bloated belly was less divine prosperity and more post-dairy disaster. Even more curious are the imports used for flavour alone, things like cinnamon and pepper, brought from as far as India. These weren't daily staples, but they were used to spike dishes for elite palates. Imagine a fig-stuffed pigeon seasoned with myrrh and cinnamon, aromatic, decadent, and probably swimming in salt. The pharaoh's meals became both more delicious and more dangerous as trade routes expanded. Luxury, it turns out, has a way of sneaking past the taste buds and settling into the arteries. And yet, the association with divinity remained. Eating foreign delicacies was a symbol of global mastery. The king didn't just rule Egypt, he consumed the world. His diet was a map of conquest. A Nubian duck on the plate, that wasn't dinner, it was an edible monument to dominance. So while the commoners chewed their onions and boiled barley, the pharaoh sat among spices, oils, and imported fat. His food, like his empire, stretched far beyond the Nile, and so did his waistline. These delicacies were never meant for balance or health. They were designed to impress, to overwhelm, to prove that the sun itself bowed to the appetite of the king. You sit with that now. The heavy, fragrant air of the banquet room thick with steam from unfamiliar sources. You hear languages in the kitchens that weren't spoken here a generation ago. And on the plate before the king, a piece of something that once flew across a desert, seasoned in a way no Egyptian farmer would recognize. He eats it slowly, reverently, and somewhere inside his body braces for another gentle, imperial disaster. Let's stay at the royal table a little longer, just enough to raise a cup and toast the pharaoh. Not with water, of course, that's for peasants and livestock. You're drinking wine. Deep red, syrupy and warm. It's been sitting in a clay amphora since the sun came up, slowly absorbing the scent of the cellar. Earth, wood smoke, fermented fruit. You lift the cup to your lips. It's thick, it coats your tongue. It's sweet. Too sweet. And as the musicians pluck out soft notes on their harps and dancers sway to hypnotic rhythms, the king drains another cup, then another, and another. Because wine in ancient Egypt wasn't just a beverage, it was a lifestyle, a status marker, a ritual object. And for the pharaoh, it was a kind of liquid crown. Wine meant luxury. It meant control over agriculture, trade, religion, even time itself. Wine was only for the elite. Ordinary Egyptians, if they drank at all, drank beer. But beer was local, practical, and abundant. Wine, that was for gods. And gods, as we've already established, were not exactly known for moderation. Let's be clear, Egyptian wine wasn't like the modern dry Merlot you might sip with dinner. It was sticky, dense, and loaded with sugar. Sometimes infused with herbs, sometimes thickened with honey, and often left to ferment well past what your liver would consider polite. This was not a casual drink. This was a feast for the bloodstream, and the royal bloodstream soaked in it. Wine was consumed in religious rituals, in court celebrations, and, according to tomb inscriptions, even in quiet daily meals. "Bring forth the wine jar," says one painted servant on a tomb wall. The king reclines, hand extended, ready to drink in another drop of cosmic pleasure. It's a scene repeated across the centuries. Over time, wine shifted from a sacred offering to a habitual indulgence, and that's where the trouble began. You see, the effects of wine weren't just spiritual, they were very, very physical. Chronic wine consumption leads to a laundry list of health issues. Liver damage, cognitive decline, bloating, hypertension, and, you guessed it, weight gain. Combined with a sugar-heavy diet and a sedentary lifestyle, wine functioned less like a celebratory toast and more like a slow, sticky toxin. Some mummies show the signs. Evidence of fatty liver, enlarged organs, facial puffiness, even possible signs of early dementia. Yes, you read that right. There's a theory still debated that long-term alcohol use among some elite Egyptians led to cognitive decline. Scholars point to certain erratic policies, sudden religious shifts and documented mood swings in some rulers as potential symptoms. Akhenaten, for instance, the heretic king who tried to rewire Egyptian religion overnight, has been scrutinized for signs of neurological degeneration. While his eccentricity is more likely political than medical, the idea lingers. Maybe too many cups at court could cloud even a god's judgment. And yet wine remained untouchable. No one dared question it. If you walked into the palace and said, "Hey, maybe try some water with dinner," you'd be hurled into the crocodile pit faster than you could spell Osiris. The king drank wine because the gods drank wine. Or rather, the gods had wine poured for them, which the king, surprise, got to consume afterward. As we've already seen, divine offerings had a way of ending up in royal stomachs. Here's a quirky fact for you. Some wine amphorae were inscribed with vintage details, literally. Wine of year 4 from the Western Hills, made by the chief vintner Didu. That's how much pride was taken in the stuff. It wasn't just alcohol, it was an industry. Pharaohs had their own vineyards, often within temple estates. The wine produced there was considered holy, and since you wouldn't dare waste holy wine, you had to drink it, a lot of it. In tombs, jars of wine were placed near the body for use in the afterlife. Some jars even contained notes like, "Wine for the first day of the year," or "Wine for the feast of drunkenness." That's right, the feast of drunkenness was a real thing. Celebrated in honour of Hathor, goddess of joy, music and intoxication, it encouraged worshippers to drink until they collapsed, literally, believing that in their stupor they became closer to the divine. That same logic permeated the royal court. Drunkenness wasn't weakness, it was transcendence. But the body disagreed. CT scans of elite mummies showed signs of chronic dehydration, kidney stress, and vascular damage consistent with long-term alcohol intake. Combine that with a rich, salty diet, and you've got a recipe for disaster. The pharaoh's body may have looked majestic in art, but internally, his organs were under siege. There's some speculation, again not confirmed but tantalizing, that wine use also affected fertility. Some royal lines show alarming levels of inbreeding and reproductive difficulty. While that's usually chalked up to politics and dynastic purity, read marrying your sister, alcohol-related hormonal imbalances could have contributed. Ancient texts mention kings begging the gods for sons, even after multiple marriages. And if your body is drowning in sugar, booze, and ceremonial laziness, well, fertility's not going to be your strong suit. Still, no one put the goblet down. Wine was too deeply woven into the image of kingship. It was served in golden cups, poured by trained servants, offered to gods and consumed by kings who believed it kept them divine. One inscription even claims a particular wine gladdens the heart of Pharaoh and brings light to his days. It might have also brought hypertension and the world's earliest wine belly, but nobody was documenting that. The deeper irony. Wine was once a symbol of sophistication and order, tied to agriculture, refinement and civilization itself. But in the palace it became a liquid mask. It dulled pain, disguised fatigue, and filled the empty hours between ceremonies. The more wine the pharaoh drank, the less real his world became. The goblet never emptied, but neither did the ache beneath it. So you sit back now, listening to the laughter echo down the halls, the sound of wine sloshing in amphorae, the clink of gold-rimmed cups. It's festive, it's grand, but it's also a warning. Somewhere in the corner, a servant refills the king's cup again. He nods, his fingers trembling slightly as he lifts it to his lips. He drinks, and the empire drifts one sip closer to decline. The palace is glowing tonight. Torches flicker against polished limestone walls, casting warm shadows on columns carved with gods and lotus blooms. The air hums with anticipation. Musicians are tuning lyres, scribes are sharpening reed pens, slaves polish the gold leaf rims of drinking cups until they sparkle like tiny suns. Something big is about to happen, and you're lucky, or cursed enough to witness it. A royal banquet, not just a dinner, but a state event. A ritual, a performance, a slow-motion health crisis wearing a garland of flowers. This is the feast. A ceremonial celebration held to impress, to appease, to honour, and, let's be real, to stuff the royal belly like a goose headed for the afterlife. These weren't casual affairs, they were massive multi-course spectacles with implications far beyond the digestive system. A banquet wasn't just food, it was diplomacy, theology, politics, and PR all rolled into one bloated night. Let's break it down. First, the guest list. You don't just invite your best friends. You invite rival nobles, foreign dignitaries, high priests, military officials, and sometimes even personifications of deities, actors in elaborate costumes performing as Hathor or Horus to bless the proceedings. Everyone's watching, everyone's calculating, and at the centre of it all is the pharaoh, lounging on a platform, surrounded by fans, perfume and servants who never stop moving. He barely speaks, he doesn't need to. His power is expressed through food, what he eats, how much, and how easily it is served to him. The menu, excessive by any standard. We're talking tables piled with roasted fowl, glazed beef ribs, sugared pastries shaped like crocodiles, pyramids of dates, dried fruits soaked in wine, lotus-scented beer, honey-baked breads, and skewers of goat fat rolled in herbs. There's no subtlety here. Every dish is a flex. Every aroma announces, we are rich, favoured by the gods, and completely unconcerned with the concept of portion control. Servants parade the dishes in choreographed order, laying them out before the pharaoh like offerings at a temple. The food isn't just for him, but he always gets the first bite. And when he takes it, slowly deliberate, the entire room exhales in approval. This is the king's moment. And yet, behind the pageantry, something unsettling lingers. His robes are tighter than last year. He's leaning heavier on his elbow. His eyes are more sunken. But no one says a word, they clap, they toast, they call him radiant. This pattern wasn't rare, it was institutionalized. Festivals like the Sed, held after 30 years of rule and then every 3, were essentially multi-day food orgies masked as religious renewal. The king was supposed to prove his vitality by performing physical feats, running laps, lifting symbols of strength, but by the New Kingdom, these acts were often ceremonial, or even faked. What couldn't be faked, however, was the feast. That part had to be real, lavish, endless. The bigger the banquet, the stronger the king, at least on paper. But you know what happens when you eat until you're more stuffed than the animals on the serving platter? The body rebels, bloating, heartburn, maybe a little dizziness, and in the long term, weight gain, organ stress, systemic inflammation. It's the royal version of death by charcuterie board. And the pharaohs did this dozens, even hundreds of times over their lifetimes. One mummy, likely from the 20th dynasty, showed signs of chronic indigestion. His stomach lining was thickened, inflamed, and partially ruptured. Historians suspect he may have suffered a gastric ulcer, possibly from years of overeating rich, spicy or fermented foods. Imagine trying to play God while wincing through every swallow. But cancelling a banquet wasn't an option. That would have been political suicide. So he kept showing up, kept eating, and kept unravelling inside. Now here's a quirky twist. Some of the feasts weren't even for the living. Mortuary feasts were held in honour of dead ancestors or gods, but the food prepared for these events often ended up on the tables of the living. In other words, the king ate what he offered to the dead. A bit creepy? Maybe. But in ancient Egypt it was perfectly normal. The line between divine and digestive was always blurry. There's a fringe theory among Egyptologists that these banquets doubled as subtle forms of political manipulation. Feed your enemies well enough and they forget their grievances. Invite your rivals, overserve them wine, and suddenly their ambitions dissolve in a cloud of meat sweats and hangovers. Meanwhile, the king sits in the centre, seemingly immortal, untouched by excess. He is the eye of the storm, a storm made entirely of goose fat and date syrup. Of course, the king wasn't untouched. He was just better at hiding the damage. Until he couldn't. Some late-period pharaohs are depicted with puffier faces, rounder limbs, and heavier frames in their statues, not because the sculptors were bad at flattery, but because reality was seeping into art. In time, even the masks couldn't smooth it all out. And still, the banquets went on. Because the feast wasn't about the food, it was about the illusion, the show, the idea that Egypt was eternal, abundant, and perfectly ordered under the king's divine rule. You didn't cancel the feast just because the king had indigestion. You changed the pace, pushed in another cushion, brought out stronger wine. So here you sit now, a ghost among the flickering shadows of another ancient banquet. The air is thick with spices. The harpist plucks a slow looping tune, and the king takes another bite. His 6th serving of spiced duck tonight. No one looks away, no one flinches, because to show concern would be to break the spell, to acknowledge the obvious, that the feast is not a celebration anymore.
It's a ritual of decline?
The flickering torches don't stop at the banquet hall doors. They wind deeper into the palace, through perfumed corridors lined with hieroglyphs, past carved lions and gold-tipped columns, until they reach the women's quarters, where the other half of this story waits in silken silence. Because if you thought the pharaoh's diet was excessive, wait until you meet the queens, princesses, and ladies of the court. Their lives were just as luxurious, just as ritualized, and just as heavy, literally. And for them, obesity wasn't just a side effect, it was status. Let's get one thing straight. Ancient Egyptian women weren't confined to the background. Royal women especially held immense political and spiritual sway. Queens like Hatshepsut ruled in their own right, and others, like Nefertari and Ta, were power players behind the scenes. But with power came ritual, and with ritual came food. Endless food. Women of the court were expected to dine like goddesses, and goddesses, as it turns out, weren't into portion control either. In fact, artistic depictions of elite women shift noticeably across dynasties. Early tomb paintings show them lithe and graceful, adorned with diaphanous linen and lotus garlands. But by the time you hit the later periods, some statues and paintings hint at a different reality. Rounder cheeks, fuller bodies, thicker arms. Not overt caricatures, but soft, deliberate hints that these women lived in abundance. In some rare cases, mummies of royal women reveal even more. Fat layers preserved around the abdomen, calcified arteries, and signs of high blood pressure. The same metabolic wreckage as the men, just hidden beneath linen and decorum. Take the case of Queen Hatshepsut. Yes, we've mentioned her before, but it's worth revisiting. Ruling as pharaoh for over 2 decades, she had all the trappings of kingship, the beard, the titles, the divine status, and, by the looks of her remains, the same royal health issues. Scans suggest she was obese, suffered from diabetes, and possibly had cancer. She limped, she wheezed, and she used a potent, possibly carcinogenic skin lotion daily. This wasn't a woman sipping on cucumber water and doing Pilates in the courtyard. She lived the full pharaonic lifestyle, banquets, wine, rich foods, and everything that came with them. And she wasn't alone. Royal women participated in the same festivals, received the same divine offerings, and had access to the same palace kitchens, overflowing with sweet cakes, spiced meats, and vats of beer. There are inscriptions detailing the kinds of foods prepared specifically for queens. Honey-sweet pastries, lotus root stews, milk-soaked bread puddings flavoured with saffron. These weren't snacks. They were edible declarations of power, fertility, and divine favour. Now here's the cultural twist. In ancient Egypt, a fuller female figure wasn't always seen as unhealthy. Quite the opposite. It was often associated with fertility, prosperity, and beauty. Goddesses like Hathor and Isis were occasionally depicted as curvaceous maternal figures. So when a queen gained weight, it could actually elevate her status. proof that she was well fed, well protected, and clearly favoured by the gods. Skinny women didn't rule kingdoms, plump, fragrant, wine-sipping, silk-wrapped ones did. And then there's the role of pregnancy. Royal women were expected to produce heirs, and pregnancy was celebrated with ritual food offerings. After childbirth, these women were often pampered with restorative banquets, milk baths, and heavy, nourishing foods meant to replenish the divine womb. But there wasn't a postpartum workout regimen waiting around the corner. There was just another feast. Another round of honey-slicked pastries and jugs of sweet wine delivered by bowing servants. Some fringe scholars suggest this constant indulgence created a quiet epidemic of obesity-related complications among royal women, fertility issues, preeclampsia, even early mortality. It's difficult to confirm, of course. Many female mummies were poorly preserved, misidentified, or simply lost to time, but where remains exist, the pattern is familiar. Excessive fat buildup, signs of cardiovascular strain, and minimal muscle mass. These weren't women who climbed pyramids or rode into battle. They lounged, posed, dined, and ruled from shaded balconies. Even the cosmetic rituals of court life added to the health toll. Ointments and perfumes used by elite women were often laced with lead, mercury, and other toxins. Combined with diets high in sugar and fat, their bodies became ticking time bombs of inflammation and cellular stress. One analysis of a royal ointment found it to be chemically similar to engine grease, and yet it was applied daily to the face, eyes, and chest. Beauty, like royalty, was not gentle. Let's also talk about the daughters. Princesses from a very young age were inducted into this world of ritual consumption. Ceremonial meals, honey-drenched cakes, and sips of sweet beer were part of their religious training. Some girl children were betrothed as early as age 10 and groomed with the same indulgent food rituals as their mothers. Archaeological evidence suggests that some of these young royals were already showing signs of weight-related strain by adolescence. Fat deposits, shallow rib cages, early joint damage. Childhood obesity isn't just a modern problem. The royal palace had its own version, wrapped in silk and covered in lotus oil. There's a scholarly debate here too. Some argue that the art exaggerated ideal beauty, while the bodies beneath the wrappings tell a grimmer tale. Others suggest that body shape was always symbolic, that the actual condition of these women didn't matter as much as the image they projected. Either way, the facts remain. Elite women lived in a world of ceremonial indulgence, constant pampering, and zero accountability. And unlike the pharaohs, they didn't have even the illusion of action. They didn't march in parades or wield crooks and flails. Their movements were even more restricted, by etiquette, by fashion, by confinement to the palace. They were ornamental, yes, but also instrumental in upholding the illusion of abundance. Their appearances, round faces, heavy necks, soft hands, were signs that the kingdom was strong. If the queen looked full, Egypt was full. Now picture one of them, perhaps a queen, perhaps a favourite concubine, resting on a stone bench near a reflecting pool. Her attendants are fanning her with palm fronds while another rubs scented oil into her feet. She lifts a fig to her lips, chews slowly, then sips from a cup of pomegranate wine. She's beautiful, regal, and visibly exhausted. Her ankles are swollen, her stomach aches, her head feels fuzzy, and her vision blurs in the afternoon light. But she smiles, because to frown would ruin the spell. And somewhere in the cool of a chamber down the hall, another tray of sweet cakes is being prepared. Let's tiptoe into the nursery now, not the soft pastel kind you're used to, but a marble-floored chamber wrapped in linen curtains, where everything smells faintly of myrrh, milk, and polished stone. This is where Egypt's future gods are being raised, the sons and daughters of pharaohs, small, wide-eyed, and swaddled in silk. You'd think, maybe, that youth would shield them from the gluttony that infects the palace halls, that their young bodies would be allowed to run, to breathe, to grow into lean heirs fit to wear the double crown. But no. The same sacred script that fed their fathers until they wheezed also applies to them, just on a smaller, sweeter plate. Royal childhood in ancient Egypt was not a time of discipline or moderation. It was an endless introduction to ritual indulgence. From the moment these children could sit up straight, they were served sweetened porridges, warm milk mixed with honey, date syrup drizzled over barley mash, and soft little loaves of bread soaked in goat cream. Sounds adorable, right? Like a divine breakfast cereal commercial. But look a little closer, and you'll see a pattern of overfeeding dressed up as celebration. Every spoonful wasn't just nutrition, it was an offering. Every bite was a rite of passage, and no one ever said, maybe that's enough for today. You'd think at least the youngest pharaohs, those who took the throne as toddlers or tweens, might have avoided the long-term damage. But history tells another story. Several child kings and young princes left behind mummies that show early signs of metabolic strain. Tutankhamun is the most famous, of course. He was around 18 or 19 when he died, but his body reads like someone much older. Clubfoot, bone necrosis, swollen joints, decayed teeth. His diet was royal, sure, but it was killing him before his political enemies could even get a dagger in. His tomb, filled with exquisite food offerings, paints a picture of a boy who never knew a day without luxury. Jars of wine labelled for future ceremonies, baskets of fruit, dried meats wrapped in linen. But the CT scans show a body already breaking down. He may have had congenital health issues, likely the result of inbreeding, but poor diet surely didn't help. If you're hobbling through life with a deformed foot, the last thing you need is a menu that clogs your arteries and rots your teeth before you're old enough to grow a full beard. Other young royals didn't fare much better. Some child mummies, buried with doll-like trinkets and tiny thrones, reveal an unsettling reality. Bloated bellies, fat layers beneath the skin, tooth decay before adulthood. These weren't kids running around palace gardens barefoot and sun-kissed. These were pampered, padded, and presented as miniature deities, heavily fed, rarely exercised, and constantly monitored by attendants who never said no. In elite families, indulgence wasn't just allowed, it was expected. To restrict a royal child's food intake might be seen as cruelty, or even blasphemy. After all, the pharaoh was divine, and his children were fragments of that same holiness. If the gods wanted them lean, surely they'd stay lean. But if they plumped up like sacrificial calves, that must be divine will too. Past the honey cakes. Now here's the quirky bit. Egyptian toys and figurines often depicted children in exaggerated forms. Plump cheeks, round bellies, thick limbs. At first glance they seem stylized, just part of the artistic tradition. But paired with what we know from mummy scans, they start to look uncomfortably realistic. Were these representations of ideal childhood? Or quiet, unspoken truths about what royal children actually looked like? Soft, slow, and weighted down with too much privilege, too soon? There's also the matter of ritual feeding. During religious festivals, child royals were often presented to the public alongside the pharaoh, dressed in ceremonial garb and fed choice morsels as a demonstration of divine prosperity. It wasn't about nourishing them, it was about showcasing abundance. The crowd didn't cheer because the prince looked healthy. They cheered because he looked rich. The thicker the child, the stronger the illusion of national strength. And yes, the girls were included too. Princesses were often raised alongside their brothers, receiving the same ceremonial meals, the same honeyed drinks, and the same pampering. By adolescence, many were married off, sometimes to much older royals, sometimes to their own relatives, and expected to produce heirs of their own. And the cycle began again, only this time with more sugar. One fringe theory suggests that the earliest signs of inherited metabolic disease in Egypt can be seen not just in royal adults, but in these children. Some medical papyri describe young ones with swollen limbs, heat in the belly, and sweet breath. Scholars debate whether this is poetic language or clinical observation, but the implication is there. Illness didn't wait for old age in the House of Pharaoh. It started in the cradle. You start to see how tragic it really is. These weren't just spoiled kids, they were trapped. Their lives were pre-scripted. Grow fat, sit still, smile during festivals, and inherit the golden throne. The palace was their playground, but also their prison. With every banquet, with every syrup-drenched cake handed to them by well-meaning attendants, their bodies lost a little more freedom. And imagine being a parent in that system. If you were the queen, and your child was growing heavier, more tired, less lively, what could you do? Say, no more dates for my son? Risk offending the priests? Call into question the divine abundance of the throne? Impossible. Better to pretend everything was fine. Better to tuck them into bed after another feast. Whisper a prayer to Hathor, and hope that the gods preferred chubby little kings. So here you sit, on a plush stool in the edge of a royal nursery, listening to the soft snores of a future pharaoh. His breath is uneven. His belly rises and falls beneath silk sheets. Nearby, a servant lays out tomorrow's breakfast. Sweet beer, figs and spiced barley bread. He's 8 years old, he's already full, and he hasn't even started ruling yet. You're wandering through a gallery now, one with walls of stone instead of canvas, and a hush that hums louder than silence. Torchlight dances over the surfaces, illuminating image after image of divine stillness. Pharaohs striding confidently, heads high, torsos slim, arms toned. Every movement captured in a stylized eternity. These are the images that have shaped how we think of ancient Egyptian rulers. Idealized, ageless, invincible. But you've been backstage now. You've peeked beneath the linen, and suddenly these perfect carvings start to look suspicious. Because if the kings were obese, bloated by feasts and slowed by wine and honey, why don't the walls show it? Welcome to the art of omission. Ancient Egyptian art was famously rigid, literally and figuratively. Bodies faced sideways, legs in a half stride, chins lifted like they knew the future and didn't care for it. This wasn't realism, it was symbolism. The style wasn't meant to reflect the body as it was, but as it should be. The result? Pharaohs were carved not as humans, but as ideals. And yet, if you look closely, really closely, there are cracks in the illusion. Take Akhenaten, for example, the heretic king who abandoned traditional gods for a sun disk and shook Egyptian religion to its foundations. His statues are weird. He's shown with a narrow face, protruding belly, spindly limbs and wide hips. Art historians argued for centuries over what this meant. Was it symbolic? Gender-blurring theological statement? Or did Akhenaten actually look like that? Physically soft, bloated, maybe sick? Some have suggested he suffered from a genetic disorder. Others think the strange body shape is simply the first time a pharaoh's physical reality crept into public art. But then there's the counterpoint. The vast majority of pharaohs look nearly identical in their depictions. No matter their age, health or era, they're portrayed as eternally youthful and fit. Ramses II, who ruled for over 6 decades and likely died at nearly 90 with severe arthritis and a hunched frame, is shown forever strong. His statues tower with perfect symmetry and muscular poise. Never mind that his actual skeleton shows spinal curvature, dental decay, and a body ravaged by time and diet. The art had a job to do, and it wasn't honesty. This disconnect between image and body isn't unique to Egypt, but the level of consistency is almost comical. Some pharaohs had enormous statues commissioned late in life, after decades of decline, yet every chisel stroke insisted they were ageless titans. The message? The king may change, age, bloat, but the institution, the divine image of kingship, does not. In that way, Egyptian art was less a mirror and more a spell, a declaration of what reality ought to be, not what it was. And yet, sometimes truth slips through. In a few tombs, you'll find lower-ranking officials depicted with more honest proportions, rounder faces, heavier bodies, even slouched postures. These men weren't gods, they could be human, and sometimes even royal depictions couldn't hide everything. A wall relief of a late period pharaoh shows him seated in a temple, and while his face is idealized, his body has a softness that suggests the artist knew what they were smoothing over. It's subtle, a fuller chest, thicker arms, but it's there. There's also the curious case of the so-called funerary masks. These golden visages, made to preserve the king's face for eternity, follow a particular template, symmetrical, serene, unlined. Tutankhamun's mask is the most famous, flawless, angular, a portrait of divine youth. But the mummy underneath, crooked teeth, misshapen skull, a fractured leg, the disconnect is jarring. It's like brushing a corpse and calling it history. Some fringe scholars have tried to argue that Egyptian art was never meant to deceive, it was just playing by its own rules. That's fair to a point, but when you pair the art with the medical scans of actual mummies, it's hard not to feel like the entire civilization was holding its breath. The king could be falling apart, collapsing from the weight of his own luxury, but as long as the statue stood tall, the illusion held. This matters because those images weren't just art, they were propaganda. They were the state's Instagram feed, curated and filtered to perfection. And just like modern social media, they created a toxic feedback loop. The pharaoh saw himself depicted as strong, divine, ageless. So did his court, so did the people. And so, despite the aches, the breathlessness, the silent organ failure, he had to keep up the performance. Because what happens when a god starts to look human? In a society so bound to ritual and continuity, visual honesty was dangerous. If a king allowed himself to be depicted as old, tired, or overweight, it might call the whole divine system into question. And when your power depends on cosmic order, the last thing you want is someone asking, hey, why does Ra's Chosen One have gout? You might think the artists could sneak in a little truth, but their hands were tied, literally. Artistic conventions were strictly enforced, passed down generation after generation with little room for deviation, so instead they bent reality just enough to please the eye and preserve the story. The result? A national archive of beautiful lies. But here's the strangest part. The Egyptians weren't entirely blind to this contradiction. Some wisdom texts speak of the dangers of excess, the frailty of the flesh, the value of moderation. There were even teachings that warned rulers not to become too indulgent, lest they lose their strength and wisdom. Did the kings read these scrolls? Probably. Did they take them to heart while nibbling on their fourth honey loaf of the morning? Not likely. So now, you stand in front of a massive statue, staring up at a god king who looks like he could lift a bull and jog a marathon. But you know the truth. Inside this stone ideal is a man who groaned when he stood, who needed help stepping into his robes, who burped after every meal, a man who ruled the most powerful kingdom on earth, but couldn't conquer his appetite. And still, the chisels smoothed the lines, the paint firmed the flesh, and Egypt marched on, immortal in stone, even as its kings dissolved behind the scenes. You're in the embalming chamber now, cool, dark and thick, with the scent of resin, cedar oil, and something a little sour lingering beneath the perfume. The linen-wrapped body of the king lies on a tilted stone slab, arms across his chest, the last of the breath long gone from his sacred lungs. This is the final act of the pharaoh's life, the divine makeover before he's handed off to eternity. But as you watch the embalmer's work, the reality of royal death starts to peel away from the myth like linen from a decaying shoulder. Because beneath the golden mask, behind the layers of gauze and gods, the king's body is a mess. This is where the magic of mummification meets the awkward truth of biology. You'd think a divine ruler would ascend effortlessly, glowing and perfect into the afterlife. But first, he has to be cleaned up, desperately, meticulously. His body, once cloaked in silken flattery, now reveals everything it was hiding. Fat deposits under the skin, distended abdomen, joints inflamed and stiff, sometimes the skin is mottled with sores or discoloured from organ failure. The embalmers don't flinch, they've seen worse. The afterlife doesn't accept sagging, swollen gods, so they get to work. First come the internal organs. They were removed quickly, often with surprising indifference. By the new kingdom, the standard practice was to pull the brain out through the nose using a long hooked instrument. Less surgery, more fishing trip. Then the liver, stomach, intestines and lungs, which were placed into canopic jars guarded by the 4 sons of Horus. But the heart? That's where it gets interesting. The heart, considered the seat of the soul and the organ weighed against the feather of truth in the afterlife, should be preserved with care, except sometimes it's missing, gone entirely, lost in the chaos of a body too damaged to cooperate. One pharaoh, possibly Ramses V, was found with no heart in his chest cavity. The embalmers, it seems, removed it and never put it back. Scholars still argue why. Was it an accident? Was the organ too diseased to preserve? Or had the embalming priest simply decided that the gods didn't need to see what that heart looked like? If you've lived a life of excess, gluttony and inflammation, maybe facing a divine judgment scale isn't in your best interest. Next comes the cosmetic stage, literally a royal touch-up. The skin's coated in natron salts to dry out the tissue. Then resins are poured into the body cavity to prevent rot. But this also causes warping. Tissues shrink, bones shift. A distended stomach becomes sunken. Arms collapse inward. So the embalmers get creative. They stuff the body with linen and sawdust. In some cases they carve out pockets under the skin to insert aromatic herbs, wads of resin-soaked fabric, even bits of padding to fill out deflated limbs. They're not just preserving a corpse, they're rebuilding an illusion. And here's where it gets surreal. Some royal mummies were so altered that by the end they bore only a vague resemblance to the person that they once were. Faces flattened, bellies reconstructed, fingers wrapped individually to maintain elegance. In one case, a toe was replaced with a stick wrapped in gauze. Another mummy was found with rolled linen stuffed into his cheeks to give him that youthful fullness he hadn't had in years. The ancient Egyptian version of post-mortem Botox. But even with all the manipulation, the signs remain. CT scans show arterial blockages, brittle bones, calcified kidneys. The embalmers couldn't fix those, they could only hide them. And that, more than anything, reveals the tension at the heart of pharaonic culture. The desire to immortalize a body that was never built for eternity. The more indulgent the life, the more desperate the cleanup. There's a fringe theory that some embalmers intentionally beautified the king's remains not just for religious reasons, but political ones. The smoother the corpse, the stronger the regime. A well-preserved body was a sign of a just reign. So if your pharaoh died bloated and ill, you pulled out the padding and resin until he looked like a marble sculpture. And if you had to fudge a few details, no one was checking. The mask would cover it anyway. Ah, yes, the mask. The ultimate cover-up. Think of Tutankhamun's golden face, its serene gaze frozen in perfection. It's flawless, untouched, the very picture of youth and serenity, but underneath, a broken leg, a twisted spine and signs of severe malaria or other illness. The mask was not a portrait, it was a denial, a statement to the gods that what lay beneath was divine, no matter the truth. A pharaoh could rot from the inside out, but as long as his face gleamed, the kingdom was safe. And here's where it all folds in on itself. The entire mummification process, elaborate, spiritual, and deeply theatrical, was about transformation. Taking a body ravaged by excess and restoring it to symbolic perfection. But it also reveals a subtle, unspoken understanding that the system had consequences. Why else go to such absurd lengths to disguise the damage? Why else stuff herbs into a chest cavity like potpourri into a cracked vase? One embalming manual found in a worker's tomb includes a note. Smooth the belly so it does not show the life he lived. That's chilling and telling. They weren't just preserving the king, they were erasing his habits. The feasts, the wine, the sedentary days on the throne, all removed, flattened, sanitized. So now you stand in the embalming chamber, watching as the final linen is wrapped, the final resin poured. The pharaoh's body no longer looks human. It looks perfect, but you know better. You know that beneath the wrappings lies a life of indulgence, sealed in honey and denial. The mask will shine, the tomb will dazzle, but inside the truth remains. The king died a god, but he was buried as a lesson. You're walking down a different kind of corridor now, one that feels out of step with the Egypt you've come to know. Gone are the strict hieroglyphs and idealized stone figures. The columns are still tall, still painted with lotus petals and solar discs, but the faces looking back at you are softer, rounder, and, wait a second, is that a Greek nose? Welcome to the Ptolemaic period, when the last Egyptian dynasties were ruled not by native kings, but by the descendants of Alexander the Great. The Ptolemies, as they're known, brought with them a fresh wave of art, culture, political chaos, and, surprise surprise, culinary indulgence that managed to outdo even the most decadent of the old pharaohs. If the earlier pharaohs had a problem with moderation, the Ptolemies turned it into a full-time career. These weren't warrior kings. They were palace dwellers, steeped in Hellenistic luxury, educated in philosophy, and fed like prize livestock. Their diet was a bizarre fusion of Egyptian tradition and Greek decadence. Think roast goose seasoned with imported herbs, followed by a dessert of honeyed almond cakes and a goblet of spiced wine thick enough to chew. These rulers didn't just inherit the Egyptian appetite for rich food, they enhanced it with imported cheeses, richer meats, and a growing obsession with olive oil, which flowed almost as freely as the Nile itself. One of the most infamous Ptolemies, Ptolemy VIII, nicknamed Phoiskon, literally the fat, was the human embodiment of this collision of wealth and overindulgence. Described by ancient historians as grotesquely overweight, lazy and cruel, he was reportedly so swollen with fat that he couldn't walk unassisted. Statues of him mysteriously omit his real shape, of course, but written records don't hold back. Ancient Greek scribes, with a flair for drama and shade, called him monstrous, detailing his massive girth, endless feasting, and legendary appetite, not just for food, but for revenge and political chaos. Physcon wasn't an outlier. The Ptolemies as a whole leaned heavily into the comforts of royal living. They inherited the Egyptian belief that kingship was divine, but they added a new twist: the Greek love for philosophy, art, and most notably, symposia, or drinking parties. Imagine combining the ceremonial gluttony of an Egyptian feast with the intellectual posturing of a Greek wine-soaked salon. That's the Ptolemaic court. One minute you're nibbling on fig-stuffed quail while discussing Stoic ethics. The next, you're vomiting into a golden basin while slaves fan you with ostrich feathers. Classy. And it wasn't just the men. Ptolemaic queens, most famously Cleopatra VII, inherited the same culture of indulgence. While Cleopatra herself is often romanticized as a brilliant, magnetic ruler, and she also lived in a palace where decadence was routine. Banquets were theatrical affairs. Every dish was designed to impress. One famous story, possibly apocryphal but deliciously on brand, claims Cleopatra once dissolved a priceless pearl in vinegar and drank it to show off her wealth. Even if it's a myth, it reflects the culture. Display mattered more than digestion. The Ptolemies also ramped up the symbolic significance of food in politics. Offering foreign delicacies to guests wasn't just hospitality, it was diplomacy. Sharing a fattened goose or rare spice cake with a visiting ambassador wasn't just a courtesy. It was a way of saying, look what I can afford, look what you owe me. Meanwhile in Alexandria, the capital, food markets exploded with diversity. Imported delicacies from across the Mediterranean poured in. Salted fish from Spain, exotic spices from India, fine wines from Crete. The city's elite dined like emperors, while its poor scraped together leftover barley and breadcrumbs, just as they had for centuries. This culinary fusion created a kind of cultural cholesterol. Egyptian traditions emphasized the symbolic power of food, abundance as divine order, ritual offerings, eternal feasts. The Greeks brought intellectualism and leisure gluttony to the table. Together they birthed a class of rulers who ate excessively not just out of belief, but out of boredom, politics, and style. Of course, the consequences were the same, if not worse. By this time, the medical knowledge of both Egypt and Greece had advanced, at least a little. Physicians under the Ptolemies wrote about digestion, inflammation, even something resembling dietary advice, but it was rarely applied to the elite. You might be able to diagnose the king's gout, but good luck getting him to stop eating syrup-drenched duck 3 times a day. The illusion of divine rule was too powerful, the food too symbolic, the inertia too heavy. Some Ptolemaic mummies, yes, they still practice mummification, bear the same hallmarks as their predecessors. Fat deposits, calcified arteries, overworked organs. But there's something else too. A certain haste in the wrapping. A certain messiness in the tomb construction. It's as if the effort to maintain perfection was weakening. The golden mask was still placed over the face, but behind it the seams were showing. By this point Rome was watching Egypt closely. The Ptolemies, weakened by internal strife, poor health, and endless banquets, were easy prey. When Cleopatra famously aligned with Julius Caesar and later Mark Antony, she was trying to hold the last threads of her dynasty together. And though history loves to frame her downfall as a tragic romance, part of the truth is this: her kingdom was already bloated, stretched, slowing under the weight of centuries of excess. And so the Ptolemaic pharaohs became the final act in Egypt's long dinner party. They ate like kings, they drank like gods, and they died like everyone else, stuffed, sick, and embalmed with care. The marble busts still sit in museums, brows untroubled, cheeks smooth, but if you had a CT scanner and a time machine, you'd find the same story again, the same swollen livers, the same inflamed joints, the same hollow silence beneath the crown. You stand now at the edge of Alexandria, the sea wind in your face, the sun low over the Mediterranean. Somewhere behind you the kitchens still hum, the olive oil still drips, the wine still pours, but the empire is wobbling, and the banquet's last course is already cooling on the table. Picture this now, the throne room quiet, the incense gone stale, the pharaoh alone on his high seat, belly gently rising beneath layers of embroidered linen. He's not young anymore, not that he ever really was in the ways that counted. His movements are slower, more deliberate. His breath comes in soft huffs after each step. He's not dying, not yet, but the body tells its own stories. And here's the odd thing, he's not ashamed. If anything, he's proud, because in ancient Egypt, weight wasn't a flaw, it was a message. Obesity, in a strange twist of history, was sometimes seen as a symbol of divine favour and political power. A round body suggested abundance, stability, access. You didn't grow a soft belly working in the fields. You grew it being worshipped, fed and adored. The bigger the king, the richer the land, at least in theory. There's something so deeply ironic about that, right? In today's world, being too large is seen as a warning. In theirs, it was a billboard that screamed, "All is well." You can see this mindset show up in depictions of not just kings, but court officials and priests. Statues of nobles from the Middle and New Kingdoms occasionally show individuals with paunchy bellies and thick necks. These weren't caricatures, they were status flexes. If you were round, you were well fed. If you were well fed, you were important. End of story. The lean body wasn't admired, it was pitied. And it wasn't just about food. Fatness suggested you didn't have to labour, walk, or even move much. It meant you had people to do things for you. Bring your slippers, carry your fan, lift your goblet, turn the pages of your scroll. You were a being above physical hardship. That's a powerful image in a society built on hierarchies, where 95% of people lived on the edge of famine year after year. While peasants stooped over irrigation ditches, the king reclined on a cedar couch and reached for another slice of honey pigeon. It wasn't gluttony, it was theatre. There's a deeper, more spiritual layer too. In Egyptian thought, the body and soul were deeply intertwined. A prosperous physical form reflected a prosperous soul. Just as the Nile's flood brought fertility and abundance to the land, a king's fleshy form represented cosmic balance. He embodied the country. If he grew, the kingdom grew. If he shrank, it spelled trouble. The health of the land was measured in waistlines. But of course, not everyone bought into this. Among scholars today, there's a running debate. Did ancient Egyptians really value obesity? Or were they just resigned to it? Some argue that large bodies were tolerated, not celebrated. That the imagery of plumpness came with a wink, a silent, satirical nod to excess. Others insist the message was genuine. Food equals prosperity, and prosperity equals divine alignment. Honestly, it might have depended on the decade or the artist. Still, evidence points to deliberate cultivation of the image. Royal banquets weren't just about feeding, they were about being seen eating. Consuming in public was political. The king didn't just accept offerings, he devoured them. He participated in ritual meals where his fullness was symbolic. To leave a table unfinished would risk looking weak. You had to be visibly full, painfully full, full like the grain silos after a bountiful flood. That wasn't indigestion, that was ideology. And let's not forget the clothing. Robes were designed to flow and drape, emphasizing roundness while hiding movement. The visual effect was always the same, smooth, serene, massive. The body as monument, a living sphinx wrapped in linen and gold. Even accessories played a role. Wide belts, layered necklaces, and heavy collars that made the neck seem thicker, the chest broader. Nothing was accidental. The pharaoh wasn't just dressing up, he was curating a message with every crease and clasp. There's something almost tragic about this too, because it means the pharaoh couldn't be vulnerable, couldn't say, "I'm tired, I'm sick, I've had enough." He was trapped in a visual myth, one that required constant maintenance. The bigger he got, the more divine he seemed, but also the more fragile. Behind the ceremonial headdress and carefully shaped beard was a man who probably suffered from daily pain. But you'd never know it. You weren't supposed to. The performance didn't allow for frailty. And so over time the body became a political object, managed, expanded into protected. A slow accumulation of calories and symbolism. Even as the kingdom faltered, the royal belly stayed round. Even as rebellions brewed and treasuries emptied, the banquet table remained full. Because the image mattered more than the body itself, power had to look a certain way, solid, immovable and well-fed. Here's a strange detail that sums it up. Some tomb inscriptions include lists of meals consumed by the deceased during their life. Not just what they ate, but how much. These were brag sheets. He ate 12 oxen, 50 geese, 10,000 loaves of bread. Not metaphors, not symbolic, just raw numbers carved into stone like battle victories. Because for the elite, fullness was the ultimate resume. You're starting to see it now, the way food became a language. Not one of taste or nutrition, but of image and dominance. The more you ate, the more you were. And so the king grew, slowly, inevitably, until his body spoke louder than his voice. You step away from the imagined throne now, the scent of roast duck fading in your mind. Behind you, the silhouette of the king looms, not with a sword, not with a decree, but with his fullness, a shape carved from privilege, a monument to indulgence, a symbol of power, and a warning written in flesh. Now let's leave the palaces, the banquet halls, and the tombs behind for a moment. Step outside the gilded illusion and follow the Nile's gentle curve southward, where reeds sway along the riverbank and fishermen mend their nets in the sun. Here, far from the velvet cushions of the pharaoh's throne, you'll meet the people who truly fed Egypt, the farmers, bakers, brewers, herders and foragers. Their bodies tell a very different story than the ones wrapped in linen and polished gold. Because while the elite stuffed themselves into godhood, the average Egyptian lived lean, hard and hungry. The contrast is sharp. You can almost feel it in the bones, literally. Archaeologists examining non-elite graves have found skeletons that are wiry, dense and marked by labour. Worn knees, arthritic spines, teeth ground down from coarse bread, and ribs that hint at periodic malnourishment. These were people who ate to survive, not to perform. Their diet was high in fibre, low in fat and heavily dependent on seasonal crops and whatever protein could be scavenged or bartered. Bread, onions, lentils, leeks, dates, simple, repetitive, functional. And yet strangely they may have been healthier in some ways than their sacred rulers. No distended bellies here, no signs of gout or arterial clogging. Many commoners showed no evidence of the kind of metabolic breakdown that plagued the elite. Sure, they suffered from parasites, infections and the occasional skull fracture from poorly managed workplace drama, but they weren't collapsing under the weight of luxury. Their bodies were weathered, but honest. You'd think the pharaohs might have learned something from the people who kept their grain stores full, but the gap between the palace and the village was vast. The elite rarely interacted with the working class except to collect taxes, extract labour, or summon servants to the palace for feasts they could never eat at. And while peasants worshipped the same gods, they approached them with dirt under their nails, not gilded prayer scrolls. Their offerings were meagre, loaves of bread, sips of beer, the occasional vegetable. But maybe those offerings kept them more in balance than the oxen-sacrificing aristocrats. It's fascinating and a little depressing how dietary class lines shaped Egyptian society. Food wasn't just sustenance, it was hierarchy carved into your bones. The wealthy had access to meats, sweeteners, alcohol, and imported goods. The poor had access to sorghum and hope, and while the poor often starved during drought years, the rich literally ate themselves into immobility. Opposite ends of the same Nile, flowing in one direction. What's truly wild is that this division wasn't just economic, it was religious. The gods themselves were depicted receiving massive platters of roasted meats, fruits and beer, things only the elite could afford to offer. So peasants in turn offered what they had: vegetables, milk, the occasional fish. Their prayers were quieter, their rituals smaller, but maybe, just maybe, the gods listened anyway. And here's something curious. In some religious texts, moderation is praised. Instructions to live simply, avoid indulgence, and care for the body as a gift from the gods appear in wisdom literature and healing papyri. But who were those texts really for? Certainly not the kings hosting meat-flooded banquets every other week. It seems like the knowledge was there, but ignored, buried under layers of honey glaze and ritual wine. That said, even among commoners, there was hierarchy. Temple workers and scribes often lived better than farmers, with access to temple granaries and slightly more diverse diets. These semi-elite classes sometimes developed dental issues and early signs of obesity, just enough to suggest that once a little privilege was introduced, the body responded. But it rarely got out of hand. There was no golden couch to collapse into at the end of the day. A man who ate too much still had to show up at the granary in the morning. And then there were the soldiers, fit, mobile, lean, and mostly fueled by hard bread, dried dates, and good dried meat. These weren't bodybuilders, but they were active and alert, living off simple foods with just enough calories to keep them alive through long, disparate marches. Some mummies of military men show almost no signs of internal decay. Strong bones, good muscle tone, decent teeth. They didn't live forever, but while they did, they moved like people who weren't weighed down by ceremonial ducks. Even women in lower classes, though overworked and vulnerable to complications from childbirth and poor sanitation, rarely showed signs of the obesity-related issues seen in the royal court. Their diets were modest but relatively well balanced in terms of nutrients. Leafy greens, onions, legumes and bread made from less refined grains offered a surprising amount of nutritional diversity. They weren't healthy by modern standards, but they weren't clogging their arteriates with fig paste either. Of course, none of this was romantic. These people lived short, hard lives. Many died in their 30s or 40s, their bodies etched with the physical demands of work and scarcity. But they didn't die of excess. Their bodies wore out from use, not from decay by indulgence. And that's what makes the contrast so sharp. In a land where divine order mattered above all else, the people closest to the earth lived within natural limits, while the ones claiming the sun as their father drowned in overabundance. There's even a strange justice in that. The workers who built the tombs were probably the healthiest people in them. Their spines may have ached, their hands calloused, but their blood moved cleanly through their veins. The kings who lay beneath golden masks, not so lucky. So as you walk along the river now, past the humble mud brick homes, the small garden plots, the children chasing chickens through alleyways, you start to see the kingdom in two layers, one heavy with wealth and wine, the other held together with lentils and labour. And maybe the gods, if they ever had preferences, watched both, the gluttons in gold and the lean ones who made the bread. Let's step away from the dusty kitchens and tombs and climb instead into the minds of those who tried to make sense of it all, the ancient Egyptian doctors, priests and scribes who wrestled with the mysteries of the body long before stethoscopes or health insurance were a thing. It's easy to assume that no one back then understood the damage caused by the pharaoh's extravagant diets. But the truth is more complicated. The ancient Egyptians had a surprisingly advanced, if slightly magical, approach to health. And buried inside their scrolls and rituals were warnings the kings might have done well to heed. Imagine this: a physician arrives at the palace, summoned to examine the divine body of a pharaoh who hasn't had a real bowel movement in 2 weeks. His knees ache, his breath wheezes, his fingers are swollen and his stomach feels like it's about to explode. The king, of course, won't say any of this aloud. He just sits there, scowling and clutching his ceremonial flail. But the physician knows. He's seen it before, and now he has to fix it. Ideally without offending a man who can have him turned into mummy jerky if he misreads the vibes. Egyptian medicine combined practical observation with spiritual belief. Illness wasn't just physical, it was cosmic imbalance. Blocked bowels could be caused by demons, swelling in the limbs, possibly punishment from an offended deity. But these explanations didn't stop physicians from experimenting with real remedies. Their texts include laxatives made from figs, enemas of milk and honey, poultices of herbs, and oils rubbed into joints with surprisingly accurate anatomical instructions. There were even surgical procedures for wounds and fractures. So yes, they knew a thing or two. The Ebers Papyrus, one of the oldest medical documents in the world, contains more than 700 prescriptions and spells for treating everything from toothaches to what sounds suspiciously like type 2 diabetes. While it doesn't name the condition directly, it mentions symptoms like excessive thirst, frequent urination, and sweet-smelling breath, all signs of insulin issues. The cure? A mix of wheat, fruit, and beer. Not great advice, but hey, points for recognising the problem. The problem was, none of these remedies worked long-term when the patient was still eating 10 times a day and washing it all down with a jug of spiced wine. For the elite, food was ritual, not nourishment. And that made the doctor's job both sacred and impossible. You couldn't tell a pharaoh to skip the 5th helping of honey-glazed goose without risking your head. So the physicians did what they could, wrapped symptoms in poetic phrases, applied salves, burned incense, and hoped that the gods were feeling merciful. Here's where things get really bizarre. In temple records, we find evidence that some pharaohs had personal physicians, almost like early private healthcare. These elite doctors were highly trained and often revered as holy men. They were allowed to touch the sacred body, inspect its fluids, even insert things into royal orifices if the situation got desperate. That level of trust meant these doctors likely saw the truth beneath the gold, the bloating, the pain, the heavy breathing during ceremonies. They knew. They just couldn't say it out loud, and sometimes not even the best physicians could save a king from himself. There are tomb inscriptions that mention withered limbs or sudden darkness of the heart, both of which could be interpreted as stroke or heart failure. In one case, a pharaoh reportedly collapsed during a festival after the blood in his chest rose like the flood. That's either metaphor or a particularly florid description of a cardiac event. Either way, his body was embalmed the next day, so not great. Even the concept of balance or ma'at applied to health. Just as the king was meant to maintain cosmic harmony in society, he was also supposed to embody it physically. But what happens when the symbol of cosmic balance can't climb a flight of stairs without assistance? When his stomach is larger than his sense of proportion? You can imagine the quiet stress among temple physicians trying to maintain appearances. A little extra linen here, a careful diet scroll slipped under a fruit platter there. It was medical work performed in whispers. Some physicians also turned to amulets and spells, believing that certain gods could relieve physical suffering. Sekhmet, The lion-headed goddess of war and healing was often invoked during illness, but she was temperamental. If she wasn't impressed, things went south quickly. In one ritual, a priest-doctor would recite incantations while anointing the king's belly with oil made from sacred plants. Sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. Either way, the ritual mattered more than the result. Of course, there's a fringe theory that some priests and doctors actually encouraged overindulgence. Not because it helped, but because it kept the king dependent. A sick ruler needed more rituals, more healing, more divine interpretation. It was job security for the priesthood. The heavier the king, the more servants, offerings, and spells he required. And the more tightly the religious elite could wrap themselves around him like linen around a bloated corpse. The common people, by contrast, had far fewer options. If you were a farmer with a toothache, your choices were limited to chewing certain roots, smearing dung-based ointments on your jaw, or praying really hard. Doctors did treat the poor occasionally, but most medical attention was concentrated around the temples and royal courts. So while the pharaoh choked down another resin-drenched goose leg, his subjects hoped their homemade fig paste would cure whatever was killing them. Still, there's something almost heroic about those ancient physicians trying to patch up bodies that were disintegrating under the weight of sacred expectations. Their hands moved across royal skin with knowledge, reverence, and fear. They whispered healing words into ears too clogged to hear. They wrote scrolls full of hope and despair. And here you are in a shadowy chamber lit by a single flickering torch, reading over one of those scrolls. You see the words, to cool the swelling of the belly, to calm the troubled heart, to ease the fullness that burdens the god. It's part medicine, part poetry, and entirely human. A plea not just for health, but for mercy, for balance, for a chance to make the divine body feel something close to peace. The tomb is ready now, after months, sometimes years, of labour, cutting, painting, hauling, sealing and staging. The final resting place for the king stands complete beneath the desert sand, hidden from the world but prepared for eternity. The halls echo with silence, not yet filled with the ceremony of burial. You step inside before the procession arrives, torchlight flickering against images of feasting, worship and eternal joy. And as you pass scenes of golden chalices, stacked bread, and tables overflowing with duck and ox meat, one thing becomes clear. Death for a pharaoh isn't the end of indulgence, it's just a change of venue. Welcome to the afterlife pantry, better stocked than any mortal kitchen, meticulously painted on every surface and spiritually engineered to last forever. Because in ancient Egyptian belief, the afterlife wasn't a place of judgment and restraint. It was a perfected version of life, a never-ending banquet where hunger didn't exist because the table was always full. The goal of burial preparation wasn't to strip the king of worldly pleasures. It was to guarantee he never went a moment without them again. That's why these tombs are filled with food. Real food, fake food, magically empowered food. Clay pots of dried grains and lentils, loaves of ceremonial bread wrapped in linen, jars of beer sealed with resin, honey, spices, smoked meats, dried figs, and when that wasn't practical, sculpted substitutes took their place. Wooden ducks, painted haunches of beef, stone loaves and clay jars, all engraved with magical texts that instructed them to become real in the afterlife. The king didn't have to eat stone. The gods would transform it into a feast the moment he crossed the threshold. Some tombs even had kitchens. Not literal stoves and sinks, but designated chambers filled with model ovens, servant figurines and rows of food offerings. It was like packing a mini palace in a suitcase. There were scenes of banquets carved in relief, sometimes with the king seated and served by gods themselves. The message? The pharaoh wouldn't just survive in the afterlife, he'd be fed better than ever. But this afterlife pantry was more than practical. It was symbolic insurance. In a kingdom obsessed with cosmic order, ensuring that the king continued to consume meant ensuring that Egypt itself remained in balance. If the pharaoh didn't eat, the sun might not rise. If his plate went empty, the Nile might fail to flood. The relationship between ruler and cosmos was so intertwined that feeding the dead king became a sacred national duty, and boy was he wide. Inscriptions from the tomb of Thutmose III list daily offerings meant for the afterlife. 40 loaves of bread, 20 jars of beer, 10 cuts of beef, of ducks, 4 geese, a basket of fruit, a pitcher of wine, and some sweet cakes per day, not for a festival, every single day. The priests were responsible for replenishing these offerings, either physically or ritually, ensuring the eternal buffet never closed. Of course, no one believed the actual meat and bread lasted forever. That's where the magic came in. A priest would perform a ritual called the opening of the mouth, essentially turning the food into divine fuel. By speaking the right words, they activated the spiritual essence of each item. The clay duck became a real duck. The beer jar filled itself. The bread glowed with immortality. The king wouldn't just eat, he'd feast in supernatural HD. But if that sounds idyllic, consider the weird twist. The king's afterlife depended on being constantly served. Even in death, he wasn't free. He needed offerings, rituals, attention, priests had to be paid, temples endowed, rituals maintained. If something interrupted that cycle, if a temple lost funding or a priest skipped the ceremony, the king's eternal feast might flicker and fade. No offerings meant no sustenance. Immortality, it turned out, was a subscription service. This reliance sparked entire industries. Tomb workers, artisans, scribes, and temple cooks were all part of the machine that kept the dead kings alive. Some tombs even included backup servers, rows of Ushabti figures, tiny mummified servants, sometimes hundreds of them, ready to step in and cook, clean, serve, and prepare food in the next world. Eternal gig workers for an eternal glutton. And yet, for all this preparation, the king's actual body was still rotting. Sure, the embalmers did their best, but mummification had its limits. Over the centuries, many royal mummies bloated, blackened, leaked resin, or crumbled into unrecognisable lumps. Some were robbed, others were moved. A few ended up in museum basements or display cases, far from their promised palaces of eternity. And no matter how well the magical food was painted, you can't really eat from a wall. There's a bittersweet irony here. The kings who lived in luxury and died with every resource at their disposal still needed ongoing care to maintain the illusion. Their tombs were masterpieces, yes, but they were also desperate insurance policies. Vaults against the reality that all bodies decay, all food spoils, and even gods grow hungry in the dark. One fringe theory suggests that all this feasting in the afterlife was less about indulgence and more about fear. Fear that the king would be forgotten. Fear that his divine identity would fade. So they overcompensated. More food, more offerings, more carvings, until the walls could hardly hold it all. Anxious abundance painted over mortal fragility. And so you stand now in the centre of a silent tomb, the walls around you glowing with golden ducks, silver goblets, and pyramids of bread. It's beautiful, it's haunting, it's absurd. The pharaoh's body lies in its sealed sarcophagus, waiting for priests who no longer come. The food has long since turned to dust. The ritual has lapsed. The king, once the hungriest man in Egypt, now feasts only in memory. But somehow that was always the point. The ritual wasn't meant to feed the body, it was meant to feed the idea. The king may be dead, but the illusion of eternal fullness remains, etched forever into the stone. You're standing on the edge of it all now, the past trailing behind you like the long train of a royal robe, heavy with ceremony, gold leaf, and crumbs from 1,000 feasts. Egypt stretches out beneath your feet in layers, the glistening Nile, the bustling cities of scribes and artisans, the towering temples lined with gods, and finally the tombs tucked away in dry cliffs, filled with the silence of kings. And it hits you. The story of pharaonic obesity isn't really about the food, it's about power. Food was just the currency, obesity was the receipt. It's easy, maybe a little smug, to look back and laugh, to roll your eyes at the image of a divine ruler wheezing through a ritual jog, cheeks puffed with honey cakes, being fanned by a dozen shirtless servants, while a harpist plays softly to distract from his indigestion. But the truth is, this wasn't a failure of discipline. It was the end result of a system designed to trap everyone, especially the king, in a loop of symbolism that couldn't be broken. Because what you ate in ancient Egypt said everything about you. For the average person, food was a daily negotiation with survival. A good year meant there'd be enough grain to last until the next flood. A bad one meant hunger, maybe death. But for the pharaoh, food wasn't a concern, it was a performance. Every bite was political theatre. Every swallow, a declaration of cosmic control. The more visibly consumed, the more stability he was believed to command. Starving kings didn't inspire confidence. So he ate, not because he was hungry, but because the nation expected him to. And as dynasties rose and fell, the patterns didn't change. The priests kept feeding. The cooks kept preparing. The scribes kept recording. The statues kept lying. It was a cycle as dependable as the floodwaters of the Nile, and just as unforgiving. But what happens when the performance outpaces the performer? When the food becomes not just symbolic, but suffocating? The truth, whispered in embalming chambers and wrapped under linen, is that many pharaohs probably suffered terribly. Chronic pain, infections, obesity-related illnesses that had no names but very real consequences. They lived with symptoms the priests called curses, and the doctors treated with rituals and fig paste, and when they died, the system just doubled down. More food offerings, more magical spells, more illusions. And yet, despite all of this, despite the bloated mummies and the overly literal tomb paintings and the CT scans showing joints eroded by a lifetime of luxury, there's still a strange beauty to it, because underneath the gluttony was a yearning, to be remembered, to be honoured, to be eternal. The Egyptians didn't just want to live forever, they wanted to be known forever, even if that meant building entire industries to support an afterlife menu the size of a royal banquet. What's wild is how much of it worked. Thousands of years later, we're still talking about these rulers, still excavating their diets from the layers of history, trying to piece together their real bodies from the ones carved in stone. We may not envy their cholesterol levels, but there's something magnetic about them, isn't there? These men and women who lived like gods and left behind enough breadcrumbs, literal and metaphorical, to feed scholars for generations. There's an open question among Egyptologists that still doesn't have a clean answer. Did they know? Did the pharaohs realise they were dying from excess? Or did they believe, to the very end, that their fullness was divine? That the aching knees, the short breath, the swollen feet were simply the price of proximity to the gods? Maybe some of them figured it out. Maybe they just didn't care. After all, they weren't aiming for a ripe old age, they were aiming for eternity. And then there's the mirror we have to hold up to ourselves. Because while the circumstances have changed, the basic blueprint hasn't. We still celebrate indulgence. We still equate wealth with excess. We still build images of perfection that don't match the messy reality beneath. Ancient Egypt may be gone, but the theatre of consumption very much still running. As you leave the Valley of the Kings, the wind picks up a little, dry and warm and laced with centuries. You imagine the echoes of a distant festival, music, laughter, plates clinking. Somewhere in the distance, a priest chants a blessing over an impossibly large platter of duck. And there, seated at the centre of the celebration, is the king. His back is stiff, his eyes are tired, but he smiles, because everyone's watching. And that's the thing about being a pharaoh. You can never stop performing, not in life, not in death, not even when your stomach aches and your robe won't close. He raises a goblet. He takes another bite. He is full, he is powerful, he is trapped. So now that the torches have gone out and the tomb doors are sealed behind us, what are we really left with? Not just the image of overweight kings waddling through marble halls, but a full, complicated story about how power shapes bodies, how symbolism can outweigh sanity, and how even gods can be undone by too many cakes. The pharaohs weren't fools. They were trapped in a machine built of ritual, expectation and spectacle. And their diets, those were just the most edible parts of a much larger system. What makes this bedtime story stick in your teeth a little is how familiar it all feels. Different time, different continent, different gods, but the performance of power hasn't gone anywhere. We still glorify excess, tsesil. We still confuse visibility with vitality. We still let people drown in indulgence as long as they do it with a good tailor and the right lighting. The difference is, we've traded tomb paintings for Instagram feeds, and instead of eternal bread loaves, we've got all-you-can-eat buffets. But maybe there's something comforting in knowing this isn't new, that even the mightiest rulers in history, with all their gold and priests and pyramids, couldn't escape their own appetites, that even in a culture obsessed with immortality, the body still had the final word, and that somewhere deep in a royal tomb a pharaoh is still lying there, beautiful mask above, bloated truth beneath, waiting for a meal that'll never come. So tonight, let that be your lullaby. A kingdom built on bread, a god who couldn't say no, and the gentle truth that sometimes even the divine need a nap after dinner. Hey guys, tonight we're hitching up our oxen, loading the wagons and setting off into one of the grimiest, most grueling yet weirdly romanticized adventures in American history. Yeah, we're talking about the Oregon Trail, the ultimate choose-your-own disaster experience. You've probably heard of it, maybe even died of dysentery on an old-school classroom computer, but tonight you're going to live it. And spoiler alert, you probably won't survive this. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know in the comments what city you're watching from and what time it is there. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. It starts in the spring of 1846. You've spent the winter in Missouri watching the snow melt and waiting for the land to thaw. Now it's April, and the buzz in Independence is electric. Dozens of families like yours, wagons lined up for days, oxen steaming in the morning chill. You're leaving behind a modest farmhouse, your favourite tree, your town, maybe even some relatives who think you're insane for going west. But you've got gold-tinted dreams and whispers of lush farmland in Oregon Territory. In truth, you don't really know what's out there. You just know it has to be better than what you're leaving behind. Debts, over-farmed land, and yet another year of not enough rain. There's an odd energy in the air. Some people are giddy, treating this like a grand vacation. Others have that 1,000-yard stare, like they've already imagined every one of their children buried in a shallow grave. You're caught in between. You've packed, repacked, and repacked again. You've argued with your spouse about whether to bring the rocking chair. You've bought enough flour to bake bread for an entire cavalry. And yet, even with all this planning, there's a gnawing feeling that something, maybe many somethings, are going to go very wrong. Your wagon is sturdy, or so the man who sold it claimed. The canvas top is stretched over wooden bows, offering shade but not much else. Inside, you've crammed in everything from barrels of bacon and beans to a small iron stove you absolutely insisted on bringing, despite your cousin's warning that it's dead weight. You've got rifles, a cast iron skillet, a coffee grinder, and one slightly smushed porcelain doll for your daughter. And yet already you're wondering if it's too much. You hear the oxen before you see them. Snorting massive beasts with the kind of eyes that seem older than civilization itself. You're told they're better than horses, slower, yes, but steadier. Less likely to break a leg. You pat one on the side and it lets out a sound that's equal parts bored and disgusted. It's going to be a long ride. On the morning of departure, the town is chaos. Children are crying, mothers are snapping at fathers, and a guy named Lester is arguing about who gets to be wagon master. Spoiler, you do not want to be wagon master. It's a glorified babysitting job where you get blamed for every wrong turn, a lost ox, and misjudged river depth. But you also don't want Lester doing it. He once tried to trade a live chicken for a haircut. You vote for the quiet farmer from Ohio instead. He seems less likely to steer you into a canyon. Your first steps on the trail are weirdly underwhelming. There's no trumpet fanfare, no cinematic sweep of prairie grass, just a muddy path and the creak of wooden wheels. The realization hits you like a sack of flour. You're walking a lot. Sure, you could ride in the wagon, but only if you want to jostle against barrels and be crushed by shifting cargo. So you walk. Everyone does, except the elderly and the injured, which you're not yet, but give it time. A strange mix of emotions follows. Excitement flares when you pass the last general store. Fear kicks in once you realize that everything familiar is now behind you. The trees start to thin out, the houses vanish, and the land rolls flat and wide. It's beautiful in a desolate sort of way, like being on another planet made entirely of grass and bugs. Speaking of bugs, they are immediate and aggressive. By the first night, you've slapped more mosquitoes than you can count and learned that prairie gnats fly directly into your eyes on purpose, probably out of spite. You pitch camp beside a lazy creek and everyone tries to pretend this is fun. Fires are built, songs are sung, someone even tries to tell a joke. But the truth is, you're already tired, your boots are too stiff, and the kids won't stop asking when you'll be there. As you lie on a blanket beneath the wagon, because tent space is tight, you find yourself listening. The distant lowing of oxen, the rhythmic snoring of the family next to yours. A coyote, maybe, or someone's very sick mule. The night is cold and the ground is harder than you expected. Your hip already hurts. The stars above are breathtaking, though. An ocean of silver, so wide and clear it feels like falling upward. You tell yourself this will be worth it. That in 6 months, you'll have your own land, your own home, and a chance at something better. But for now, you can't shake the feeling that you've just made the biggest mistake of your life. Here's your historical fact of the night. Roughly 400,000 people travelled the Oregon Trail between the 1830s and 1860s. That's like emptying a modern football stadium and marching everyone 2,000 miles across unforgiving terrain with nothing but wooden wagons and hope. Quirky fact: some people actually brought pianos, like real pianos. Spoiler, they didn't make it. Many ended up abandoned on the side of the trail like a trail of broken dreams and out-of-tune ambitions, and a hot debate. Scholars still argue over whether the journey was fueled more by religious zeal, economic desperation, or just good old American wanderlust. Probably all three, plus a hefty scoop of not knowing what the heck they were in for. By the second day, your feet already hate you. You wake up feeling like you've been trampled by your own oxen, which honestly might have happened, considering how badly they sleepwalk when spooked by coyotes. Your back is sore from the ground, your eyes crusted with dust, and your boots feel like medieval torture devices. Still, you're up with the sun because that's what trail life demands. There are no snooze buttons out here, only the sounds of creaking wheels, squawking chickens, and someone already yelling about lost coffee beans. You choke down a breakfast of damp cornbread and coffee made from yesterday's boiled grounds, and then it's back to the same old rhythm. Pack up camp, yell at the children, yoke the oxen, curse whoever made the decision to pack your entire life into a rolling wooden box and drag it across half a continent. By mile 10, it becomes painfully clear. Riding in the wagon is a fantasy. The jostling alone could dislodge your spine. Every bump in the trail is a full-body event. It's smoother to walk, sort of. Well, not smoother, but you don't feel like your brain is being knocked loose with every rut and rock. The wagons creak and groan like ships on dry land, and your feet thud against the hard-packed earth in a steady, dragging beat. You thought this would be an adventure, a westward journey like the ones in penny novels. What you didn't count on is how mind-numbing the routine would be. Wake, walk, eat, walk, set up camp, sleep, repeat, and this is just the beginning. By mid-morning you start noticing something else. Your fellow travellers are getting on your nerves. Turns out putting 50 strangers together in tight quarters with minimal hygiene and lots of beans leads to tension. Someone's dog keeps chasing chickens. Another guy insists on playing the fiddle while walking. You didn't know it was possible to play off-key while fiddling one string, but here we are. And don't even get started on the woman who keeps humming the same hymn over and over like it's a magic spell. Still, there's a certain comfort in the group, like a slow-moving herd of anxious buffalo. You travel in clusters, sometimes 3 or 4 wagons across, blocking the trail and arguing about whether this counts as making good time. You form friendships, grudges, and vague alliances like it's some wagon train reality show. There's always one couple having a loud fight by the fire, someone who's just a little sick but coughing up a lung, and that one guy who won't stop talking about his land claim in Oregon like he already owns half the territory. You try to keep your spirits up. After all, the scenery is changing. You're leaving behind the scrubby edges of Missouri and moving into open plains, golden waves of grass that ripple with every gust of wind. It's beautiful, but it's also endless. The land seems to stretch forever, flat and shimmering in the sun, with no trees in sight. And the trail itself is just 2 dusty grooves beaten into the earth by thousands of wagons that came before you. A rut of history, and now you're in it. You get to know your wagon in ways you never wanted to. Every creak is a new fear. Every lurch means something is shifting, probably in the worst possible way. The back wheel is always threatening to pop off, the canvas top flaps in the wind like it's mocking you. Inside, everything is packed tight. Barrels, bedding, tools, and somehow it still smells like wet wood and old cheese. You tried to keep things organised, but the first time you hit a pothole the size of a bathtub, your careful packing turned into a chaotic stew of flour, boots, and personal shame. Your oxen, bless their plodding, slobbery souls, are the real MVPs. Slow, yes, but strong and stubborn like trail-borne tanks. You talk to them now, half out of boredom, half out of the creeping suspicion they're smarter than some of the people in your party. You name them ridiculous things, Butterscotch and Thunderhoof. You don't know why, but it helps. When Thunderhoof poops mid-walk, you just sigh and step around it like you've been doing this your whole life. Around midday, you finally stop to rest. It's hot, your shirt sticks to your back, and you swear you've never drunk so much water in your life and still felt dry. The group circles up near a sparse patch of trees, shade, blessed shade, and someone passes around biscuits that taste like flour and sadness. You stretch your legs, check the wagon wheels, and try to ignore the growing pile of flies buzzing around your food. Someone suggests pushing on another 5 miles before sundown. A groan ripples through the camp. This, you realise, is the real Oregon Trail experience. It's not the cholera, not yet. It's the constant motion, the monotony, the way your body begins to rebel even as your brain numbs. You've barely travelled 30 miles and already you feel like you've aged a year. Your muscles ache, your nerves fray, and every little sound, oxen snorting, someone whining about dry bread, feels like a personal attack. Historically, pioneers covered an average of 15 to 20 miles a day on a good stretch. But not every day is good. Rain, wheel breakage, sick animals, everything slows you down. And you haven't even hit a real obstacle yet. This is the easy part. This is the warm-up. Quirky fact. Some pioneers actually brought homemade wagon seats designed to swing from the canvas ribs, sort of like hammock chairs so they could avoid the brutal jostling. Most of these snapped or dumped their passengers straight into flour barrels during the first rough trail patch. You chuckle at the memory of one woman hanging upside down like a flustered bat, legs tangled in a bonnet, shrieking at her husband. And here's something scholars still debate. Why did so many pioneers assume they could just figure it out once they got to Oregon? Many didn't know how to farm, build homes, or even hunt. They just believed the land would provide. It's still unclear whether this was sheer optimism, or just the most aggressive group manifestation in history. By the time you make camp again, your boots are crusted with mud, your legs feel like jelly, and your youngest has developed a mysterious rash. You're too tired to care. You lay back under the wagon, your body bruised and baking in the late sun, and stare up at the underside of your home on wheels. It's only been 2 days, but you already understand something crucial. This trail is going to strip you down. No illusions, no comforts, just you, the road, and a whole lot of walking. By the end of your first week on the trail, you've discovered that this journey is less of a solo mission and more like a slowly unravelling small-town drama on wheels. Your wagon isn't just yours anymore. It's part of a larger caravan, a ragtag collective of roughly 20 families bound together by desperation, wild ambition, and the hope that someone else packed more beans than you did. You quickly learn that survival out here isn't just about strength or endurance. It's about teamwork, politics, and a whole lot of compromise. Every morning starts with a group meeting. The wagon master, quiet Ohio guy still in charge for now, gathers everyone around and lays out the route for the day. He's calm and reasonable, which is probably why everyone's secretly preparing to overthrow him. Decisions have to be made constantly. Do you take the flatter northern route that adds mileage but saves the oxen? Or the shortcut through the rocky hills that has a 50-50 chance of wrecking a wheel or two? Votes are cast, opinions are shared, and someone always manages to make it personal. You never realised how many different ways there are to argue about the direction north. Some swear by compasses, others by the sun, and one guy just follows the behaviour of squirrels. You silently vow never to listen to the squirrel guy again after his last shortcut led to a 6-hour detour and an argument so loud it scared off the wildlife. Then there's the issue of wagon spacing. Too close and you risk a wheel-to-wheel disaster, too far and you're vulnerable to attacks. Well, theoretically. Mostly the danger is losing sight of the caravan and getting hopelessly turned around in what looks like a grassy sea of sameness. So you keep close, trailing behind your neighbour's wagon while trying to ignore the way their supplies are tied down with string and prayer. You're all in this together, like it or not. Soon the caravan starts to splinter into roles. There's the wagon master, of course, who becomes more of a therapist than a leader. There's a scout, a wiry guy with eyes like a hawk and the social skills of a raccoon, who rides ahead to look for rivers, trails, and potential hazards. He rarely speaks unless it's bad news, and when he does speak, it's usually along the lines of, "That bridge is a lie," or, "We'll have to eat the mule." Charming fellow. You find yourself pulled into these group dynamics more than you'd like. Someone needs help fixing a broken wheel. You're suddenly a carpenter. A child has wandered off after a butterfly. You're now a tracker. Someone needs extra lard for tonight's beans. You're somehow the lard guy. Cooperation becomes a necessity, not a choice. But so does gossip. Oh, the gossip. Who's feuding with whom, who's been hoarding sugar, who's secretly carrying more whiskey than anyone admitted. Every campfire brings fresh drama. It's like Survivor Prairie Edition, Sometimes things get tense. A bad decision from the wagon master, like choosing a muddy shortcut, results in days lost and patience worn thin. People start murmuring about forming a new group, electing a new leader. You find yourself caught in quiet conversations, little factions forming around personalities instead of reason. You side with the group that seems least likely to yell at you before coffee. There's also a growing concern about fairness. Who gets to stop for breaks? Who leads the line when the trail narrows? Who decides how long the noon halt lasts? These sound like minor issues, but after a week of blisters, heat and dust in every bodily crevice, they feel monumental. You watch grown adults argue for 20 minutes about whether it's time to circle the wagons or keep moving. Meanwhile, the oxen are falling asleep where they stand. One day a decision has to be made about leaving someone behind. A man's axle is broken, and he doesn't have a spare. It's early in the trail, and most families are still hoarding their extra parts like gold. He begs. His wife is crying. His children look dazed and dust-covered. The wagon master says if someone gives him an axle, the whole train has to wait a day for repairs. The man from Kentucky volunteers. He has an extra. But as soon as he offers, someone else complains that it'll slow everyone down. Tensions rise, voices escalate. In the end, the vote is split. The wagon master casts the tiebreaker. The caravan waits. And just like that, a sense of unity returns. For now, you spend the day helping patch up the broken wagon. Others gather wood, check oxen shoes, and share food. It's weird how close you can feel to people after only a week of eating dust together. You laugh more that evening than you have since leaving Missouri. A girl braids your daughter's hair. A young man tries to play harmonica but only knows one song and keeps starting it over. For a moment, everything feels almost cozy. Here's your historical fact. Real-life wagon trains were often organised with detailed rules. Some even wrote constitutions, complete with fines for rule breaking. One train fined a man $2 for swearing in front of children. Trail just is fast and kind of adorable. Now, for a quirky fact, some caravans had unofficial judges who were elected to settle disputes. These were usually just stern-looking older men with no real legal background. But they carried the gavel, sometimes literally. In one case, a man ruled on a dispute between two women over pie theft. Justice was served. The pie was not. As for scholarly debate, historians still argue whether the wagon train system created democratic micro-societies or just barely organised chaos. Some say it was a proto-version of the American frontier town, with evolving social norms and even primitive elections. Others call it a Lord of the Flies on Wheels situation, held together by shared desperation and salted pork. That night, you lie awake thinking about the people you're travelling with. Strangers turned companions, rivals turned teammates. You wonder who will be there at the end of this trail. And quietly, you wonder if you will be. There comes a moment, usually around day 10, when you realise you packed your entire life into a wooden box the size of a garden shed and dragged it into the wilderness like that was a rational decision. You stare into the wagon, sweat soaking your collar, and wonder why in the blazing prairie sun you thought it was necessary to bring 4 cast iron pans, a rocking chair, and your uncle's taxidermy duck. It's not just clutter now, it's deadweight, and deadweight has to go. At first, everyone is precious about their belongings. There's a weird pride in how neatly things were packed, like you're all contestants on some frontier version of Tetris. But now, on a scorching afternoon when the trail becomes more sand than soil, and your oxen are looking at you like you're personally responsible for their misery, something shifts. You realise every extra pound is another minute of suffering, another reason the wheel creaks with that horrible splintering sound no one wants to hear. And so the great shedding begins. It starts subtly. A broken stool, a bucket that cracked in the heat. Easy choices. But soon, hard decisions have to be made. A woman you've barely spoken to is weeping as she hands off her china teacups to the prairie wind. A man tosses out a family portrait after a tense debate with his teenage son, who insists that hauling it is pointless. You try to pretend it's all logical, survival-based, but there's grief laced in every item left behind. These things weren't just cargo, they were memories, comforts, the last threads of the lives you all left back in Missouri. Your own sacrifices come with a little less ceremony. That stove you insisted on bringing? Gone. Rolled down a small hill and abandoned next to a surprisingly dignified pile of rejected bedposts. You keep the skillet, the coffee grinder, and your one luxury, a slightly water-stained copy of Gulliver's Travels. It doesn't weigh much, and some nights, reading by firelight keeps you from screaming at the sky. Food and supplies take priority now. Everyone starts double-checking their rations. Flour, salt, coffee, sugar. If you have it, you count it twice. If you don't, you start eyeing the neighbour's wagon and wondering if they'd notice a few spoonfuls missing. The flour barrels are shrinking faster than you hoped. Someone realises their bacon has gone rancid. The stench is immediate and offensive, like a punch in the sinuses. You'd help them bury it, feeling equal parts sad and envious that they hadn't enough bacon to rot in the first place. You also learn about a new unit of measurement. Space. Every inch matters. That small corner behind the wheel hub, suddenly perfect for rope. The hollow space under the tool chest, excellent for dried beans. Children get crammed between bags of rice and crates of canned peaches. Nobody's comfortable, nobody's clean. You're all just bags of humanity being shuffled daily across an unforgiving landscape. And then there's the constant battle with the wagon itself. You've never hated wood so much in your life. The planks warp in the heat. The wheels wobble no matter how often you reinforce them. Your husband or wife is perpetually covered in axle grease, swearing softly as they tighten spokes with a stick and sheer willpower. You joke about building a new wagon from all the parts being jettisoned along the way. Someone laughs, then seriously considers it. Resourcefulness or madness? Hard to tell anymore. Midweek, you cross a stretch of prairie so flat and wide it feels like the edge of the world. The trail is marked only by the faded remains of broken furniture, spilled nails, and the occasional tragic doll head staring blankly at the sky. You pass a chair with only one leg, a boot missing its partner, a Bible, pages fluttering in the wind like tiny white flags. It's a ghostly procession of dreams discarded, and it reminds you that most people ahead of you probably went through the same agonizing triage of personal belongings. By now, conversations at night have shifted. Less about the future, more about the practical. How many sacks of flour do you have left? Who's good at mending boots? Has anyone figured out how to patch a hole in canvas without it immediately tearing again? Someone shares a tip about soaking dried beans in river water overnight to make them cook faster. Another person, older and meaner, says you're all fools for not bringing hardtack. Bugs don't eat it, and neither do we, he growls, chewing it anyway. Historical side note. Most wagons had to carry 600 to 1,000 pounds of flour alone, plus bacon, lard, beans, rice, and a disturbingly large amount of coffee. Every family brought what they thought they'd need to survive 6 months, forgetting that surviving also meant dragging all that stuff across mountain ranges and rivers without the benefit of paved roads or common sense. Quirky fact, one woman brought up a grandfather clock, convinced it would be useful for maintaining a sense of order. It lasted 5 days before toppling over in the wagon and shattering into a pile of metaphor. She reportedly turned the clock face into a skillet lid. Now that's frontier innovation. And here's a fun academic squabble. Some historians claim the iconic covered wagon, the prairie schooner, was rarely used for actual riding due to discomfort and danger. Others argue that families routinely rotated riders to rest the elderly and young. No one can quite agree how much time pioneers spent inside their wagons versus trudging outside in the dust. What's certain? You're definitely not riding. You're hoofing it day after day because it turns out human legs are more reliable than hand-built wheels. That evening you settle into camp and take stock. You've lost a few items to the trail gods, but you've gained something else. Ruthlessness. You look at every object with suspicion now. Does it earn its space? Does it pull its weight? If not, it goes. Sentimentality gets you nowhere when your back is sore and your oxen are drooling from exhaustion. You sit near the fire, chewing on dry jerky that tastes like leather, mixed with regret. A nearby wagon is burning their broken bed frame and the flames crackle like applause. Someone passes around a jug of something vaguely alcoholic. You take a sip and cough violently, but your muscles relax for the first time in days. You think about home, your old house, the chair by the window, the dishes you left behind. You miss it all and none of it at the same time. What you've really left behind, you're starting to realise, is comfort, and there's no going back. You're not quite sure when the dread sets in, but it hits one morning, just as you squat behind a bush with a shovel in one hand and an unsettling gurgle in your gut. There are no bathrooms on the Oregon Trail, just open prairie, a bit of modesty, and a desperate hope that no one's looking. You dig fast, do your business even faster, and pray the wind doesn't shift. Welcome to the glamorous life of a westward pioneer, where your daily bowel movements are a public health hazard and also the #1 cause of death on the trail. It turns out dysentery is not just a funny punchline on an old computer game. It is a living, gut-twisting nightmare that moves through the camp like an invisible storm, wiping out dignity and hydration in equal measure. And it's not alone. There's cholera, typhoid, scurvy, and something the wagon master refers to ominously as plains fever. All you know is that people are sweating, vomiting, and collapsing in ways that no amount of herbal tea can fix. The root of all this? Hygiene, or the complete and utter lack of it. Soap is precious and mostly reserved for clothes, which still end up looking like they were washed in sadness. Bathing is a rare treat, something you do only when the weather's perfect, the river's deep enough, and you're feeling brave enough to expose your bare backside to an audience of mosquitoes and judging squirrels. Clothes stay on until they practically walk off by themselves. By week 3, you could bottle the smell of your boots and sell it as eau de regret. You do your best to stay clean. You wipe your hands with rags soaked in vinegar. You rinse dishes with sand and prayer. But there's only so much you can do when you're sharing a ladle with 20 other people and the nearest clean water is downstream from where the oxen bathe, drink, and relieve themselves. You start to play a mental game. Is this sickness from the beans, the water, or just the creeping realization that you made a terrible life choice? Sickness moves fast out here. One kid starts coughing on Monday, and by Wednesday half the caravan is walking like zombies. You watch a woman boil rags for compresses while muttering about garlic poultices. Someone else suggests bleeding the sick to balance the humours. You nod politely and then quietly hide all the sharp objects. There's no doctor among you, just rumours of one farther down the trail near Fort Laramie. You pray you'll make it that far. One evening the camp is quiet. Too quiet. A man named Harris, older, always joked he was too stubborn to die, hasn't moved from his bedroll in hours. His wife stands over him, fanning him with her bonnet while others gather nearby, pretending not to stare. You catch a glimpse of his face, pale, sweating and drawn tight like a sheet left too long in the sun. No one says the word, but everyone's thinking it. Cholera, the death sentence in disguise. Here's your historical fact for the night. Cholera was the leading killer on the Oregon Trail, responsible for an estimated 10,000 deaths. That's 10,000 people who set off for a better life and never made it past Nebraska. It spread through contaminated water and poor sanitation, and it could kill in a matter of hours. You could go to bed with a stomachache and be buried by sunrise. Quirky fact, some people try to ward off disease by wearing garlic necklaces, burning animal dung, or placing silver coins in their drinking barrels. One woman swore by keeping a potato in her pocket to draw the fever out. It worked about as well as you'd expect. Meanwhile, scholars still argue about how much the pioneers actually understood about germs. Germ theory wasn't widely accepted yet, so a lot of folks blamed bad air, unlucky stars, or moral failings. Some journals describe people moving their wagons to avoid sick winds, or burying the dead facing away from camp to prevent spirits from returning. It wasn't science, but when you're desperate, superstition feels oddly comforting. Back in camp, Harris passes away just before dawn. His wife doesn't cry, she just folds his blanket, tucks it under his chin, and sits quietly until someone comes with a shovel. They bury him on a small hill overlooking the trail, pile stones on top to keep the animals away, and carve his name into a piece of oak. A few people say a prayer. Most just keep their heads down, focused on not being next. You help dig the grave, because everyone helps. The soil is dry and packed tight, the kind of earth that resists intrusion. As you shovel, sweat dripping into your eyes, you wonder how many more graves you'll dig before this is over. Probably too many. It's a sobering thought, one that follows you even after the sun rises and the wagons creak back into motion. From that day forward, you see the trail differently, not just as a road to Oregon, but as a corridor of loss. Every few miles there's another grave, sometimes marked, sometimes not. You pass makeshift headstones with names fading in the wind, little crosses of willow wood, even one coffin wedged awkwardly between two boulders. You start to recognize the signs, a group walking slower than usual, someone missing from the evening circle, a bundle of clothes left behind without ceremony. At night, when the fire flickers low and the stars feel too close, you catch yourself listening for coughs in the dark. You count them like sheep. 1, 2, 3, silence. Then a deep hack from across camp, and you exhale, relieved that it's not someone from your wagon. Not yet. You start boiling all your water. You scrape every dish twice. You even fashion a crude latrine pit away from camp and try to convince others to use it. Most do. A few roll their eyes and go wherever the urge strikes. You quietly judge them. There's no pride left on the trail, but there is a kind of desperate hygiene-based hierarchy, and you're clawing your way to the top. That night you manage to rinse your face with cold stream water and sit by the fire, feeling almost human. You clutch your journal, scrawling down every little detail, not because it matters to anyone else, but because you want to remember. The pain, the fear, the weird moments of peace between disasters, the way the stars look when the world feels like it's ending, the way your hands shake just before sunrise knowing that the next day could be worse. But also, strangely, you feel stronger, more focused. You know now that survival out here isn't about being brave, it's about being careful, about watching what you eat, where you walk, who you trust, and how clean your shovel is. You fall asleep that night with a hand on your water pouch and a whisper of hope that tomorrow you'll all still be alive. You wake to hoofbeats and panic. Not your panic, yet, but the urgent low murmurs of your neighbours and the unmistakable clatter of oxen hooves where they shouldn't be. You scramble out from beneath your wagon, still tangled in your blanket, heart thudding in a strange rhythm. In the pre-dawn blue you see the silhouettes of animals bolting across the open plain, and someone's shouting, "The oxen, they're spooked!" You don't know why they're running or what set them off, but now you're sprinting after 2 half-ton beasts in boots that are barely tied and breath fogging in the cold morning air. Welcome to the wild side of the trail. The thing they don't tell you about the West is that nature is not a friendly backdrop. It's not a painting of purple mountains and gentle meadows. It's raw, untamed, and every bit as likely to kill you as disease or bad beans. That peaceful sunrise, it might come with a side of wolves. That quiet stream could be full of leeches, or worse, already claimed by something much hungrier than you. You catch one of your oxen near a cluster of low trees, wide-eyed and trembling. The other wanders in a daze, tailed or still twitching, ribs rising and falling like bellows. Spooked by a coyote, someone says. Or maybe a mountain lion. You don't see anything, just a thin line of paw prints in the dirt and the telltale stench of fear clinging to the animals like smoke. You soothe them as best you can, rubbing their flanks, murmuring nonsense. Eventually, you get them re-yoked, but the morning's been stolen. The caravan will leave late. Again. As the day wears on, the full scope of the wilderness begins to show itself. First, it's the buffalo. Massive herds spotted in the distance, their brown, shaggy shapes moving like a single living sea across the plains. The sight is stunning, majestic even, until one of them decides to veer dangerously close. Everyone freezes, children are shushed. Rifles appear like conjured objects. You don't breathe. The animal huffs once, snorts and turns away, disappearing into the herd again like a ghost of meat and muscle. Crisis averted for now, but not everything out here is awe-inspiring. Some of it's just unsettling. You come across a carcass, fresh, not human. A deer, perhaps. Its ribs are exposed, the stomach half-eaten. Flies buzz around it like a halo of rot. You look at the bite marks. Clean. Too clean. Something out there has teeth, and he was not eating jerky. Your group tightens that night. Wagons pulled close, rifles loaded and within arm's reach. You go to bed clutching yours like a security blanket. Here's your historical fact. Buffalo were both a blessing and a threat to pioneers. Their meat was prized, but hunting them was risky. Stampedes could destroy entire wagon trains. One recorded event described a herd that ran through a camp at night, smashing wagons and scattering supplies for miles, a real we're gonna die situation. And the quirky one, pioneers sometimes slept with pigs or goats in their wagons at night to stay warm and deter wild animals. There are multiple accounts of goats acting as makeshift alarm systems, bleating wildly when danger approached. One family even trained their pig to growl when wolves came near. His name was Winston. Winston was a hero. As for debates, there's still discussion among scholars about just how dangerous the wildlife really was. Diaries often exaggerate attacks, turning curious coyotes into mythical monsters. But bones don't lie. Animal attacks did happen, especially when the wagons crossed into more isolated or mountainous regions. The danger wasn't always the fangs and claws. Sometimes it was what the animals dragged away in the night. Food, shoes, even a toddler's. You start to take more precautions. Food is hung from trees or buried in caches at night. Livestock is hobbled and guarded. Children are lectured repeatedly not to wander, though one small boy keeps chasing birds plaquis. He's on a personal mission from heaven. You carry your rifle more openly, even when walking. It's not just about looking brave, it's about being ready. Midway through the week, your wagon train spots something odd. A pile of bones, arranged neatly in a circle. Too neat to be natural. There are no wagon ruts nearby, no graves, just the eerie arrangement and a small bundle of fur in the centre. You all stand around it in silence. A few mutter about rituals. One man crosses himself. Another says, "Probably just kids from a local tribe," and laughs too loudly. But no one kicks the bones. You leave them, unnerved. You make camp that night near a thicket, hoping the dense brush will shield you from whatever's out there. But the woods bring their own threats, bears mostly, and sometimes snakes. Someone in the party insists they saw a cougar slinking through the trees. You believe them. Not because you saw it too, but because nothing feels impossible out here anymore. The land doesn't care about your plans. It doesn't care how well you packed or how many prayers you said in Independence. Out here, you're just meat wrapped in canvas. Still, you adapt. You learn to read tracks, small impressions in the mud, tufts of fur, broken branches. You recognise the warning calls of birds, the rustle of something large in the grass. You know now that silence isn't peaceful. It's the moment right before something leaps. That night there's a scream. It's short, sharp, and stops as quickly as it started. Everyone jumps, rifles are grabbed. You stumble from your blanket, heart a drumbeat in your ears. The scream came from one of the smaller wagons, the elderly couple from Illinois. You rush over and find the woman, pale, shaking, pointing to the edge of camp. "It took our goat," she whispers. Her husband's trying to console her, but his voice is trembling too. You look where she's pointing, just a dark shape in the distance, loping away. The next day the group is quieter. No jokes at breakfast, no fiddling, just grim, focused motion. You repair a broken wheel in silence, the creak of wood and the click of metal echoing through the still air. Everyone feels it, the way the wilderness breathes around you, hungry and watching. But you keep moving, because the only way out of this place is through it. You imagined the Oregon Trail would be one long, continuous trek, steady rhythm of wheels crunching over dirt, your boots falling into step with the horizon, day after day of forward motion. But no one warned you that you'd be spending nearly as much time not moving as you do travelling. The hard truth hits sometime during your second week, as you sit by the side of the trail for the third hour in a row, swatting flies and watching someone else's wagon wheel get mended with a level of drama usually reserved for battlefield surgery. Welcome to the hurry up and wait portion of the trail. You wake at dawn, ready to march forward, muscles aching but spirit oddly intact, and then someone's oxen are missing, or a wheel has shattered, or someone stepped on a nail and is now rolling around in agony. Sometimes it's a sudden debate about which fork in the trail to take. Other times it's just fatigue. You'll be lined up, wagons hitched, ready to roll, and then you sit, and sit, and sit. Your only motion is the quiet inner scream echoing inside your skull. You try to be patient, really you do, but trail time stretches like saltwater taffy in the sun. There's no clock, just the position of the sun and the feeling that this day will never, ever end. You watch a man spend 45 minutes trying to untangle a rope from his own axle. A child throws a tantrum that could win awards. Someone's cow just wandered off again, mooing into the void, and they're giving chase like it owes them money. There's something uniquely exhausting about standing still on the trail. When you're moving, at least it feels like progress. But when you're stuck, the reality of the landscape starts to close in. It's flat, it's hot, it's buzzing with flies the size of bottle caps. The prairie wind kicks up a fine grit that sneaks into your eyes, your teeth, your undergarments, everywhere. The sun's a bully, and the shade, when you can find it, is already claimed by someone snoring under a wagon. And yet these slow moments are when you see your fellow travellers most clearly. They lounge on wagon tongues like sunbathing lizards, their faces slack with boredom. Some tinker endlessly with tools, others scribble in journals or patch socks with grim determination. A few manage to nap in poses that defy logic, curled on sacks of beans draped over barrels, upside down in someone's lap. You envy their talent. One man passes time by whittling a spoon, another teaches his toddler how to whistle. You try to read a few pages of Gulliver's Travels, but the words blur from heat and distraction. Eventually, you just stare into the distance, trying to remember what trees used to look like. You haven't seen a proper one in days. Occasionally you overhear snippets of philosophy from those as bored as you. "Maybe we're not meant to get to Oregon," someone mutters. "Maybe the journey is the destination." You want to punch them just a little. By midday, you're finally on the move again, only for the oxen to slow within minutes, one of them developing what's generously called a trail limp. You've now learnt the term hoof rot, and you wish you hadn't. There's also spavin, founder, and a dozen other ailments that can afflict your livestock and bring your whole life to a screeching halt. Turns out the real MVPs of this journey are your animals, and they're just as fed up as you are. Another wagon ahead loses a wheel. Again. This time it snaps so dramatically you half expect it to burst into flames. You pitch in with the repairs because if you don't, everyone's delayed. You lift the side of the wagon while someone else wedges in a rock, and another hammers a makeshift peg into place. It's a crude patch job, but it'll hold for another 10 miles. Maybe. Here's your historical fact. The average wagon wheel could last about 200 to 300 miles before needing serious repairs or replacement. That's assuming ideal conditions, which, spoiler alert, you never have. Spare parts were essential, and many families travelled with extra wheels lashed to the sides of their wagons, like donuts on a really bad road trip. Quirky fact. Some pioneers created a sort of wagon waiting club, unofficial groups who passed the time playing music, telling stories or carving initials into nearby rocks. One man even built a crude checkerboard into the side of his wagon, using flattened bullets as pieces. It's unclear whether this was out of boredom or some deep need to win something on the trail. And on the scholarly side, there's a debate over whether the long delays and frequent stops were a result of poor planning, or simply unavoidable due to the unpredictable nature of the landscape. Some historians argue that most wagon parties left too early, loaded too much, and relied too heavily on untested equipment. Others counter that even the best planned caravans fell prey to the chaos of bad weather, sick animals and human drama. Basically, no one agrees, but everyone got stuck. Your own caravan develops a rhythm. 3 hours of slow progress, followed by 2 of sheer immobility. A sort of lurching dance with the trail, clumsy but inevitable. You begin to predict the moments when things will grind to a halt. A low hill, half the wagons will stall, a muddy dip, someone will lose a boot or an ox, a river in the distance. Forget moving, just break out the coffee and prepare to wait until someone builds a raft. These pauses become strange little micro-worlds. One stop turns into a baking party, with everyone attempting some form of bread using flour and a campfire. Another day, someone holds a race among the children, who bolt across the prairie barefoot and yelling, like tiny feral thunderclaps. You cheer them on half-heartedly, a pot of beans in one hand. But there are also the darker still moments, the ones where someone's illness forces a full stop and everyone's smiles turn brittle. Or when a wagon has to be abandoned entirely, its owners transferring what they can to others, their eyes wide with quiet panic. One man buries a chest of tools beneath a boulder, swearing he'll come back for them someday. You know he won't. That night, the wagon train doesn't even bother to set out the next morning. Too many issues, oxen too tired, children too sick, too much friction among the group, tempers flare. Someone shouts about poor leadership, someone else mutters about mutiny. You sit quietly and stir the beans, wondering if your ancestors will remember this as courage or utter lunacy. You fall asleep staring at the stars again, wondering how far you've come. Not far, not nearly far enough. But tomorrow, maybe, you'll move again. There's a particular sound that makes your stomach clench on the Oregon Trail. It's not the distant howl of a coyote, or the wet cough of a sick child. It's the sharp wooden crack that means something just snapped. A wagon tongue, a wheel rim, a spoke. Doesn't matter. When you hear it, you freeze mid-step, heart stuttering, already calculating how long this new problem will delay the caravan. This time it's your own wagon.
Of course it is!
You rush around to the side, heart pounding, and there it is, a splintered wheel hub, cracked clean through. Your oxen, now unhitched and wide-eyed, stomp in the dirt, agitated by the sudden jolt. One of them gives you a look that says, "I told you this would happen," which is impressive for an animal that mostly communicates through drool. Everyone says the trail tests you like it's some noble trial of the human spirit, but really it just breaks things. Wheels, wagons, harnesses, spirits. The same way water wears down stone, the trail wears down everything you brought with you, especially your patience. It doesn't happen all at once, it chips away, one jolt, one delay, one snapped axle at a time. You gather your repair kit, now worn down to a few precious tools, and examine the damage. You've done this before, once on your cousin's wagon, twice on your neighbour's, but it never gets easier. Wood swells in the heat, iron bands rust and warp. and there's never quite enough tar to keep everything sealed. You brace the broken section with a splintered board and rope, muttering to yourself as you hammer and tie, hammer and tie. Around you the trail does what it always does, continues on, indifferent to your delay. That's the real cruelty of the trail, it never stops. There's no pause button, no mercy. While you kneel in the dirt with a cracked wheel and a growing sense of doom, the wind keeps blowing, the sun keeps rising, and the rest of the caravan is already inching ahead. They'll wait a little while, maybe an hour, maybe 2, but eventually someone will come back and gently say, "We can't hold up any longer." And if you're not ready, you get left behind. This time you're lucky. A younger couple from the next wagon helps you lift the frame while you slide in the brace. You grunt and strain together, sweat pouring into your eyes, but the wheel is secured, sort of. It'll hold probably, maybe, long enough to make it another 10 miles, and then you'll do it all again. Later that day, you're walking beside the wagon, testing the repair, when you catch sight of someone else's disaster. A full axle shattered, wood in pieces, wagon leaning hard to one side like it's drunk. The family sits in silence. The father stares at the damage like if he squints hard enough it'll fix itself. The mother's rocking a baby in her lap. The older son is digging a shallow pit to bury whatever they can't carry. You've seen this before. Everyone has. It's a trail ritual by now. When the wagon breaks beyond repair, the family either finds space in someone else's or gives up and turns back, assuming they have enough supplies and strength to survive the return trip. Few do. Most just leave things behind. That family's chest of linens, abandoned. That iron stove, offloaded with a thud. You walk past them, nodding solemnly, and keep your eyes forward. Here's a historical fact that's not exactly inspiring. Nearly 1 in 10 wagons broke beyond repair on the trail, and many families lack the skills or supplies to fix them. There were no hardware stores out here, just what you brought and what you could scavenge. If your wheel cracked and you didn't have spare spokes, you were stuck, sometimes permanently. Quirky fact, people got creative. One man famously replaced a shattered wagon wheel with a giant slice of cottonwood carved into a crude circle. It worked, sort of, until it hit a rut and split in 2. Another group used bedposts to brace a broken axle, tying them on with strips of rawhide. Desperation makes surprisingly decent engineers. And as for scholarly debate, there's long been an argument about whether the wagons used on the trail were truly suited for the journey. The standard prairie schooner design was light, sure, but it wasn't built to survive 2,000 miles of punishment. Some historians argue they were woefully underprepared, too cheaply built and structurally flimsy. Others claim that pioneers did the best they could with what they had, and that it was always going to be a gamble no matter the wagon quality. Back in camp that night, your wagon creaks ominously as you settle in beside it. You lie awake on your pallet, staring at the wooden frame above you, and wondering which piece will betray you next. You know the wheel is a ticking time bomb. You know the canvas top has a growing tear, and you know that one of the oxen has started limping slightly, which means you're probably due for another crisis tomorrow. You're not alone in your paranoia. Around the fire, conversations now revolve around repairs. Who's got spare grease? Anyone have a few extra nails? Did anyone bring actual carpentry skills? Or is everyone just faking it like you are? The answers are usually no, yes, and definitely the latter. The funny part, if there's anything funny left, is that you start to bond over it. Misery loves company, and trail repairs are the great equalizer. No matter how prepared or rich someone was back in Missouri, they're just another sweaty, exhausted amateur mechanic now, pounding in wooden pegs and hoping it holds until sundown. You trade tricks too. Someone swears by soaking rope in bacon grease to make it last longer. Another swears at that person when the rope slips loose the next day. One woman reveals she's been using strips of her old corset to lash down cargo. It's tough, flexible, and already full of broken dreams. You admire her resourcefulness and make a mental note to sacrifice your own undergarments if things get desperate. You fall asleep that night with the image of your wheel seared into your brain. You dream of spokes snapping like brittle bones, of your wagon crumbling into a pile of wood and flour sacks. You wake up with the sun in your eyes and the familiar stiffness in your back, and then you hear it again, that creak, the wheel whispering to you like a ghost. Soon. And you sigh, get up, and get ready to fix it. Again. You can pinpoint the exact moment your trail diet starts to unravel. It's around week 3, when you open a flour sack and find it crawling with tiny black bugs. You stare at the squirming mass in numb horror, then shake the sack violently as if that'll magically fix it. It doesn't. You pick out as many as you can, mutter a few curse words, and then cook with it anyway. Because out here, the line between edible and disgusting is thinner than the soup you're about to make. Food on the trail is not a pleasure. It is a requirement. You eat to keep walking. You chew because not doing so leads to dizziness, weakness, and worse. The early days were full of variety: salt pork, beans, hardtack, rice, dried apples. You even remember eating pie once before someone dropped the last of the preserves trying to chase a goose out of their wagon. Now, it's beans, flour, and what might be squirrel, though no one's asking too many questions. Every family rationed carefully, or at least they tried to. You remember sitting around the fire with your little sack of supplies, counting spoonfuls like you were handling gold dust. 2 scoops of rice, a pinch of salt, just enough lard to make it stick together in a sad little ball. But rationing only works when everyone's healthy. And on the trail, nobody's healthy for long. Sick people need broth. Kids need snacks. You use more food than you planned, and suddenly that 6-month supply you smugly packed back in Independence is looking suspiciously light. You've started foraging when you can. Wild onions, bitter greens, the occasional lucky bush of berries. Sometimes you find mushrooms, and someone from another wagon swears they're safe. You boil them in stew and wait to see who starts convulsing. No one does. That night feels like a victory, but most days you eat the same thing. Flour and water, fried on a skillet, until it barely resembles a tortilla, then dipped in bean sludge. If you're lucky, there's a shred of dried meat to add a bit of chew. If not, well, there's always imagination. One afternoon, a group of kids catches a rabbit. They parade it through camp like they just took down a buffalo, proudly holding it by the ears. You help clean it, thankful for fresh meat to mold, even if the thing's barely bigger than your boot. That night, everyone gets a spoonful of rabbit stew, and for a moment it almost tastes like home. Then the rationing gets tighter. You're walking longer hours and burning more calories, but the food is dwindling. You see it in the way people chew, slowly savouring every bite. In the way people eye each other's plates, not with greed, but longing. Your kids are getting skinnier, you're getting snappier. Hunger crawls into your bones and settles there. Here's your historical fact. On average, pioneers needed 2,000 to 3,000 calories a day just to keep up with the physical exertion of the trail. But most didn't eat that much. Rations were usually 1/500 calories or less, especially once the journey wore on and supplies ran low. Malnutrition was common. Scurvy, caused by lack of vitamin C, ran rampant, softening gums, loosening teeth, and turning joints into screaming bags of pain. Quirky fact. Some desperate souls tried boiling their leather shoes to make broth. Yes, really. The leather was usually tanned with animal fat and chemicals, making it technically edible, if you ignored the flavour, texture, and intense shame. One traveller swore by stewing old saddle straps with wild garlic. It tastes like regret, he reportedly said, but he lived to tell the tale. Scholars still debate whether most pioneers packed properly for the trail. Journals show a wide range. Some families were meticulous, bringing carefully measured sacks of flour, beans, bacon, and even dried fruit. Others showed up with sacks of candy, bottles of brandy, and not a single potato. Some argue that travel guides of the time were misleading, emphasizing comfort foods over practical ones. Others blame optimism. People simply believed they'd restock easily along the way. They didn't. Speaking of restocking, trading posts and forts become lifelines. When word spreads that Fort Kearney is a day away, the whole caravan gets a boost. You imagine fresh bread, maybe butter. You try not to think about bacon, it hurts too much. But the closer you get, the more people start whispering warnings. The prices are steep. They're running out. Don't expect much. And they're right. When you arrive, the fort is half stocked and fully overpriced. Flour costs double, salted meat is stringy and foul-smelling. But you buy what you can anyway, because the alternative is hunger. One man sells his boots for a barrel of molasses. Another trades a rifle for coffee beans. You swap a cracked mirror and 3 spools of thread for half a ham that smells only slightly like feet. That night, you fry it over a smoky fire and convince yourself it's delicious. But some things can't be bought. You dream about eggs, about real bread, not the dense pan-fried bricks you've been choking down. You dream about peaches in syrup, mashed potatoes, cake. You wake up chewing air. Once, in desperation, you lick a spoon just to remember the taste of lard. It's not your proudest moment. And yet, despite everything, there's a weird camaraderie in suffering together. Food becomes a shared obsession. Someone finds a patch of wild mint, and you all descend on it like bears. A child discovers a few berries, and a line forms behind them like it's a 5-star buffet. You cook together, share leftovers, if there are any, and trade recipes that are more wishful thinking than anything else. Someday, someone says, I'm going to bake a real pie with butter and sugar. Everyone sighs like they're remembering a lost love. Then one morning, disaster. One of the wagons topples while crossing a ridge, and a barrel of flour bursts open. It spills down the slope, a tragic avalanche of white powder, vanishing into the dirt. You all stand there stunned. A grown man drops to his knees and tries to scoop it back into a bucket with his bare hands. No one laughs. You help him. Because out here, flour is worth more than gold. That night, you eat slowly, chewing each bite like it owes you something. You stare into the fire, belly still aching, and wonder how long you can keep doing this. But when someone passes you a sliver of dried apple, you smile. Because it's sweet, because you didn't expect it, and because tomorrow you'll walk again. You'll eat what you have, and you'll hope, always hope, that the next bite will be better. You hear it before you see it. The low rhythmic roar like distant thunder, trapped in a box. Everyone perks up. The wagon's slow, even the oxen seem to pause. You follow the sound to its source, cresting a gentle rise, and there it is, a river, wide and slow-moving, slicing through the earth like a lazy blue vein. It doesn't look especially menacing. In fact, it almost looks inviting, glinting in the afternoon sun. You allow yourself the luxury of hope. Maybe this one will be easy. It won't be. River crossings are the true test of your will and also of your wagon's structural integrity. This one, the Platte, or maybe the Loo, depending on who you ask, is just wide enough to be annoying and just deep enough to be terrifying. The first problem is figuring out how deep it really is. A few men wade in, pants hiked up, poking the riverbed with sticks like they are afraid it might bite. One of them goes in too far and slips. When he stumbles out coughing and soaked, the group collectively groans. Gonna need to float it, someone says. No one wants to float it. Floating means sealing everything inside the wagon, wrapping the canvas tight and trusting that your home on wheels won't become a waterlogged coffin. It means unpacking anything precious, clothing, food, people, and ferrying them over by hand or raft, one precarious trip at a time. It also means praying your oxen don't panic halfway across and drag your belongings down with them. The second problem is that floating is a generous term. These aren't boats, they're wagons. Wagons with gaps between the planks and rusted iron parts. You saw one go under just last week, lost to a surprise current and poor planning. The family was lucky, they swam, their bedding didn't. You start waterproofing, you smear tar along the seams, lash barrels inside tight, and use oilskin to wrap the food stores. You pull the heaviest items, stove, tools, extra flour, out and drag them around the riverbank. Then you look to the oxen, they'll have to swim. You tie ropes to their yokes and hope they are feeling as brave today. When it's your turn, your stomach drops. The current looks faster now, even though you know it's probably just nerves. You wade in with the animals first, gripping the lead rope tight. The cold hits your knees, then your waist, and suddenly the river feels a lot less charming. The oxen snort, hesitant. You pull gently, whispering nonsense encouragement. Come on, Butterscotch, don't you dare drown me. Somehow you make it across, soaked and shivering but alive. Then it's the wagon's turn. You and two others ease it into the water, hearts pounding. It starts to float, bobbing awkwardly, swaying like it's had too much to drink. The oxen swim, the current tugs, the wheels catch on a submerged rock, and the whole thing tilts dangerously. You yell. Someone throws a rope. For one awful second you think you're going to lose everything. But then the wagon rights itself with a violent lurch and drifts forward. You pull it ashore and collapse beside it, panting, every muscle in your body screaming. Your hands are blistered from the rope. Your boots are filled with river silt. But the wagon is intact. Your flour is dry. And most importantly, no one died. Here's your historical fact. River crossings were one of the deadliest parts of the Oregon Trail. Drowning was the second leading cause of death, right behind disease. Some rivers were hundreds of feet wide with strong currents, and without bridges, every crossing was a gamble. Even experienced travellers often lost wagons, livestock, and occasionally entire families to unexpected accidents. Quirky fact, some pioneers brought inflatable hides or bull boats, frames made from willow branches covered with buffalo skin, just for river crossings. These worked surprisingly well if you didn't mind sitting in a stinking hair-covered water bowl while clinging to your biscuit barrel. One woman reportedly floated her wagon's contents across in a wash tub. Twice, she became something of a trail legend. And the debate? Scholars still disagree on how often pioneers chose to ferry their wagons across rivers versus floating them. Some argue that most groups avoided floating at all costs using rafts or even building temporary bridges. Others suggest that the time and resources to build a raft were usually too great, making floating the wagon the more common, if riskier, option. Either way, the odds were never great. After the crossing, the camp sets up nearby. Everyone's too tired to go further. Fires are lit, soggy clothes hung on wagon wheels, and wet boots removed with pained grunts. The kids play along the shore, throwing rocks and chasing frogs, as if they hadn't just witnessed several near-death experiences. You check your supplies. A few sacks of flour are damp around the edges, but salvageable. Your rifle is fine. Your coffee grounds, slightly soggy. You grieve quietly. Still, it could have been worse. You walk past a neighbour's wagon and see a crate of shattered jars, pickled beets oozing down the wood in tragic purple streaks. The woman who owned them looks like she might cry. Someone tries to comfort her, but she just walks away. That was her winter supply. You say nothing, just keep walking. That evening, someone pulls out a fiddle and a few people actually dance. It's strange seeing laughter after so much fear, but maybe that's why it happens. Relief, that for once you made it. That night the food tastes better than it should. Just beans and dry bread, but they go down easy, washed down with river-chilled water and that weird feeling of triumph. You feel like you passed a test. The trail tried to swallow you and you crawled out the other side, coughing and soaked, but still standing. The next morning you pack up again. The river lies behind you, quiet now, like it never tried to kill you at all. You give it one last look before climbing onto the wagon tongue. The oxen grunt, the wheels groan, the trail stretches forward. And so you go. You've heard people say that the prairie looks the same day after day, like some kind of stretched out wallpaper of grass and skier, but after a few hundred miles of walking it, you know better. Oh, it doesn't stay the same, it feels the same. The repetition grinds into your bones. Greenish-yellow grass, pale blue sky, and that ever-present layer of dust swirling at ankle level. But under that sameness, change brews, subtle at first. A cough that lingers too long, a child who won't eat, a man who hasn't stood up from his bedroll in 2 days. That's when you start hearing it whispered through the wagons. There's fever in the camp. You don't know exactly what kind it is, nobody does. Out here, all fevers get lumped together under vague names like trail fever or plain sickness. Sometimes it's dysentery again, other times it's cholera, or typhoid, or that catch-all horror ague, which just means they're shaking and we don't know why. Whatever this is, it's fast and brutal. 3 people are down by sunset, by the next morning 2 more. You begin to wonder if the river you just crossed left something behind in everyone's guts. You do what you can, you boil water, scrub the dishes with ash, hang wet clothes in the sun. A woman from another wagon suggests burning dried sage around the sick, which might help or might just make the whole wagon smell like a fireplace. Either way, you do it. You soak cloths in vinegar and press them to foreheads. You mix a bit of whiskey with river water and call it medicine. Someone starts praying louder than usual. The sick groan, sweat pouring down their faces. You recognise the pattern now. It starts with the chills, then a fever so high they stop making sense. They mutter nonsense or speak in long-forgotten languages. Some call out for mothers or people who have been dead for years, then the shaking, and then for some, the silence. You try to stay strong, keep walking, keep hauling, but the air feels thick with dread. Everyone's a little quieter, a little less patient. The kids don't play as much. The campfires feel colder. No one sings. You overhear 2 men arguing over whether to press on or rest. One insists the trail is safer than sitting still. The other says the sick need time to recover. A third voice snaps. You think the trail cares what we need? You don't vote. You're too busy hauling water, feeding broth to your wagon mate who hasn't stood in a day and a half. You clean a cloth in silence, watching their chest rise and fall with effort. You tell yourself they'll pull through. They always have, until they don't. Here's your historical fact. Illnesses like cholera and typhoid were rampant on the Oregon Trail, especially in the warm months. Unsanitary conditions, shared water sources, and tight living quarters created the perfect storm. Once an outbreak began, it could tear through a wagon train in days. Entire families were lost between river crossings. Quirky fact? Some travellers swore by prairie cures that ranged from mildly ineffective to outright dangerous. Common treatments included turpentine, tobacco smoke enemas, and drinking mercury-laced blue mass pills. One widely believed remedy for fever was to bury the patient up to their neck in cool soil. If they didn't die of exposure, they might have recovered, or just caught pneumonia instead. Debate-wise, scholars are still trying to determine how many deaths went unrecorded due to improvised burials and the sheer volume of travel. Diaries and ledgers offer only glimpses, often with vague notations like, "We lost 2 last night," or "buried another by the trail." Some argue the true death toll could be twice as high as estimates suggest. Others think it's impossible to know, the disease didn't leave tidy records. As the days crawl by, the sick either improve or vanish. You dig 2 more graves. This time you help build a little rock mound over one so the animals won't dig it up. You place a makeshift cross on top, a broken wagon spoke tied together with twine. The woman buried there was someone's aunt. You barely spoke to her, but the way her niece cried over her, that sticks with you. When the fever passes, it doesn't leave relief. It leaves emptiness. Places where people used to sit. Plates that don't need filling anymore. Everyone walks slower now, like they're carrying the ghosts of the ones they've lost. And maybe they are. You feel it too. A weight in your chest that's got nothing to do with packs or miles. And then the weird part. Life keeps going. A boy chases a grasshopper and laughs like he's never heard someone die. A couple gets engaged by the fire one evening, the man proposing with a ring carved from bone. Someone else finds a patch of wild strawberries and brings them back, passing them out like treasure. You get 3, you eat them slowly, trying to remember what joy used to taste like. And just like that, the caravan begins to breathe again. Slowly, hesitantly, one foot in front of the other, until a new kind of fear arrives. One of the wagons spots smoke on the horizon, not from a fire, but a signal. Vertical plumes, rising in deliberate succession. A few people tense immediately. Indians, someone whispers. The word is thick with worry, but also with ignorance. Because so far the only indigenous people you've met have been curious, cautious, and mostly unimpressed with your struggling caravan. You traded for jerky and moccasins at a distance, nodding, unsure of how to act. No violence, no danger, just wary strangers on their own land watching you stumble through it. But still the signal rattles people. Old prejudices rise up like blisters. Men load their rifles, women clutch their children. Someone ties a bowie knife to the wagon's side like that'll scare off a war party. The wagon master urges calm, but the air is tight. You don't know what's coming. Maybe nothing. Maybe just more prairie. That night the fever seems far away, but the unease stays. You lie in your bedroll half asleep, listening to the creak of canvas in the wind and the soft murmurs of your companions. Somewhere out there the land shifts and breathes and watches. The fever took your strength, but the trail keeps going, and so must you. There's a change in the mood after the fever breaks, tense, quiet, a kind of collective holding of breath. No one says it aloud, but it's clear. The trail is entering new territory, and not just in miles. You're moving deeper into lands you were warned about, where maps turn vague and rumour takes over. Every hill feels like it's hiding something. Every smoke signal in the distance is met with silence and side eyes. Everyone becomes a little more cautious, a little more suspicious. The word Indians hangs in the air like thunder you haven't heard yet. You've already passed a few small indigenous camps, distant figures across the prairie, watching. The first time you saw them, it sent a jolt through your chest, not out of fear, but out of sheer not knowing. You were raised on stories, scalping ambushes, arrows through the night. But what you saw were people, families, a group sitting beneath a canvas tent, eating, 2 children chasing each other, one man on horseback staring calmly at your train as you passed. No weapons drawn, no drama, just observation. And yet the myths are louder than the facts. That's how fear works. So when your wagon train approaches a cluster of teepees one afternoon, the response is mixed. Some people tighten their grips on rifles. Others prepare small trade goods, cloth, buttons, beads, hoping this will be like last time, quiet, maybe even friendly. You're somewhere near Pawnee or Oto territory now, though no one is quite sure where one nation's land ends and another's begins. The government drew some lines, but they never asked anyone else about them. A small group approaches, 4 men and 2 women, draped in hides and woven cloth, mounted on horses that look like they were born from the wind. They are not armed, or if they are, it's subtle. Their faces are calm, unreadable. The wagon master steps forward, hat in hand, offering the universal peace language of trade: sugar, tobacco, salt. One of the women nods. She steps down from her horse and reaches into a satchel, producing dried meat and a pair of handmade moccasins. The trade begins. No one speaks the same language, but gestures do enough. You give them a tin cup, they offer a leather pouch. A boy from your group reaches out to touch one of their horses, and the animal flicks its ears but doesn't move away. Laughter trickles out on both sides. Not a flood, but a stream, something human. Still, not everyone's convinced. You hear muttering behind you, words like savages and ambush. The man from Kentucky who never shuts up says something about arrows and smallpox. You want to turn around and ask him where his shoes came from, since those sure look like Lakota's design. But you let it go. The trail's long. Idiocy has time to wear itself out. You watch as one of the Pawnee men points westward, makes a motion with his hand, zigzag up and down. Mountains, you think. He's warning you. The pass ahead is rough. He points to your oxen and makes a tired gesture. You nod, grateful. Even when you don't speak the language, you understand the weight of kindness. Here's your historical fact. While popular culture paints indigenous interactions on the Oregon Trail as violent, most were peaceful and often helpful. Native tribes frequently traded with emigrants, offering food, directions, and animal care. In many cases, the real aggression came from the settlers, not the other way around. Treaties were ignored, land was taken, and retaliation became inevitable. Quirky fact: some pioneers reported receiving directions from indigenous travellers using carefully arranged rocks or bundles of sticks as trail markers. Others were guided by tribal members for small fees. One journal tells of a young boy who led an entire wagon train through a safe mountain pass in exchange for a bright blue shirt. As for scholarly debate, historians continue to wrestle with the narrative of Indian hostility on the trail. Some argue that the fear was stoked intentionally by newspapers and officials to justify land seizure and military expansion. Others suggest that tensions were simply the natural result of too many people crossing into territory without consent or context. The truth lies, as it often does, in the middle. Cooperation existed. Etiquette. So did conflict. But the stereotypes. Mostly built from anxiety and bad headlines. Back in your wagon circle, the atmosphere is complicated. The trade has gone smoothly, no signs of danger. But as the Pawnee group rides off, one of them glances back. A look you can't quite read. Something between pity and warning. That night, the caravan eats well. The dried meat is smoky and rich, better than anything you've had in weeks. But no one talks much. Everyone keeps glancing into the darkness beyond the wagons, like they're waiting for the next thing to go wrong. You lie awake and think about the woman with the leather satchel, about the way she looked at your wagon, your cracked wheel, your bent axle, your tired family, and offered you meat anyway. Not because she had to, not because she owed you, but because she saw you, saw the struggle, and gave what she could. You don't write that down in your journal. It feels too big, too different from the stories you were raised on. You don't have the words for it yet. The next day, the land changes again. More hills, the kind of trail that chews up oxen hooves and spits them out as blood-stained ruts. One of the children rides in the wagon because her legs are covered in blisters. You see a fresh set of tracks beside yours, hoof prints that didn't belong to anyone in the caravan. Someone's watching. You don't feel threatened, just noticed. You pass another small camp, this one empty, though clearly recently used. Ashes still warm, feathers tied to branches, tools set neatly against a tree. You walk quietly. No one touches anything, out of respect or fear, or both. Later, someone carves a message into a cottonwood. No trouble here. You don't know if it's meant for other pioneers or whoever might be following. Maybe it's just a plea, a hope. That night, the wind howls through the wagons like it's trying to tell you something. You pull your blanket tighter and listen. Out here, everyone's a stranger. But not all strangers are enemies. You think you've learnt the rules of the trail. Wake up early, boil the coffee, yoke the oxen, walk until your knees hate you, and pray the wagon doesn't tip. It's a cruel routine, sure, but at least it's predictable. Until it isn't. One day, the skies change. Not gradually, like a polite little storm on the horizon. No, the wind kicks up out of nowhere. The sky turns a kind of bruised green, and the temperature drops like a bad omen. You're caught mid-mile with nothing around but sagebrush and anxiety. You don't have time to pitch camp properly. The wind tears through the canvas like it's trying to peel the wagons apart. Dust blows sideways, thick as smoke, stinging your eyes and coating your teeth in grit. You yell, but your voice vanishes into the storm. Someone's bonnet flies past you like a sad little ghost. A barrel of beans tips over. You watch, in slow-motion horror, as a week's worth of food rolls into a gully. There's lightning too, flashes that illuminate the prairie in brutal strobe-light bursts. You grab whatever you can, your coat, your child, your skillet if you're lucky, and huddle beneath the wagon. The oxen moan and stomp, barely restrained. The canvas above you flaps like a sail in open water, and for a second you wonder if the whole contraption's going to take flight with you in it. The rain starts sharp and sideways, needles of ice-cold water slicing across the prairie. You're soaked in minutes. It ends as quickly as it began. One moment you're in the middle of a tornado's bad mood, the next it's dead calm. The silence after is worse somehow, like the world forgot to turn the volume back on. You crawl out, soaked and shaking, and take stock. 2 wagons have toppled. A fire kit is gone. 1 ox has bolted. Gone into the grasslands, never to be seen again, but everyone's alive. Barely. The next day you're moving again, slower than before. The storm wrung the energy out of the caravan like water from a dishcloth. People aren't talking much. One man just keeps muttering about his tent pole and how it never stood right, not even in Missouri. You keep your eyes on the sky now, flinching every time a cloud passes overhead. But if the storms are bad, the heat is worse. You reach the part of the trail where there's no shade, not a tree in sight, not even a tall bush to fake it. Just prairie grass that sizzles under the sun, and wind that feels like it's blowing straight from the mouth of a furnace. You can't drink enough water. Your lips crack. Your skin peels. The oxen pant like dogs, tongues hanging, eyes rolling back. One day you find a man collapsed beside the trail. His hands are curled like claws, his lips black with thirst. He makes a sound when you lift his head, but no words come out. He doesn't survive the night. You bury him beside a dry creek bed, no cross this time, just a stone cairn and a small circle of silence. Everyone's too tired for ceremony. Here's your historical fact. Weather was one of the most dangerous, underestimated aspects of trail life. Blizzards could strike in May. Heat waves could scorch entire sections of the trail in June and July. Thunderstorms often triggered flash floods, especially in low valleys. Many wagons were lost to sudden, violent weather, washed away or shattered by the wind before anyone could react. Quirky fact, some trail diaries mention people tying their belongings to trees during high wind, believing it would anchor the storm. One particularly inventive family made a kind of anchor from filled flour sacks tied to wagon wheels to keep them from rolling in the wind. Another group claimed their secret was sleeping under the wagon, with iron cookware on top of them, as if cast iron was nature's security blanket. And of course there's the historical debate. How prepared were emigrants for trail weather? Some argue that many of the emigrant guides, those little printed how-to books sold back east, grossly underestimated the dangers. They painted the West as a mild, sunny paradise, omitting minor details like Tornado Alley or hail the size of walnuts. Others contend that pioneers were warned, but either ignored the warnings or believed they'd be among the lucky ones. Spoiler, no one was lucky out here, just stubborn. Things don't improve. A few days after the heatwave, a hailstorm crashes over your train like it's auditioning for the Book of Exodus. One minute it's a cloudy afternoon. The next, ice is falling from the sky in chunks the size of goose eggs. The sound is deafening, pinging off wagons, cracking wooden crates, denting the tin wash basin you forgot to tie down. You grab the kids and huddle again, your only protection a fraying quilt and sheer denial. When it ends, the trail looks like a battlefield. Smashed tools, shredded tarps. One of the oxen has a bleeding cut on its flank. A few people joke, trying to laugh it off. Well, at least we've got ice for the lemonade. But no one really smiles. After that, the cold creeps in. Not a full frost, but a drop in temperature that sends you scrambling for coats you thought you wouldn't need till October. You learn the layers game fast. Too few and you're shivering. Too many and you sweat through them, which makes you cold again when the sun dips behind the hills. The hardest part is sleeping. On cold nights, The fire burns low and every blanket is too thin. You press close to your family under the wagon, knees to chins, breath fogging in the air. If you're lucky, someone's goat crawls in beside you. Warm, stinky, judgmental, but undeniably helpful. One night, a woman's baby won't stop crying. She walks back and forth by the fire, murmuring softly, bouncing him in her arms. The rest of the camp tries to pretend they're not listening, not worrying, not wondering if that baby has the same fever that killed 3 others last week. But in the morning, the crying has stopped, and so has the baby. The burial is silent. No words, just a doll left beside a tiny grave. You can't cry anymore, the wind has taken your tears, and still the trail moves forward. That's the real cruelty of it. There are no rain checks out here. No snow days, no time to stop and mourn or even rest. The weather comes, punishes and leaves, and you keep walking. You walk through rain, through hail, through mud that swallows boots and hearts alike. Because what else is there? You pass the place where the baby is buried 3 days later. The grave is already fading into the grass. You lose track of how many days you've been walking, which sounds like a line from a melodrama, but no, it's just life now. The sun rises, you get up, you put one foot in front of the other, and by the time the moon shows up again, you've forgotten what it was like to sit still. What makes it harder isn't just the monotony or the miles, it's the fact that you're not the only one enduring it. Your kids are right there with you. Boots too big, clothes too small, and faces that already look older than when you left Missouri. They don't complain much anymore. That's the worst part. At the start of the trail, the children were full of questions and excitement. Everything was new. The birds, the wildflowers, the thrill of riding in the wagon, for 5 minutes before they realised how uncomfortable it was. You remember your youngest collecting shiny pebbles from the road and calling them trail jewels. She kept them in a little pouch, proud as a prospector. Now that pouch is empty. She stopped picking them up weeks ago. Children on the trail walk just like the adults. You hoped they wouldn't have to, but hope doesn't get you far when your oxen are exhausted and every extra pound feels like betrayal. So they walk. Tiny boots kicking up dust, small hands gripping the sides of wagons for balance. They grow quieter, more serious. They understand in a way that makes your chest ache that playtime is over. That's not to say they don't try. When the train pauses, they run off into the tall grass, chasing grasshoppers or trying to catch birds with their bare hands. They make up games with sticks and stones, laugh at each other's terrible impressions of adults, and once, briefly, they manage a game of pretend school, where one bossy child teaches the others how to spell Missouri and mispronounces it every time. But it fades. The farther you go, the less room there is for childhood. You start noticing little things, lips dry and cracked, cheeks hollowing out. One of the boys gets a splinter that turns into a festering sore. Another limps from a twisted ankle. You carry your youngest for half a mile before your back gives out. Then you just hold her hand and tell stories as you both trudge forward, pretending your feet don't feel like splintered logs. Here's your historical fact. It's estimated that up to 50,000 children made the journey west along the Oregon Trail. Many were under 10. Most walked the entire way, some 2,000 miles, alongside their families. Diaries often note that the children age quickly, taking on chores and responsibilities well beyond their years. Quirky fact. Some children brought pets on the trail, cats, dogs, even birds in cages. One boy famously travelled with a pet turtle tied to a string. Another girl insisted on bringing her pet goat, which ended up pulling a miniature cart behind the main wagon. These animals were often more than pets. They were comfort, distraction on, and in some cases, heat sources during cold nights. And sometimes, heartbreakingly, emergency food. Scholars often debate the psychological toll of the journey on children. There aren't many first-hand accounts from kids themselves. Most were too young to write about it or too busy surviving. But references in adult journals describe children becoming increasingly quiet, obedient, and sometimes ill-tempered, or withdrawn. The loss of siblings, friends, pets, and even toys beaux created a strange and painful emotional landscape. They didn't just cross a continent, they aged decades on the way. You see it happen in your own family. Your middle child, once the loudest, now speaks in a whisper. Your son, 9 years old and convinced he's the man of the house, has started checking the oxen's hooves every morning. He's proud of it, even though you secretly redo his work after he walks away. Sometimes you catch them watching the adults too closely, taking in the worry, the calculations about rations, the quiet conversations about who's not going to make it. You try to shield them, but the trail doesn't allow secrets. Everything is out in the open, baked in the sun and aired out in dust. When someone dies, they see the burial. When a fight breaks out, they hear every word. When someone gets sick, they smell the sickness. And yet they endure. One day a storm strands the caravan for half a day. You're stuck beneath the wagons again, everything soaked, spirits flat. The kids are cold, restless. Then, out of nowhere, your daughter starts humming. A soft tune, nothing special. A lullaby from back home. Then another kid joins in. And another. By the time the storm fades, half the children are singing in thin, reedy voices, like ghosts who forgot they were supposed to be sad, and you don't cry, but your throat closes up like it's trying to remember. The next day they're back to walking. There's no other option. Some ride for a mile or two when someone gives up a spot in the wagon. But mostly they plod along, dust-caked, sunburned and heartbreakingly brave. You hear them whispering sometimes, about home, about what they'll do in Oregon, about the friends they miss. One boy says he'll build a house with 2 chimneys. Another swears he'll open a candy shop and never charge a single penny. The dreams are small, but they're still alive. That's something. You try to keep their minds busy. You teach them songs. Tell them stories you half remember from books you don't have anymore. You point at clouds and pretend they're shapes. Anything to keep them walking, moving, believing that this endless trail will lead somewhere worth arriving at. One afternoon you find a ragdoll lying in the grass beside the trail. It's dirty, half crushed, one button eye missing. You pick it up and carry it for miles, wondering which child lost it and whether they cried. When you pass a family with a little girl about the right age, you offer it gently. She nods, silent, takes it like it's made of porcelain, and holds it against her chest for the rest of the day. You don't say anything else, you just keep walking beside her, quietly, as the sun sets behind the wagon wheels and the trail stretches out ahead. By now, you've figured out that the phrase "a woman's work is never done" wasn't meant to be a metaphor. It's just a grim and accurate daily schedule. Out here, it's not just never done, it's never even pausing. From the moment the sky starts turning pale behind the hills, long before the oxen are yoked and the wheels start rolling, the women of the trail are already knee-deep in chores. And yes, that includes you. Your day begins in a rush of cold water and hotter tempers. You're up before the sun, coaxing a fire into being with the damp twigs and whatever scraps of kindling haven't already been turned into makeshift wheel wedges. You mix flour and water with numb fingers, slapping together yet another round of trail bread, which is a generous name for the chewy, half-burned discs your family eats without complaint, mostly because they've stopped expecting flavour. Then you pack. Again. Everything comes out of the wagon at night. Everything goes back in come morning. It's a process, and it never gets easier. The bedding is heavy, the food barrels are awkward, and your arms are sore from yesterday's bumpy miles. The children need shoes tied, water bottles filled, and at least one of them will try to walk off barefoot and shirtless if you look away for more than 10 seconds. Someone's already crying. You don't even ask why anymore. When the wagons finally get moving, there's no rest. You walk alongside because every seat is filled with either sick relatives, valuable supplies, or livestock that simply refuses to be tethered elsewhere. While the men curse at the oxen and argue about trail forks, you're thinking about dinner, water rations, and how much firewood you might be able to gather by sundown. You've started recognizing the good shrubs, those dry, brittle ones that burn quick and hot, and even the kids know to collect buffalo chips with minimal whining. It's a strange life when you can evaluate animal dung by texture and burn potential. You thought the trail would be about hard work and survival, sure, but you didn't expect the relentlessness. The men may lead the wagons, but it's the women who keep the machine turning. You cook, clean, sew, mend, soothe, nurse, and sometimes quietly dig graves. There's no applause, no thanks, just the knowledge that if you stop, everything else does too. Someone's baby has a fever. You offer the last of your willow bark tea, brewed from a handful of stripped twigs you collected 2 days ago. You don't say that you are saving it for your own daughter, who's been coughing at night. It's an unspoken code, help where you can, because no one knows who'll be the one needing it tomorrow. You think about your own mother, back in Missouri, who would have called this madness, but she never walked the trail. Here's your historical fact. Women played crucial roles in the success or failure of wagon trains. Though often left out of official records, their labour was essential, They managed food supplies, treated illness, taught children, and even helped repair wagons. Some led entire families west after their husbands died or disappeared. Their names are carved into trail history, sometimes literally, scratched into stone with the tips of sewing needles. Quirky fact: many women brought family heirlooms or comfort items from home. Fine china, embroidered pillows, even heavy iron skillets that served no practical purpose but made the journey anyway. One woman hauled a full-length mirror across the plains. When her wagon overturned, she refused to leave it behind. It shattered. She kept the frame. And here's the scholarly debate. Did the trail empower women or reinforce their domestic limitations? Some argue that the harsh demands of the journey blurred gender roles. Women drove wagons, hunted game, and made executive decisions when men couldn't. Others believe the trail simply extended the home into the wilderness, chaining women to endless domestic duty under harsher conditions. The truth, as always, is probably both. In your case, empowerment feels like a sick joke. You're stronger than you've ever been, yes. Your hands are rough, your arms firm, your skin sun-hardened, but you're exhausted in ways that sleep doesn't touch. You've seen what happens when a mother collapses from heat or hunger. Everything stops, so you keep going. You smile for the children, hum while you cook, and whisper bedtime stories about the green hills of Oregon, even though you're not sure those hills exist. There are good moments too, little ones. You laugh with the other women while doing laundry in a muddy stream. Soap made from ashes and animal fat leaving your hands dry as paper. You share gossip that's almost entirely made up. You trade recipes no one has ingredients for. Apple pie, roast duck, buttered biscuits. Just saying the words feels like magic. One woman draws a cake in the dirt and everyone stares at it like it's a vision. Sometimes you tell stories while you walk. The children gather close, their faces flushed and eager, grateful for something, anything to break the endless rhythm of boots on dirt. You tell them about queens and dragons, sea voyages and cities full of light. You don't mention that you've never seen any of those things yourself. Doesn't matter. Out here, fantasy is a form of survival. One night, a woman gives birth beside a wagon. The labour is long, the pain sharp. You boil water, tear strips of cloth and murmur encouragement while trying not to show your own fear. The baby arrives in silence, the mother in tears. You wrap the child, hand him over, and then go back to stirring the beans. The next morning you rise like always. You roll up bedding, brush dirt off your skirt, check for blisters on the kid's feet. You lift the coffee pot with hands that tremble only a little. Another day, another mile. Sometimes as you walk you let yourself dream about a real bed. A house with 4 walls. A quiet afternoon where the loudest thing is a bird in a tree you actually planted. Maybe a porch, a rocking chair, and no more wagons. But for now, you stir the pot. You sew another shirt, you wipe another child's face. And when the men talk about the real work of the trail, you nod and smile. And don't bother correcting them. Because while they conquer miles, you're conquering everything else. You stop counting the graves after the first dozen. At first, each one stabs you. A pang of grief, a sharp reminder that someone's journey ended right there in the dirt. But somewhere along the trail, the edges of morning dull, and the sadness settles into something quieter. You still feel it, of course. The heaviness never leaves, but you learn how to carry it alongside your water jug and firewood bundle. The graves are everywhere now, sometimes marked with stones, sometimes just a wooden plank stuck in the ground, a name carved with a pocket knife. Other times there's nothing, no marker, no date, just a disturbed patch of earth, already losing its shape to the wind. You pass one every few miles. The kids don't ask anymore. They used to, "Who was that? What happened?" But now they just walk a little faster, eyes down. When you help bury someone, there's always a ritual, even if it's makeshift. A few words, a hymn if someone remembers one, a silent moment. Heads bowed. You've lost people from your wagon, and you've helped bury strangers. Grief hits different when you're the one holding the shovel. There's no pastor, no linen, no promises of a better place, just dirt and loss and the pressure to finish before sundown. Some graves have flowers, some have nothing. A few are dug with care, lined with stones to keep animals out. Others are rushed, shallow, filled with guilt and urgency. You've had to leave graves behind mid-shovel because wolves were circling or thunderclouds were moving. Too fast. Once, you buried a woman's body with her bonnet pulled down over her face and only a few lines of verse murmured between sobs. You didn't know her name, and yet you remember all of them. There was the teenage boy with the crooked tooth who died after drinking from a stagnant puddle. The old man who wandered off into the grass and never came back, maybe a stroke, maybe just tired of walking. The mother with twins who only made it to Fort Kearney. The baby, too small to name, who was wrapped in linen and placed in a wooden box made from crepe planks. And then there was the family who didn't have time to dig. You came across it a day after the fever passed through their wagon. 3 bodies left beside the trail, wrapped in blankets. No headstones, no words, no time, just the faint smell of death and a note pinned to the tree nearby. No tools, keep going. You helped bury them anyway. Dug a hole with the flat side of a skillet in your own hands. No one spoke during that one. Here's your historical fact. At least 20,000 people are estimated to have died along the Oregon Trail. Disease was the primary killer, cholera, dysentery, typhoid, but many also died from accidents, exposure, malnutrition, or injuries. Most were buried in shallow graves right beside the trail. A few were buried under the trail itself, with wagons driven over their resting places to disguise them from animals and looters. Quirky fact, some emigrants placed sentimental items in graves, buttons, lockets, even letters. One woman insisted her husband be buried with a silver dollar under his tongue to pay the toll at Heaven's Gate. Another placed her baby's rattle on the grave and said, "So she won't be lonely." These quiet, private traditions often went unrecorded, but lingered in oral histories passed down generations later. Scholars continue to debate how death on the trail shaped the American pioneer identity. Some argue that the high mortality rate was glossed over in favour of more heroic narratives. Land won, cities built, manifest destiny fulfilled. Others believe the very nature of the trail, with its constant movement and lack of time for mourning, created a culture of resilience forged by shared suffering. A culture where grief became background noise. Out here, death becomes ordinary, not acceptable, not forgotten, but accepted. You learn to spot the signs, someone walking slower, falling behind, eyes too dull. You keep an eye on them. Offer water. Offer silence. Sometimes they recover, sometimes they don't. There's a kind of camaraderie and loss, though. When someone dies, everyone pitches in, even the ones you thought didn't care. A man who hasn't spoken to you in a week will help dig the grave. A woman with no spare cloth will tear her apron in half for a burial shroud. Grief, out here, is a community effort. The only way it doesn't eat you alive. And then, somehow you move on. You hitch the oxen, pack the wagon, wipe dirt from your face and tuck a child's curls behind their ear. You eat a few bites of whatever didn't spoil overnight. And then you walk. Again. Past the latest grave, past the spot where someone else gave up, past all the places where you quietly wonder if you'll leave your own bones someday. The road doesn't stop for grief. You walk through it. With it. One evening, a girl from another wagon places a flower, a single prairie daisy, on a grave you passed hours earlier. She tucked it behind her ear, carried it all day, waiting for the right place. You don't know whose grave it was. Maybe she didn't either. Didn't matter. You don't talk about it. You just nod. That night, the stars feel a little colder, and you dream of Missouri, not because you want to go back, but because you still remember what it felt like not to carry so much silence in your chest. You knew the trail would be hard. You expected hunger, exhaustion, disease, maybe even a few scuffles over supplies. What you didn't count on was the sheer, unrelenting chaos that people and animals bring with them. One day everything seems more or less under control. The next, you're dodging flying hooves, separating brawling men, and chasing chickens that made a break for it like they're part of some doomed jailbreak. The Oregon Trail isn't just a path west. It's a rolling pressure cooker full of people with short fuses, long grudges, and way too much time to be mad. It starts with a stampede. You're half asleep, curled under your blanket with a sore back and the stars in your eyes when the earth trembles. Just a slight vibration at first, enough to rattle the pans. Then the sound comes. Thundering hooves, guttural lowing, the unmistakable crack of wood splintering. You're on your feet in an instant, heart hammering knowing, stumbling through darkness as shapes blur past in panic. Someone's oxen got spooked, probably by a coyote, or a raccoon, or maybe their own shadow. Doesn't matter. The result is 30 tons of panicked livestock barreling through camp. You duck behind a wagon just in time to avoid being trampled. Another wagon isn't so lucky. You hear it collapse under the force, pots and barrels spilling everywhere, the canvas top flapping like a shroud. You spend the next 2 hours chasing cattle with the makeshift torches, calming screaming children and yelling yourself hoarse. When the chaos finally dies down, the damage is worse than you thought. 2 wagons busted, 1 cow injured, a dog missing, and 3 people furious enough to swear they're turning back. No one does, of course. There's nowhere to go. The next morning, the arguing starts. Turns out the stampede started because one guy, Lars, the loud Swede with the fancy hat, left his oxen untied to graze at night. Someone else blames the camp layout. Another person accuses the fiddler, yes, there's a fiddler, of playing devil's music too close to the animals. Fists fly. One man ends up with a bloody nose and a bruised ego. You stand nearby, trying not to get involved, but also enjoying the show just a little more than you should. And it only gets messier. By now, the group has been travelling together for weeks. Familiarity has replaced politeness. People snore too loud, chew too close, borrow flour without asking. Small annoyances fester until they're full-blown feuds. You hear the same complaints over and over. He thinks he's in charge. She never pulls her weight. They're stealing water. It's like a long, dusty episode of Frontier Housewives of Nebraska Territory. One day, 2 women get into it over a cooking fire. One claims the other's kid stole her salt pork. The accused fires back that the pork tasted like shoe leather anyway. Voices rise, hands fly. You've never seen a bonnet get used as a weapon, but now you have. The husbands get involved. The wagon master steps in and threatens to divide the camp. Everyone cools off until dinner, when someone accidentally dumps a pot of beans in the offender's fire. Here's your historical fact. Conflict among wagon parties was common and often intense. With weeks or months of close proximity, stress and shared hardship, even the most level-headed emigrants could snap. Disputes over leadership, livestock, chores and space frequently escalated. Some wagon groups broke apart entirely, going separate ways mid-journey and hoping the trail would be kinder in smaller numbers. Quirky fact. Some wagon trains created written rules or even miniature constitutions to govern behaviour, with agreed-upon consequences for breaking them, like fines for profanity or official cooling-off periods after fights. One group famously implemented no singing before noon, after an overly enthusiastic teenager kept waking everyone up with off-key ballads. And the debate? Scholars disagree over whether the social breakdowns on the trail reflect the failure of community or its strange durability. Some argue that these wagons were a microcosm of society, subject to all its dysfunctions and dramas. Others believe the ability to recover from conflict, to keep walking after a screaming match or a fistfight, is proof of the unspoken bond among pioneers. Survival first, feelings later. After the stampede, your group changes. Not formally, not with any kind of vote, but with the subtle shifts that come from shared disaster. People stick closer to their own wagons. Fewer meals are shared. Conversations stay quiet and cautious. The fiddler doesn't play for a few days. Even the oxen seem tense. But trail life doesn't allow anyone to sulk forever. There's too much to do. Wheels to fix, food to cook, feet to keep moving. Slowly the social walls erode again. You see one man hand another a nail when his axle creaks. A woman passes out boiled coffee grounds with a wink. The fiddler starts playing again, just softly, and no one stops him. Still, you keep your guard up. People are like animals out here. They scare easy, spook easy, turn mean when hungry or tired or pushed. You've seen grown men cry over lost boots, and grown women laugh while digging graves. The line between function and breakdown is razor thin. 1 minute it's cooperation, the next it's chaos. You walk through both. One evening, as the sun sets red and too quiet, you hear a shot. Everyone freezes. Another shot, then silence. You run toward the noise. A man stands over a dead mule, his own. It broke its leg and wouldn't stand. He had to shoot it. His hands shake. His eyes are hollow. No one says a word. Another man walks up and helps him drag the body out of sight. Then everyone returns to camp like it never happened. Because that's how it works out here. Everything falls apart. Then everyone pretends it didn't. That night the wind kicks up again. You hear someone crying softly under their wagon. Someone else is singing. And somewhere in the darkness, the fiddler starts a slow tune. You fall asleep to the sound of tension retreating for now, but the trail is long, and the next stampede is always closer than you think. When someone in camp whispers that a trading post lies just over the next ridge, you don't believe them. You've been burned before. promises of fresh bread, bullets, or even just soap, all leading to nothing but disappointment and a dry stretch of nothing. But still, the idea plants itself in your mind and grows roots. A trading post, a fort, civilization. Even if it's just a shack with 3 mouldy biscuits and a mule for sale, it sounds like salvation. The next day the ridge comes into view. And this time the rumour's right. You crest the hill, and there it is. A cluster of buildings nestled along a bend in the river, smoke rising gently from chimneys. It's not much. 2 main structures, a few smaller huts, and what might be a fenced garden, but to your weary, dust-blind eyes, it might as well be Rome. The kids cheer. A woman actually claps. The wagon master just nods grimly and mutters something about keeping expectations low. You reach the fort around noon, the sun high and hot. The smell hits you first. Smoke, horse, sweat, and something that might be beans, but could also be despair. A sign out front says Fort Bernard in faded paint, though everyone refers to it as the place with the barrel of flour and no manners. You park the wagons in a loose circle, tie off the oxen, and head toward the trading house with your meagre supply of bartering goods clutched tightly. Scraps of cloth, a pocket knife, 2 buttons, and a desperate smile. Inside, it's chaos. Dozens of people crowd around a wooden counter, waving items, arguing, pleading. Behind the counter stands a man with the expression of someone who's been yelled at for 17 hours straight and is mentally disassociated from his own body. He's thin, pale, and wearing a fur hat that might be more mould than animal. His assistant, possibly his brother, possibly a reanimated scarecrow, shovels beans into a sack with the urgency of a man underwater. Prices are outrageous. A pound of flour costs more than you'd ever pay back home. A single candle is worth a shirt. Coffee? Forget it. A man in line says he traded his last pair of socks for a handful of tobacco and doesn't regret it. You believe him? You'd trade your own boots for a cup of strong coffee and 2 quiet hours. Still, you manage to strike a deal. You trade a small tin mirror and a scarf for a chunk of hard cheese and half a jar of molasses. The man behind the counter eyes you like he's making a very unwise business decision. You smile sweetly and back away before he changes his mind. Outside, the others are making similar trades. Some for supplies, some for stories. One young man gets roped into a dice game and loses the only bar of soap in his family. Another woman barters for a new bonnet and walks around camp like royalty for the rest of the day. You get water from the well, cool, clean and miraculous. The kids bathe in the shallows of the river with actual soap. You scrape mud off your boots, scrub your face and sit for a moment without doing anything, just breathing, watching. That alone feels luxurious. Here's your historical fact. Trading posts and forts were crucial to overland migration. Fort Kearney, Fort Laramie and Fort Bridger were key supply stops for emigrants, offering food, tools and information about trail conditions ahead. Prices varied wildly, and while some posts were known for fairness, others were infamous for gouging desperate travellers. Still, they often meant the difference between survival and failure. Quirky fact. Some forts sold soda biscuits made with saleratus, an early baking soda that left the bread with a strange flavour and sometimes a greenish tint. One traveller swore the biscuits tasted like lye soap, but were soft enough to eat with a toothache. Another described them as both food and punishment. Scholars often debate the role of trading posts as cultural hubs. Beyond commerce, these places became crossroads where emigrants, fur trappers, missionaries, indigenous peoples and outlaws all converged, sometimes to trade, sometimes to argue, and sometimes to quietly observe one another from a safe distance. Diaries describe uneasy peace, tense negotiations, and the occasional unlikely friendship born over a shared bottle of whiskey. That night the fort becomes a festival ground, fires burn higher. Meals are slightly less grim. Someone opens a bottle of something labelled medicinal and passes it around. The children run wild through the grass, faces clean for once. Even the oxen seem to relax, standing still without anyone yelling at them for 5 minutes straight. You trade for a bit of news too. Word comes from a wagon train ahead of you. They lost 3 to cholera, but say the mountain passes are clear for now. Another traveller shares a crude map he drew himself. It's mostly scribbles, but it gives you hope that you're at least not lost. But not everyone is comforted. A man from your group corners the trading post assistant and demands to know how many days it is to the next fort. The assistant shrugs and says, "Depends who's sick and whose wheel breaks." The man curses and storms off, muttering something about damn fools and dust. Even in this brief moment of respite, tension simmers. Supplies are tight, nerves are frayed, and no matter how good it feels to rest, you know you can't stay. The next morning you wake early. You refill your water, pack up your wagon, and make sure the molasses jar is safely tucked between sacks of beans. You say goodbye to the strange little cluster of buildings that gave you a break from the endless road. You walk past the carved initials on the fort's gate, evidence that you're not the first to pass through and you won't be the last. As the wagons roll out, a boy waves goodbye to one of the fort's workers, a teenage girl who nods solemnly, then turns back to her chores. The boy sighs. You don't say anything, but you understand. The trail doesn't allow for long goodbyes, only forward motion. You glance back one last time at the fort, small, stubborn, weather-beaten, and then let it fade into the dust. Ahead lies more prairie, more hunger, and a whole lot more walking. There's a goat asleep in your bedroll. You don't know how it got there. You don't know whose it is, and honestly, you don't care. It's warm, it's not biting anyone, and at this point in the trail that qualifies as a welcome guest. You nudge it gently and it blinks at you like it owns the place. Then it farts and trots off to chew on someone's firewood. You sit up slowly, bones groaning, and realise that you've started seeing your fellow creatures, pets, livestock, even the random squirrel, as members of the caravan, just as vital and dysfunctional as the humans. Take Pickles, for example. Pickles is the goat that joined your train back near Fort Kearney. You're not sure who originally owned him, but somewhere along the line, ownership became communal. Pickles has visited every wagon, chewed on every bonnet and tried to headbutt every sleeping ox. He's fearless, foul-smelling and oddly affectionate. The children adore him, the adults mostly tolerate him, but deep down everyone agrees. He's the emotional support goat of the Oregon Trail. Then there's Buster the dog, half mutt, half hero. He guards the wagons at night, barks at anything suspicious, which is everything, and once chased off a coyote with a more courage than sense. He's taken to walking beside the wagon with a purposeful gait, like he's on patrol. His ears are always alert, his tail twitching like a metronome. He sleeps curled under the tongue of the lead wagon, and growls at strangers like he's seen some things, which, frankly, he has. Livestock too have become more than cargo. You used to think of your oxen as walking engines. Now they're family. You know their moves, which one likes to be scratched behind the ears, which one pretends to limp for sympathy. You talk to them more than you talk to some people. After all, they listen, and they don't try to lecture you on proper axle maintenance. Your milk cow, Lucy, is a trooper. She gives less milk these days, something about the stress, or the dust, or the fact that she's over being dragged across an entire continent, but she still produces just enough to make breakfast bearable. You protect her like she's royalty. When she got a small cut on her leg, half the camp pitched in to bandage it and sing soothing songs, which mostly just confused her. Still, she mooed in approval. Here's your historical fact. Many families brought livestock with them on the trail, not just oxen and mules, but chickens, goats, pigs, dogs, and milk cows. These animals provided essential resources, eggs, milk, meat, and protection. They were often treated as part of the family, even given names and space in the wagon during storms or extreme weather. Quirky fact. Some pioneers kept raccoons, badgers, and even prairie dogs as pets. One girl reportedly smuggled a duckling in her apron for 3 weeks, feeding it bits of hardtack until it was big enough to waddle alongside the wagon. It lived in a bucket when not in motion and quacked at anyone who got too close. When it was lost during a river crossing, the entire camp held a small memorial. And the debate? Historians have long discussed the emotional role of animals on the trail. Were they just practical assets? Or did they become surrogate friends in a harsh, isolating world? Diaries often read like letters to beloved pets, filled with worry, affection, and grief. Some scholars argue that these bonds reflect a deeper truth about the trail experience. People didn't just survive by strength. They survived through companionship, even the kind that comes on 4 legs and smells like yesterday's beans. You watch one of the kids feeding Pickles a strip of old cornbread. The goat gobbles it, and tries to climb into the wagon like he's suddenly the foreman. The kid laughs until her father shoos the goat away, muttering about fleas and chewing habits, but even he's smiling. Later you see 2 boys building a harness for their dog using spare leather and bits of broken bridle. They attach him to a tiny cart no bigger than a laundry basket and take turns riding inside. The dog is confused but seems proud. It's the closest thing to joy anyone's had in days. but not every animal makes it. That afternoon, one of the mules goes down, just collapses mid-step and won't rise. The owner, a quiet man who rarely speaks, kneels beside it, stroking its neck, whispering things no one else hears. The others keep moving, not out of callousness, but because there's nothing to do. The man stays behind with a shovel. When he rejoins the train that evening, he's silent. His hands are filthy. His eyes are unreadable. You offer him some leftover molasses bread. He nods and eats it without tasting it. You understand, everyone does. That night, Pickles curls up beside the fire like he owns it. A few chickens roost in the wagon, heads tucked under wings, dreaming whatever it is chickens dream. Lucy the cow lies nearby, chewing calmly, a massive breathing symbol of persistence, and Buster, ever the sentinel, lies near the oxen, eyes half shut but always watching. You sleep more soundly knowing they're all there. The trail has a way of stripping you down. It takes your comforts, your habits, your illusions, but it also gives strange gifts, like a goat who knows when you need cheering up, or a dog who barks just before the storm hits, or a cow who gives one last cup of milk even when she's tired. Out here, you take love wherever it shows up, even if it's got hooves. There's a rhythm to the trail now. It's not pleasant exactly, but it's familiar, like a tune you didn't choose but hum anyway, because it won't leave your head. Wake up before sunrise, pack everything you unpacked last night. Eat something that vaguely resembles food. Hitch up the oxen, start walking. Walk until your knees whisper threats. Stop, eat again. Make camp. Repeat. This is your life now, the endless prairie shuffle. The days have a sameness to them that borders on surreal. Time becomes elastic. You forget what month it is, then what week. At some point, even the days blur together like smeared ink. The only real calendar you have is your body. A blister on your right heel that's almost healed. The dull ache in your lower back that's been there since you slipped stepping over that stump. You mark the passage of time by injuries, not dates. 15 to 20 miles a day. That's what the wagon master said at the start, back when his hat was still clean and his optimism intact. Now he doesn't say much, just nods, points, and keeps walking, like the rest of you. You walk past wagon ruts so deep they look like scars carved into the earth. You wonder how many others have passed through here, how many footsteps, how many wheels. You try to imagine the lives left behind. The little girl who lost her doll in this very patch of grass. The woman who gave birth behind that rock. The man who died of heat stroke just over that hill. Their stories are packed into the dirt now, buried under your boots. You get good at walking. Not fast, but steady. You learn the little tricks, how to wrap your toes in cloth to prevent blisters, how to tuck your chin so the sun doesn't fry your neck, how to breathe through your nose when the wind kicks up a dust storm. You pace yourself like an old mule, not glamorous, but effective. Meals are timed to movement now. Breakfast is whatever's left from the night before, eaten cold because lighting a fire at dawn feels like a luxury. Lunch is a mouthful of jerky or a heel of trail bread. You eat while walking, chewing slowly, letting your jaw do double duty with your legs. Dinner, if the day hasn't broken you completely, is a pot of beans or something boiled into submission. The smell of burnt coffee is the only consistent seasoning you have. Here's your historical fact. Most wagon trains aim to cover between 15 and 20 miles a day under ideal conditions, but ideal rarely showed up. Broken wheels, sick livestock, or difficult terrain often cut that figure in half. It took 4 to 6 months to complete the journey, longer if disaster struck, and disaster almost always struck. Quirky fact, some emigrants brought pedometers, yes, 1800s-style mechanical step counters, to track their daily mileage. One man boasted in his diary that he walked exactly 2,102 miles before breaking the device. Another woman tracked how many miles she could walk barefoot before giving up. Answer, 12. People got weird with their endurance. And here's the debate. Did pioneers walk more than they rode by necessity, or by design? Some argue that walking preserved the health of the animals and reduced wagon strain, making it a strategic choice. Others claim pioneers had no choice. Riding in the wagon was often miserable, jarring and cramped. Regardless, most people walked 80 to 90% of the way. That's roughly the distance from New York to Salt Lake City, on foot in bad shoes. By now your boots have moulded to your feet in the way only shoes that have seen too much can. You've patched them with string, rawhide, even a piece of metal someone swore would help, it didn't. You've developed a weird affection for them. Here, like old abused pets that keep doing their job even when they clearly shouldn't. The kids walk too, not all day, but enough. You glance over and see your son pacing out the alphabet with each step, mouthing letters in time with his feet. Your daughter hops over cracks, counting softly under her breath. They don't whine as much anymore. That's not necessarily a good sign. The oxen plod along, resigned. Their hooves stir up little clouds of dust that settle on everything. Your skin, your food, your last nerve. You've stopped wiping it off. You've become dust. The trail has a way of turning everyone into a shade of beige. Every now and then someone sings, not loud, just a tune under their breath. A hymn, a sea shanty, a bit of folk nonsense. It passes through the group like smoke, picked up by a second voice, then a third. The song fades as quickly as it begins, like it's too shy to stay long. Your thoughts shrink, the world narrows. It's all wagon wheels and footsteps. You think about stupid things, the exact shape of a cloud, the way a pebble feels under your boot. Whether you'll ever eat cheese again, that one stupid knock-knock joke your cousin told a decade ago that resurfaces and haunts your brain for 6 hours straight. Sometimes you pass landmarks, big ones, like Chimney Rock or Independence Rock, and people cheer. Others, like you, just nod. Another stone in the desert. Another tick on the invisible progress bar. You stop seeing the landscape as scenery. It's just more of what you have to walk across. One afternoon you pass a broken-down wagon, its axle snapped in two, the canvas ripped like a peeled banana. There's no one there, just a single boot and a note carved into the wood. Gone to catch up. You never do. That evening, as the fire flickers low and everyone slumps around it like a set of battered marionettes, you do the math. You've walked hundreds of miles. You'll walk hundreds more. And despite everything, your sore legs, the blister on your thumb, the gnawing hunger, you're still moving. That's what matters out here. Not how fast, not how clean. Just that you keep putting one foot in front of the other, even when you don't remember why. You start to think the trail has a sick sense of humour. Just when you're feeling like you've gotten used to this endless, grinding march across the plains, bam! There they are, the mountains. Not just hills or rolling rises like before, but real, jagged, snow-dusted monsters looming in the distance like they've been watching you suffer, and now they're licking their lips. You heard stories about the Rockies back in Missouri. People said they were beautiful, majestic, the spine of the continent. What they didn't mention was that they're also the world's most relentless uphill treadmill, and you're about to start climbing it with a wagon held together by rope, rust, and the pure spite of your oxen. At first, the incline is gentle. It teases you. You start ascending slowly, trading the wide open plains for narrow winding paths. The air gets thinner. The trees get taller. The wind shifts. Cooler now, with a sharpness that cuts through your clothes and reminds you that yes, even in August, the mountains still think it's early spring. You stop sweating so much, but your joints start singing a new kind of misery. The real problem isn't the climb, it's everything that happens because of the climb. The wagon groans with every turn of the wheel, the oxen slip on loose gravel. The brake, oh the poor brake, is your best friend and worst enemy now. It keeps you from sliding backward down a hill, sure, but you can hear it disintegrating every time it catches. The trail narrows, sometimes barely wide enough for one wagon at a time. When you meet another group coming down, it becomes a logistical nightmare. Who backs up? Who waits? Who's going to be the first to suggest we all just stay here and build a new town called Stucksville? You smile, wave, and try not to glare at the other wagons like it's their fault the entire mountain has decided to play gatekeeper. And the turns, good lord, the turns. One wrong angle and your wagon could go from supplies for Oregon to kindling at the bottom of a ravine. You tie ropes around the rear wheels for drag. People walk alongside the wagons now, hands on the frame guiding them around corners like they're herding cows with anxiety disorders. Here's your historical fact. The Rocky Mountains presented one of the greatest physical obstacles on the Oregon Trail. Emigrants often passed through the South Pass, a relatively gentle but still treacherous route in present-day Wyoming. But even the best paths involved steep climbs, unpredictable weather, and grueling physical effort. Wagons had to be disassembled, hoisted, or lowered with ropes. Entire days could be spent covering just a few miles. Quirky, fat wagons were fitted with what pioneers called mountain brakes, essentially chunks of wood jammed into the wheels to create drag. Others used tree trunks or logs chained behind the wagon like sled runners. One man even used his mother-in-law's rocking chair lashed beneath the rear axle for extra resistance. It worked. for about 10 feet. And here's the scholarly debate. Some historians argue that the mountains were a defining psychological moment for emigrants, a true point of no return. Crossing them meant accepting you'd never go back. Others suggest that for many, the mountains were simply another obstacle in a long string of them. Brutal, yes, but no more demoralising than dysentery or starvation. There's also disagreement about how much preparation travellers really had for the climb. Spoiler, usually not enough. As you keep climbing, things start to go wrong. A wagon in your group breaks a wheel on a sharp rock. You stop and help patch it with whatever wood you can find. Then the rain starts. Not the kind of gentle drizzle you dreamed about on hot days, but an icy slap straight from the sky's cruel heart. The path becomes slippery mud. The oxen dig in, straining, grunting, hooves losing grip every few steps. You trudge uphill with water soaking your clothes, your hair, your soul. It's the kind of rain that makes you question every life decision that led you to this moment. But you can't stop. There's no camp, no flat ground. Just more incline, more wind, more trees that all look like they're judging you. Finally you find a clearing, barely big enough to circle the wagons, but it'll have to do. Everyone collapses into soggy heaps. Fires are hard to light, the wood too wet to burn properly. You eat cold beans, someone loses a boot in the mud. Another person swears he heard wolves howling. No one questions it. That night you try to sleep, curled under a damp blanket with a rock pressing into your spine and your nose filled with the smell of wet leather and despair. But you can't stop thinking about what's ahead. More mountains, more cold, and somewhere up there, snow. You remember something an old man said weeks ago at a trading post. The last mountain always lies. You didn't understand it then. Now you do. Every peak you climb reveals another one beyond it. Each pass is just a prelude to the next. The top is never really the top. Not until it is. And no one ever knows when that is. The next morning the air is crisp and cruel. Your hands are stiff with cold, your boots soaked through. But the view, dear God, the view stops you mid-step. Below you the trail winds like a ribbon through green valleys. Above, the peaks shimmer with light. It's the first time in weeks that something feels beautiful, even majestic. You stand there for just a second, letting the silence soak in. Then the oxen moo, someone drops a skillet, and it's back to reality. But that view, it stays with you, even as you start walking again, even as the climb continues, even as the next mountain looms. There's a smell you've grown used to out here. The mix of sweat, leather, smoke, dirt, and the faint sour reek of fear. But today the air carries something new, something sharper, meatier, and strangely promising. It wafts on the wind, drifting down the slope like a memory. Someone's cooking meat, real meat. Not squirrel, not charred bacon ends or a stringy rabbit boiled into grey sadness. Actual meat. You almost cry. The wagons ahead are clustered near a creek, a thin trail of smoke curling upward from a spit over a fire. A deer hangs nearby, half-skinned. Two men sit on logs, chewing slowly, heads down, looking like they've just remembered what happiness tastes like. When you approach, they nod and raise greasy fingers. One of them even offers you a strip of venison jerky, like it's nothing, like it's not the most generous gift you've received in 3 states. You say thank you. You mean it. Food on the trail has been getting creative. You've had days where your only meal was a handful of beans soaked in last night's dishwater. You've seen people boil leather, scrape moss off rocks, and nibble the crust off old wagon bread like it's the last crust of civilization. The rations that once seemed enough, flour, cornmeal, dried pork, rice, have dwindled to crumbs and regrets. And hunting? Well, let's just say it's more of a gamble than a guarantee. The deer was pure luck. A young buck stumbled down to the creek this morning unaware, or maybe just tired of running. One clean shot and it was down. You haven't seen that kind of bounty in weeks. The meat is being rationed slowly, cooked in strips, dried for later, and portioned out like it's gold. You get your share, small, tough, and smoky, and you chew it like you're savouring a childhood memory. Your own food supplies are a sad echo of what they once were. The barrels in the wagon are nearly empty. You're down to the last of the flour, and it's turned slightly sour. The bacon is mostly grease now, wrapped in stained paper, that smells like wet regret. Beans, maybe enough for one more meal. Hardtack. You've broken 2 teeth on that cement disguised as food. It's a chewable threat. Here's your historical fact. Most pioneers packed between 400 to 600 pounds of food per person for the journey. But despite their best planning, food scarcity was a constant threat. Spoilage, poor storage, and simple miscalculation often led to shortages by mid-journey. Hunting supplemented meals, but many found game scarce, especially in overhunted or well-travelled areas. Quirky fact. Some pioneers tried to make coffee by roasting grain or even acorns. Others invented horrifying replacements for eggs, using flour-water mixes or boiled plant roots. A few desperate souls brewed soup from parched corn and old ham bones, calling it journey stew. No one called it good. As for the scholarly debate, how bad did food insecurity actually get? Some historians argue that starvation was rare, and the tales of boiled belts and leather soup were exaggerated. Others insist those accounts were far more common than we like to admit, especially during rough terrain or prolonged delays. Diaries often mask hunger behind euphemisms. Light supper, simple meal, went without today. You call it what it is. Hungry. You've gone to bed hungry more times than you can count. Some nights you've lied to your kids and told them you already ate. Other times, they've done the same for you. Hunger becomes a quiet roommate, always lingering nearby, not dramatic, just persistent. A dull reminder that you're borrowing energy from your own bones. Still you adapt. You learn the edible plants, the bitter greens that grow near streams, the wild onions that make your hands stink but your stomach sing. You collect anything that looks remotely promising. Once you fried cattail roots. Another time you stewed something you think was a mushroom. You survived both meals. Barely. The wagon next to yours is faring worse. Their flour's gone mouldy. Their last salted pork turned out to be more salt than pork. You share a little of your venison jerky with them, not because you can spare it, but because you know they'd do the same. At least you hope they would. Out here, you trade food like you trade secrets, carefully, and with the hope it won't come back to bite you. You also learn to stretch everything. You boil bones 3 times for broth. You scrape pans with bread to soak up every drop. You add water to beans until they're more bean-flavoured liquid than meal. You pretend it's soup. You pretend a lot of things out here. Every few days, someone tries hunting. Usually, it ends in disappointment. The deer and bison are long gone, pushed ahead by the noise of hundreds of wagons and weeks of pursuit. Every shot that misses feels like a personal insult, and even if you land one, butchering and preserving it takes time, and salt, which is its own scarcity now. Still, when someone returns with anything, a bird, a rabbit, a squirrel the size of a potato, it's a celebration. But there's a cost. A young man wandered off 3 days ago chasing a deer. He still hasn't come back. His mother pretends he'll show up any minute. His father knows better. That night someone makes dumplings with dried apple slices and a splash of leftover molasses. You each get half a dumpling. It's the best thing you've eaten in weeks. For a moment everyone's quiet, chewing slowly, eyes closed. Then someone starts humming. Then a song. It's about home, or maybe just the idea of home. You go to bed that night with a stomach that's not full, but not empty either. That's a victory. You sleep with the taste of venison still on your tongue and the fire still warm at your back. Tomorrow it'll be back to dry beans and regret. But tonight you've eaten, and out here that's more than enough. The first time you see the river it doesn't look so bad. Wide, yes, but calm, blue-green and glassy, the kind of water that tricks you into thinking it's harmless. You've crossed streams before, creeks, little rivulets that barely splash over your boots. But this is different. This is a real river. The kind you can't see the bottom of, the kind with current strong enough to drag a wagon sideways and never look back. Your wagon master stands at the bank, arms crossed, scanning it like it insulted his mother. He squats, dips his fingers in, tastes it. Why, you don't know, and frowns. Then he turns to the group with a grunt and says, "We're fording it." The word hits like a slap. You hear it echoed up and down the line. Fording. Nobody cheers, nobody claps, because everybody knows the risks. The river has taken wagons before, it's taken oxen, it's taken children. Fording means rolling your entire life into rushing water and hoping it floats. There's a frantic hour of preparation. Everything comes off the wagon. Food, bedding, the good frying pan. You wrap the most precious things, photos, keepsakes, the tiny ceramic dog your daughter insists on bringing, with oilcloth and prayers. Some people try to caulk their wagon seams with pitch and rags. Others tie barrels to the sides like makeshift pontoons. You've seen some wagons float beautifully. You've seen others tip and vanish. When your turn comes, your hands tremble. The oxen step into the water, uncertain. The current grabs at their legs, pulling them sideways. You grip the side of the wagon, every muscle locked, every breath shallow. The water rushes in, cold, furious, alive. It splashes over the wheels into the floorboards up to your ankles. You hear a barrel shift, the wagon groans. For a moment everything tilts. Then somehow it levels out. You make it across, soaked, shaking, but intact. Not everyone does. You watch another wagon tip. It happens fast. One wheel hits a rock, the axle twists, and then it's over. Supplies in the water, passengers screaming, the canvas top collapsing like a wet sail. A man jumps in after it, flailing. 2 children are pulled out by their mother, screaming and coughing. The wagon floats for a moment longer, then flips completely and disappears. There's no time for mourning. Others still have to cross. The river doesn't care, it just keeps flowing, steady and indifferent. Later you gather what you can. Bits of wood, a floating blanket, someone's skillet, dented but salvageable. The rest is gone. Here's your historical fact. River crossings were among the most dangerous challenges on the Oregon Trail. Major rivers like the Platte, Snake and Columbia could be treacherous. Emigrants either forded the river, driving their wagons through, or ferried across on makeshift rafts. Many drowned. Some lost all their supplies. Entire families were separated by the current, and some never reunited. Quirky fact, some pioneers swore by floating wagons lined with ox hides, turning them into giant tubs. Others fashioned crude rafts by lashing logs together and shoving the wagon on top. One woman famously strapped her piano to the roof, thinking it would help the wagon float. It did not. And the debate? Historians disagree about the best strategies for river crossings. Some claim that ferries were underutilised due to high cost and long waits, leading to unnecessary deaths. Others argue that fording was often the only practical choice, especially in remote areas or when time was tight. Diaries reveal a mix of regret, calculation, and frequently blind optimism. You spend the night on the far bank drying your clothes by the fire. The children sleep in a damp pile. The oxen are skittish, eyes wide, flanks twitching with leftover adrenaline. You hold a steaming cup of something vaguely resembling coffee and stare into the dark water, still hearing its roar in your ears. You think about what you lost. A sack of flour, a quilt, one of the chairs your husband carved last winter, and, worst of all, the Bible your mother gave you, wrapped in linen and hidden at the bottom of the trunk, slipped out somewhere in the crossing. You watched it float away, just a dark rectangle bobbing along the surface like a farewell note. You didn't cry then, but now, by the fire, you do. The next morning there's a kind of fragile relief in camp. You made it. Everyone left in your group is accounted for. Not whole maybe, but breathing. A few wagons are gone, a few faces missing. But the trail goes on, and so by default do you. Someone ties a bit of cloth to a nearby tree, a fluttering scrap, bright red against the grey-green pines. A marker, a memory, a warning. Maybe all three. You pack up again, the oxen shuffle forward. The wheels squeak, your boots squish with every step. But you're across, and on the Oregon Trail, that's as close to a win as it gets. You don't get letters on the trail. That's one of the first things you realise after the excitement wears off and the road stretch is long. No postman, no mailbox, no penciled-in updates about the neighbour's new baby or how the corn crop's faring back in Missouri. But still, you carry pieces of home with you, tucked into memory, crumpled into pockets, or pressed between the pages of a book you haven't read in weeks. And every so often something happens that reminds you just how far away you really are. It starts with a rumour. Someone from another wagon claims they spoke to a man at Fort Hall who had news from back east, war brewing or a new railway being planned, or maybe some big storm that flattened a town. Nobody can confirm anything, but the whispers spread fast. News out here moves like campfire smoke, thin, untraceable, always smelling, a little burned. You overhear 2 men arguing about whether Zachary Taylor is still president. One insists he died last year. The other says that's nonsense. He was alive when they left in May. You want to tell them it doesn't matter. Out here, politics don't make the food stretch or the oxen move. Out here, it's just about surviving the next mile. But you keep that to yourself. A few days later, you get your first real letter in months. It's a miracle. A man on horseback, a mail runner, is heading east. He carries a pouch of outgoing messages, and, if the gods are smiling, a handful of replies from the last time someone made it through. Your family receives 3 letters that day. One is from your sister. Another from a friend you barely remember. The third is from your mother. You recognize the shaky script before you even open it. The words hit like a wave. Your cousin died in childbirth. The neighbour boy you once kissed on a dare is off fighting somewhere. Your youngest niece is walking now, and someone sold your father's horse, your horse, the one with the white streak down its nose. Gone. You read the letter 3 times, then you fold it and put it in your apron pocket, where the corners will curl and soften until it's unreadable. That's okay. You'll remember it by heart soon enough. Here's your historical fact. Mail service along the Oregon Trail was shitty and unpredictable. Most emigrants relied on forts and trading posts to send or receive letters. Some used dead drops, leaving notes under rocks or inside hollowed-out trees in hopes that the next traveller might carry them forward. Reliable postal systems didn't exist in many western areas until well after major settlements were established. Quirky fact, when trail letters were written on bark or scraps of cloth when paper ran out. One man famously wrote a letter to his sweetheart on a flattened tin plate using charcoal. Another carved a message into the side of a wagon tongue, then left it propped against a cairn. No word on whether the recipient ever got it. As for the scholarly debate, historians disagree on how much communication actually occurred between emigrants and those they left behind. Some claim that the trail was nearly silent, a total break from life in the East. Others argue that, though infrequent, letters played a vital emotional role, providing psychological fuel for continuing. Many emigrants wrote journals addressed to loved ones they might never see again, using writing as a stand-in for presence. And you do write, not daily, you're too tired for that. But sometimes, when the fire burns low and the kids are asleep, you pull out the small book you keep in the bottom of the wagon, the one with half the pages damp and the spine beginning to split. You write about the trail, about the weather, about the people you've met. You write about Lucy the cow, about the night you almost drowned, about the stew that gave everyone gas for 3 days. But mostly you write about what you miss. You miss the way home smells in late summer. Baked earth, tomatoes on the vine, wood smoke curling from the chimney before the first frost. You miss the creak of the porch swing and the rustle of newspaper pages turned by your father's steady hands. You miss knowing what tomorrow might look like. Some days you're not sure who you are anymore without the person you were back there. You hear others talking about the same thing. One woman keeps a ribbon from her wedding dress in her pocket, fingering it when she thinks no one's looking. A man wears a child's boot on a cord around his neck. His son died back near the Platte, and he hasn't spoken much since. Another woman wears her Sunday shoes every day, even though they've nearly fallen apart. She says she wants to arrive in Oregon looking like she meant to get there. And then there's the ghosts. Not the spooky kind, though the trail has plenty of places that feel haunted. No, these are the memories that walk beside you, the old routines, the voices you haven't heard in months, the way your sister used to hum when she peeled apples, the feel of your mother's hand smoothing your hair. These aren't things you can pack, but they come with you anyway. Sometimes it hurts to remember. Sometimes it's the only thing that keeps you going. You find yourself whispering stories as you walk, out loud, just barely. You tell your daughter about the schoolhouse, the one with the crooked bell tower and the chalk that always broke in your hand. You tell your son about the old dog you had as a child, how he used to snore louder than your grandfather. You tell yourself you'll remember everything. You try. But the trail changes you. By the time you reach the edge of the Blue Mountains, you don't look like the person who left Missouri. Your face is leaner, your clothes don't fit right, and your eyes have taken on that distant forward-looking stare, the one that scans the horizon and doesn't linger too long on what's behind. You still carry letters in your pocket. You still read them on quiet nights, but you don't cry over them anymore. Not because they matter less, because you've just gotten better at carrying the weight. You've been dreaming of Oregon for months. It was always the golden idea on the horizon, the whispered promise of rich soil and fat cattle, trees so tall they block out the sun, and rain, glorious abundant rain to wash the dust from your lungs and turn the dirt to green. But when you finally reach the edge of it, when the last of the mountains fall away and you start to descend into the Willamette Valley, it doesn't feel like a triumph. It feels like you've arrived late to a party no one told you had been cancelled. The trees are real, yes. Towering pines and firs that smell like sap and shade and new beginnings. The air is thick and heavy with dampness. A strange sensation after months of breathing dust and dry wind. The land rolls in soft waves, covered in tangled brush and stubborn mud. And it's raining. Not a polite drizzle, but a full, cold, miserable downpour that seeps into everything, your boots, your bedding, the very idea of happiness. This is not how you pictured it. There's no cheering, no banner saying welcome to Oregon, no parade waiting to celebrate your arrival, just mud everywhere. Wagon wheels sink in it, shoes disappear into it. Your oxen look at you with the blank stare of animals who've lot, and will not be amused by one more thing. You set up camp, or what passes for camp now. There's no dry ground. You try to stretch a tarp over the wagon to keep the rain out, but it sags in the middle and dumps a bucket of cold water into your flour barrel. You try not to scream. Instead, you sit under the wagon, soaked to the bone, gnawing on a piece of soggy bread and wondering what exactly you came all this way for. Here's your historical fact. When emigrants finally reached the Willamette Valley, many were shocked to find it less a paradise and more a soggy, overgrown wilderness. The early arrival season, typically late fall, meant heavy rains, few established settlements, and land that had to be cleared by hand. It took years of back-breaking labour before the promise of Oregon became reality for most. Quirky fact? Some pioneers were so disappointed by the conditions in the valley that they simply left, heading south to California, or back east if they could afford it. Others stayed out of stubbornness. One woman famously declared upon arrival, "If this is Eden, I want a refund." And the scholarly debate. Did the trail foster a sense of fulfillment upon arrival, or disillusionment? Historians argue both sides. Some say that completing the journey instilled a deep sense of purpose and resilience, even if the reward was modest. Others suggest that. The harsh reality of Oregon exposed the trail's myth for what it was, a propaganda-fueled gamble sold to desperate people. You lean toward the second camp, at least today, because what you have now is wet blankets, a dozen broken spokes, and a patch of brushy land someone pointed at and called yours. No fences, no cabin, no waiting hearth, just the overwhelming task of starting again from nothing. The trail is over, yes, but the work is not even close. You look at the others, some are unpacking with mechanical determination, like they've turned off the part of their brain that screams for comfort. Others just sit, blank-faced, waiting for someone to tell them what to do next. A few are already talking about next spring, as if the last 6 months didn't just try to kill them on a weekly basis. You understand them, because despite it all, the hunger, the cold, the losses, you're still here. The trail didn't beat you, it changed you, stripped you down and rebuilt you with calloused hands and a spine made of gritted teeth. And you're not alone. You think about the people you met, those still with you, and those you buried along the way. You think about Pickles the goat, who vanished somewhere near the Columbia River, last seen eating a hat. You think about Lucy the cow, who limped through her last 100 miles and now grazes nearby like she owns the place. You think about the letters in your pocket and the home you left behind. The trail isn't just something you walked. It's something that lives in your body now, in your scars, in your stories, in the way you can light a fire in the rain using 3 twigs and a sideways glance. You could survive anywhere now. That's what the trail gave you. One night around the fire, someone pulls out a bottle of something that smells like regret and celebration. You pass it around. No one says much. The rain has stopped, finally. The stars peek through like they forgot to be angry. Someone starts humming that old tune again, the one that's followed you since Kansas. Others join in softly, like they're afraid it'll vanish if they sing too loud. You think about what you lost. A sister, a friend, your Bible, the simple, small life you used to know, but you think about what you found too. Grit, community, stories, and a kind of quiet power that comes from surviving something you probably shouldn't have. You're in Oregon now. It's not the dream they sold you. It's wetter, rougher, meaner in his own way. But it's also yours. You sleep under a tarp that leaks and dream of building something that doesn't. Tomorrow the work begins, but tonight you made it. You're lying on your back now in a structure that can barely be called a house. 4 walls, a roof that leaks a little, a stove that sometimes works, and a mattress made of straw that pokes through the sheet like it holds a grudge. But it's not a wagon. It's not the cold, hard ground under open sky. It's shelter. It's a start. Outside, the wind hums through the trees, those tall Oregon pines standing like sentinels in the mist. The same trees that blocked your view on the day you arrived, the ones you cursed for being in the way, now feel like protection. You've cleared a bit of land, planted seeds, lost most of them, but 1 or 2 sprouted, and that's something. You close your eyes and see the trail again, the endless walking, the stampedes. The grave on the hill you didn't have time to mark properly. The ridiculous goat. The mountain that almost broke your wagon and you, and somehow all of it feels distant and present at the same time, like it's been etched into your bones. You're not who you were in Missouri. That version of you wouldn't last 10 minutes here. You're harder now, quieter, but also somehow more grateful for the smallest things: a dry sock, a warm meal, a friendly voice that doesn't ask for anything in return, and sleep. Blessed, dreamless sleep. Tomorrow you'll start over again. Clear more brush, patch the roof, try to build something lasting, something worth all that walking, but for now you listen to the wind. Let it sing you to sleep, because the trail is behind you, and the rest, whatever it becomes, is finally yours to walk by choice. Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into something ancient. No, not a toga. I mean the daily life of a Roman emperor. Specifically, how someone who literally rules the known world manages to stay clean. Or at least what they considered clean. Spoiler alert, there will be olive oil, there will be urine, and there will definitely be at least one unfortunate sponge. You're going to smell like roasted lavender and donkey milk by the end of this, and you probably won't survive this particular career path, so yeah, just a heads up. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is. I'm always curious who else is still awake at 2 AM polishing their historical hygiene knowledge. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. It's just before dawn in the Imperial Palace, and you, His Glorious Highness, Emperor of the Romans, are still nestled in a bed carved from dark African cedar, draped with imported silk sheets embroidered with golden thread. The mattress is stuffed with goose down, and the pillows smell faintly of chamomile and civet musk. There's a breeze creeping through the open lattice windows, and somewhere in the gardens, a slave is already pouring scented water into bronze kettles for your morning routine. You hear it, barely, but you don't stir. Not until the senior valet snaps his fingers just once. Then everything moves at once. 3 eunuchs glide silently into the room. One draws back the gauzy curtains around your bed. Another kneels and slips soft felt slippers onto your feet before they ever touch the cold marble floor. The third presents a folded cloth warmed by the brazier, your face towel, soaked in rose and laurel infusion. The goal here isn't just cleanliness. It's ritual, symbolism, control. The gods awaken with you. The empire stretches and yawns as your eyes open. You're the centre of the world's clock. As you sit up, more servants arrive. The imperial wardrobe team, the hygiene attendants, a secretary with today's scroll of events. But you don't speak yet. The first step of the day is always silent. You sit on a low stool beside the bed while 2 young boys wash your hands and forearms using a stream of lukewarm water poured from a silver ewer into an engraved basin. There's no soap. Instead, they use a soft linen cloth and a paste of ground herbs, marjoram, thyme, and something that smells faintly like cardamom. It leaves your skin slightly oily but fragrant. Your face is gently dabbed, never scrubbed. The idea of friction on the imperial cheeks is borderline treasonous. Once clean, they pat on a thin coat of Egyptian almond oil to protect against the dry Roman air. You lean back and let it happen. These attendants have trained for years, some of them from childhood, to serve the emperor without nick, bruise or pause. They time everything to your breath. You finally speak a single low-voiced proceed. That's all they need. Now comes the changing of the sleepwear. Your night tunic, if you even wore it, is peeled away and taken to be laundered in fermented urine, a detail you choose to ignore for the sake of morning serenity. In its place, a loose undergarment is fastened at your waist and shoulders, expertly adjusted to avoid even a hint of wrinkling. The textiles are soft, imported from Alexandria or further east, dyed with costlier pigments than most senators make in a year. Peculiar aspect of this moment. You're never truly alone, and yet you must act as if you are. Decorum demands detachment. You don't look at your attendants. You certainly don't thank them. Hygiene here isn't intimacy, it's ceremony. The more hands involved, the more powerful you appear. It's not about keeping germs away. It's about keeping distance between your godlike body and the vulgarity of labour. Historically speaking, Roman emperors from Augustus to Commodus followed a similar routine, modified by personal quirks. Some added full-body massages at this stage. Others insisted on specific oils from distant provinces. Hadrian, for example, was said to prefer a thick lavender and clove rub before even standing up. And Nero? He allegedly insisted that his linens be changed 3 times before sunrise, each batch soaked in saffron water and pressed between ivory paddles. Whether true or not, it's the kind of detail historians love to argue about. Was it vanity? Was it ritual? Was it just weird? But now, with your limbs fresh and your senses bathed in botanicals, you rise. A quiet bell sounds. The bath attendants, yes, a different group entirely, are ready. You won't be bathing just yet, but the preparation begins now. In the next chamber, warm basins await, and a barber stands by with an expression that says, "Please, for the love of Jupiter, don't flinch." As you walk across the cool stone floor, your reflection catches on polished bronze shields mounted like mirrors. You glance, briefly. Your hair's a mess. Your face shines a little too much, but no matter. Within the hour, you'll look like a marble statue that smells like a bakery. Oh, and fun fact for your sleepy brain to chew on. Historians still don't agree on whether emperors like Marcus Aurelius followed these rituals with genuine modesty or begrudging duty. Some argue that Stoics downplayed opulence, others say even the most philosophical ruler couldn't resist the allure of lemongrass oil, and 12 people fussing over his cuticles, scholarly debate at its finest. So now that you've been lovingly towel-dabbed, lightly oiled and socially distanced by 15 barefoot attendants in matching tunics, what's next? You're going to get a shave, and not just any shave. A shave with a razor that hasn't been sterilised since the last invasion. The shaving room is cool and dimly lit, even in the early Roman sun. The floor is tiled in tiny mosaics depicting Venus bathing, and a low incense burner perfumes the air with sandalwood and fennel, meant to calm your nerves, though it rarely works. Today's razor is bronze, curved and freshly honed, against a whetstone by a barber whose hands do not shake, because shaking is a career-ending offence when you're shaving the face of the emperor. You ease into the reclining chair, not some pillowy seat of luxury, but a firm stone-built affair draped in fine cloth, just soft enough to cradle the divine jawline. Your head tilts back slightly, and 2 attendants hold silver mirrors to either side of your face, angling them just right so that the barber slave can see the contours he must follow. The blade glints. He dips it in warm water, flicks off the excess with a practiced snap, and murmurs a quiet prayer to Fortuna under his breath. He does this every morning. You pretend not to hear it. There's no shaving cream. Instead, your face is covered in a layer of thick oil, either olive or almond, depending on the season, mixed with a trace of crushed herbs to help numb the skin and dull the smell of metal. The oil makes the blade glide mostly, but even so, shaving in ancient Rome is a blood sport. One wrong angle, one distracted flick of the wrist, and suddenly you're no longer the emperor. You're just a bleeding neck and a massive constitutional crisis. The blade slides along your cheek with an audible hiss. One stroke wipe, another stroke, a pause. The silence in the room is absolute. The barber doesn't breathe through his nose. He barely blinks, and you keep your eyes open, fixed on the ceiling where the gods are painted in soft blues and golds, watching this absurd moment like a celestial audience at a comedy. Mars would probably be laughing. Sometimes the barber trims your hair at the same time, if your schedule allows. He uses small scissor-like shears made from iron, dulled by overuse, and far from precise, but emperors do not fuss about split ends. Unless you're Nero, who supposedly kept several barbers on rotation, each trained to emulate the angle of his favourite curls. You, however, are more practical. You want the chin clean, the jawline visible, and no bleeding unless medically sanctioned. A little quirky fact slips into your morning as the barber suddenly stops. He's found a stubborn patch of stubble beneath your chin. He signals for a second blade. A younger boy rushes over and swaps it in with something that looks more like a dagger than a grooming tool. You remain still. The emperor does not flinch, but you're mentally calculating how long it would take to have this boy exiled to some mosquito-infested swamp if he nicks your neck, just in case. Of course, there's no antiseptic, no alcohol rinse, no sterile gauze. If the blade does cut, a dab of honey might be applied, or maybe some vinegar if you're feeling dramatic. Infection is always a looming threat. The barber lives with that knowledge. He's seen his predecessor disappear after one unfortunate morning nick. You were younger then, less forgiving. The shave continues down your neck, carefully navigating the hollow of your throat, the curve beneath your ears. There's a brief moment of tugging, likely a stubborn ingrown hair. You don't sigh, you barely breathe. By the time the final swipes are complete and the oil is gently dabbed away with a warmed cloth, your skin gleams like polished marble. A final oil is patted on, frankincense infused, meant to soothe the irritation and leave a divine scent behind. You sit up slowly, like a statue being unveiled. The mirrors remain in place. You study your face, clean, composed. Possibly a bit smug, but that's to be expected. There's power in the razor. You've just survived another day's gamble with death by grooming. Here's a curious little historical aside. Roman emperors often used shaving as a form of propaganda. Clean-shaven meant youthful, strong, controlled. Beards were rare and often symbolic. Hadrian notably wore one, partly to hide facial scars, some say, and partly to signal his admiration for Greek philosophers. Scholars still argue about it. Was it a political move, a fashion statement, or just a personal preference disguised as imperial strategy? Now that your face is smooth and glowing, you're escorted to the next phase of hygiene, oral care. But before that, the barber has one last duty, the ritual of blade inspection. He kneels and presents both razors on a velvet cloth. You glance at them, nod and say nothing. If you wanted to, you could have them destroyed and remade with gold. But there's something you respect about these utilitarian tools. They remind you that even emperors have stubble. You rise, now fully scented and shaven, and step into the adjoining room where the dental attendants await. You're not looking forward to this. The brushes are stiff, the powder's sharp, and the taste? Somewhere between burnt bone and oyster shell with a hint of mint, if you're lucky. But that's tomorrow's misery. For now, you stand tall. The shave is done. The empire hasn't collapsed. Your skin is flawless, or close enough, and no one had to be executed today. Not bad for a Monday. You make your way through another tiled corridor, barefoot still, your freshly shaved face catching faint echoes in the bronze mirrors hung like silent spectators. Every surface in the palace gleams. Stone polished with vinegar, mosaics scrubbed by slaves before dawn. Even the air feels like it's been perfumed for your nostrils alone. But now, as you pass beneath a low arch carved with scenes of Neptune rising from the sea, the faint but unmistakable scent of calcium dust and crushed shells signals your next ordeal. Dental hygiene. Yes, oral care in ancient Rome is its own little circle of dignity-erasing torment. You enter the dental chamber, or more accurately, a niche in the wall with stools and shelves of tiny jars, and take your seat. A low stone platform serves as your throne, and a slave approaches, carrying a slender twig wrapped in wool, soaked in mint oil. The Roman toothbrush, well, sort of. Technically, it's a frayed stick from the Salvadora tree, or something close to it, used to poke and scrape at your imperial teeth. But before any brushing begins, there's a preparation ritual. A powdered mixture is brought to you in a carved alabaster dish. It's bone white, literally, and made from crushed ox bone, oyster shells, and a bit of charcoal. Sometimes a pinch of baking soda is added, though it won't be called that for another 100 to 800 years. You dab your finger into the mixture, press it onto your tongue, and grimace as it begins to fizz slightly. The sensation is like licking sandpaper that's been sitting in the sun too long. Refreshing. The dental slave then applies more of the powder directly to the twig and begins the process. There's no personal space. He leans in, breath held, hand steady. The scraping begins, front teeth first, then the molars, and finally a deep and unfortunately thorough massage along your gum line. The taste is bitter. The sound is unpleasantly gritty, and the entire affair lasts long enough for you to seriously consider banning food altogether. Who needs chewing when this is the price? But the best, or worst, is yet to come, the rinse. You're handed a small silver cup filled with something yellowish and warm. You already know what it is, a solution of Portuguese urine, collected from chamber pots and fermented for days until its ammonia content reaches peak potency. This, they believe, whitens teeth. Pliny the Elder wrote about it. Claudius was rumoured to gargle with it before every Senate session. You tip the cup back, swish once, twice, and force yourself to hold your breath. The tang is unmistakable. Quirky fact, this wasn't considered weird, it was commercial. Merchants actually imported vats of Portuguese urine to Rome specifically for dental and laundry use. There's even record of taxes levied on urine collection and sales under Emperor Vespasian, whose name became synonymous with public urinals, Vespasianae. Think of it as the ancient world's version of a toothbrush subscription service, only much, much grosser. Once you spit, delicately of course, into a bronze spittoon shaped like a lion's head, your dental slave inspects your mouth for any signs of decay. Toothaches are considered a minor curse, but dental surgery is horrifying enough to make you contemplate embracing the pain. The options for treatment range from herbal poultices to the Roman version of a root canal, yanking the offending tooth out with iron tongs after numbing your gums with wine and poppy extract. You don't need any of that today, thankfully. Now comes the tooth powder rinse. It's finer than the paste used earlier, almost silky in texture, and mixed with crushed mint leaves, cloves, and powdered coral. You rub it between your fingers and then across your teeth and gums. This final step is more for scent than hygiene. It leaves your breath slightly sweet, your gums tingling, and your dignity, well, wherever it wandered off to during the urine gargle. By the end, you rise, slightly dizzy, and accept a tiny cloth dipped in rosewater to wipe your lips. Then, with the final touch of imperial showmanship, you flick your hand to dismiss the dental team. They bow and vanish as if dissolved by magic. You know they'll reset everything for the next day, refill the powder jars, soak the twigs, ferment the next batch of rinse. Hygiene here is relentless. Scholars still argue over how widespread these practices were. Some believe only the upper crust of Roman society maintained such rigorous routines. Others suggest even common citizens used similar tooth powders, albeit with cheaper ingredients. The truth is likely somewhere in the middle. The empire loved its rituals, and cleanliness, even the symbolic kind, was a mark of status. But emperors, you had to be the cleanest of them all, even if it meant dousing your teeth in pee and smiling like nothing happened. Now your teeth shine, your breath vaguely resembles a meadow soaked in vinegar, and your tongue feels like it's been sandblasted. It's a good time to revisit the face one last time. A polished bronze mirror is handed to you. You peer at your reflection, no parsley between the teeth, no cuts on your chin, no reason for public humiliation. Success. And just as you're about to relax, the hygiene steward clears his throat gently and says, "The body groomers are ready, Dominus." Ah yes, the clipping, the plucking, the polishing, because being emperor isn't just about ruling. It's about maintaining the illusion that your pores don't exist and your body hair obeys the laws of decorum. You take a breath, steel yourself, and head toward the next room where tweezers gleam like surgical tools and your eyebrows are about to undergo imperial judgment. The grooming room is already warm when you enter, not from sun but from heated tiles beneath the marble floor. It smells of thyme oil and beeswax polish. The kind of scent that says, you're about to get plucked within an inch of your dignity. A row of grooming slaves waits along one wall, each holding a different tool. Bronze tweezers, ivory nail scrapers, pumice stones, a tiny file made of shark skin. Their eyes stay low, their hands steady. You take your seat on a padded stool and extend your arms, already bracing for the familiar tug and sting. First comes the fingernail inspection. Hands are everything to a Roman emperor. People see you gripping scrolls, lifting goblets, gesturing during speeches. Those fingers must look like they've never seen a day of labour, even if you secretly used them yesterday to strangle a particularly insolent olive merchant. The grooming attendant kneels and lifts your hand with all the reverence of a priest handling relics. He examines your cuticles, tuts softly, and begins his work. The nails are cleaned with a narrow pick, then filed into perfect half-moons. There's no polish in the modern sense, but after scraping and buffing, a dab of clear oil is rubbed in to give your fingertips a light, healthy sheen. The effect is subtle, just enough to suggest you drink spring water and make good decisions. Meanwhile, another attendant begins the slow process of shaping your brows. Yes, Roman men pluck their eyebrows, especially emperors. Unibrows are seen as unfortunate. Wild arches, barbaric. Yours must be clean, symmetrical, and slightly dramatic, commanding respect without looking like you care too much. The tweezers pinch. You don't react. You've trained yourself not to. Every pluck is accompanied by a quiet little breath from the attendant, like he's trying to time the pain with your exhale. He finishes by smoothing a calming balm over your brow bone. You feel nothing. That's the goal. Now comes the arm hair assessment. In Rome, smoothness means sophistication. Too hairy and you're mistaken for a Gaul. Too bare and you risk accusations of vanity unbecoming a man of the people. So your arms are trimmed with a small razor, just enough to tame the wildness, then oiled. Everything is always oiled. Olive oil with a touch of lemon balm rubbed in circles until your skin glows faintly in the light. It smells clean but not feminine. That distinction matters. Here's the weird fact of the day. Roman elite actually debated the proper way to deal with body hair. Philosophers like Seneca thought it foolish to obsess over smooth limbs, while others praised it as part of good grooming and public respectability. There were even guidelines, yes, actual guides, on which areas were acceptable to depilate and which weren't. Armpits? Definitely. Legs? Only if you're a gladiator or actor. Arms? Debatable. Back? Quietly taken care of, no questions asked. After your upper body is tended to, it's time for the feet. A new set of slaves enters, specialists in soles. Your feet are placed on a low marble pedestal and the dry, calloused areas are gently scraped with flat stones and sea sponge. A thin layer of clay is applied to the heels to soften them, then rubbed away with a cloth until the skin feels like it belongs to someone who's never walked further than the garden colonnade. Your toenails are trimmed with tiny bronze clippers, then shaped and smoothed. A fine powder made of crushed poppy petals and charcoal is dabbed between your toes, not just for scent, but to prevent irritation inside your sandals later. It's a bit ticklish, and you have to stifle a twitch. One of the slaves notices and quickly lowers his gaze. Any reaction is a crack in the mask. The emperor is not ticklish, the emperor feels nothing. Then comes the final detail, perfumed dust. It's a blend of orris root, myrrh and fine ash, rubbed across the neck, behind the ears, and along your inner arms. It smells faintly floral with a warm, earthy note. The idea is that if you sweat, it'll mask the odour and absorb some of the moisture. Deodorant doesn't exist, but perfumed powders are everywhere. Even your tunic will be dusted with them. And yet, there's one more moment of grooming before you can escape this chamber. The beard check. You're clean-shaven, yes, but the stylist must examine for hidden hairs, those rebellious sprouts beneath the jaw or just inside the ear. He tilts your head, squints, and reaches for a needle-fine tweezer. You already know this part will hurt. It always does, but you grit your teeth, let him see you can pluck. 1, 2, 3, each sting followed by a soft puff of breath to soothe the skin. By the time you stand, you're practically glowing. Your skin is smooth, your fingers manicured, your face flawless. You smell like an herb garden made love to a spice market, and still you're not done. From a quiet alcove, a wardrobe attendant steps forward, holding a polished wooden case. Inside are tiny glass vials, cosmetics. You'll be wearing makeup today, not in the modern sense of contouring and mascara, but enough to even out your complexion. A thin layer of white lead paste, yes, lead, because apparently glowing like a ghost is fashionable, will be dabbed onto your cheeks and forehead, followed by a slight blush made from ground cinnabar. You'll look healthy, lively, ready to be adored by senators and scribes. This is where the scholars like to bicker. Did emperors really wear makeup every day? Or only on special occasions? Some say it was routine for formal appearances. Others argue it depended on the man. Nero, certainly. Augustus, maybe. Marcus Aurelius? Hard to picture, but even Stoic philosophers don't want to look tired at public sacrifice. Your makeup is applied with cloth pads gently patted onto the skin, then brushed with a feather to blend. It catches the light just right. You glance in the mirror again. You don't look like you've spent an hour being scraped and tweezed. You look like you were born this perfect. Now dressed in a fresh undertunic, body glistening subtly, breath relatively fresh, nails trimmed, brows sharp, and jawline visible from the moon, you're prepared for the next sacred duty of the day, putting on clothes that weigh more than some senators. And while they're getting your toga ready, someone quietly hands you a cup of honeyed wine. Not for thirst, for morale. You sip. The day is just beginning, and you haven't even reached the latrines. You sip the honeyed wine slowly, letting the syrupy sweetness slide across your tongue and coat whatever bitterness still lingers from the earlier dental horror show. The cup is small, its handle moulded into the shape of a hippocamp, half horse, half fish. Because when you're emperor, even your drinkware is mythological. Around you, attendants bustle like a silent orchestra, preparing for the next stage of the hygiene process, the sacred ceremony of getting dressed. But first, there's the final sweep. A last round of grooming done with nearly surgical precision. The plucking and polishing are over, but now it's about finesse. One servant brings a fine silk cloth lightly dusted with gold powder and runs it across your arms, chest and legs. Not for cleaning, but to remove any lingering lint. oil residue or stray hair. Another steps in with a bronze mirror and inspects your ears, nostrils and neckline. Yes, every orifice is accounted for. Emperors don't have rogue nose hairs. That would be chaos. And then, the wardrobe commander, yes, that's an actual position, approaches. He's an older man, gaunt and rigid, with a memorized knowledge of fabrics and folds that could put Cicero to shame. In his hands are your undergarments, a fresh loincloth and a linen undertunic, both meticulously laundered in what you are absolutely sure was urine. You try not to think about it. The cloth smells faintly of lavender and myrrh, so the laundry slaves have done their job well. No hint of its pungent past remains. Slaves help you step into the loincloth first, wrapping and knotting it in a swift, practiced motion that preserves your dignity, or whatever's left of it after being exfoliated like an overripe fig. The linen undertunic follows, pulled over your head and adjusted so it drapes evenly over both shoulders. A broad sash is tied around your waist, and a delicate chain of polished bronze links is fastened across your chest. Not jewellery, but a sort of fastener that keeps the fabric in check. This is just the first layer. The real challenge begins with the toga. Ah, the toga, the symbol of Roman power and citizenry. A massive semicircle of woolen cloth, often 20 feet long, dyed snowy white, or, if you're in full imperial mode, edged with a deep purple stripe called the clavus. Today's toga is imperial crimson, dyed with Tyrian purple, extracted painstakingly from tens of thousands of murex snails. It costs more than a small villa, and smells faintly of the sea, because it basically is the sea condensed into fabric. Putting it on is not something you do yourself. Don't be ridiculous. The toga is less a garment than a topographical event, and it takes at least 3 people, sometimes 4, to wrap and drape it correctly. One slave holds the fabric taut, another gathers the folds, a third adjusts the front so the layered pleats sit just right, cascading like marble steps down your chest. The fourth, he's the toga whisperer. He stands back, squints, and adjusts the drape by millimetres, ensuring you don't look like a wine-soaked senator stumbling home from Saturnalia. The result is majestic. You look wider, taller, more commanding. The folds suggest wealth, education, moral uprightness, and divine favour. Never mind that you can't raise your arms above your waist, and walking now involves a slight shuffle. That's the price of power. If fashion is armour, the toga is your mobile fortress. With the toga settled, attention returns to your feet. Another slave kneels and carefully cleans them again, not because they're dirty, but because the act itself is symbolic. Imperial feet must always be pure before stepping into public view. He wipes between each toe with a perfumed cloth, then buffs the soles lightly with a pumice stone until they're baby soft. You almost feel bad for him, crouched there with your sandal straps in his mouth to warm them before slipping them over your feet. Almost. The sandals are simple in design, leather, with straps that wind up your ankles, but custom made to fit perfectly. The bottoms are lined with goat leather, and rubbed with a thin paste of crushed mint leaves to keep them from smelling offensive after a day of sweating through statecraft. The straps are tightened just enough to stay secure without cutting off circulation. A final dusting of rose powder is applied to your toes. The effect? You are now immaculate from head to heel. Here's the quirky bit. Roman laundry slaves were actually considered skilled labourers. They didn't just wash garments, they manipulated scents, textures and finishes. Some togas were pressed using heated glass spheres, others were folded in precise patterns and stored in cedar chests to maintain shape. And if your toga didn't have the right drape, it could signal weakness, or, even worse, a lack of taste. Emperors have been whispered about for less. Historians still bicker about how often emperors change their clothes. Some sources suggest daily outfit swaps, especially after bathing, while others argue that such opulence was frowned upon, at least publicly. But let's be honest, if you're surrounded by artisans whose only job is to make you look like Jupiter's more stylish cousin, you're probably not repeating outfits. Now fully dressed, you take a moment to admire yourself in the full-length mirror, a polished sheet of bronze set into a mosaic frame. The reflection isn't sharp, but you can make out the posture, the layering, the carefully oiled skin beneath the drape. You look like a statue come to life, exactly the point. And just when you think your hygiene routine might be mercifully complete, a page boy arrives with a quiet cough and a sealed note. You crack it open. It's from the imperial physician. A gentle reminder that it's nearly time for your digestive massage and mid-morning breath treatment. You sigh, Apparently we're not done yet. Not until every muscle has been kneaded, every scent neutralised and every orifice accounted for. You hand off the note, lift your chin, and shuffle forward in your stiff ceremonial splendour. You may not be able to walk fast, but you'll smell incredible doing it. The corridor to the massage chamber is long and lined with busts of former emperors, their stone eyes hollow, their expressions fixed in that peculiar combination of serenity and constipation. You pass each one in your slow, measured glide, toga balanced like a coiled serpent across your arm. Augustus, Tiberius, Caligula, still smirking. You wonder, briefly, how many of them went through these same motions, massaged, oiled, rubbed down like prize horses before facing the day's political races. The air grows warmer as you approach the next chamber, heavy with the scent of chamomile and pressed olive oil. Inside, the room is dark and womb-like, the walls tiled with deep red terracotta, each one etched with tiny wave patterns. It's designed to soothe, to silence the mind, to reset the imperial body. The massage table is wide and flat, covered in folded linen and goat leather, and beside it stands the physician's apprentice, a slender young man with palms already glistening from oil. He bows as you enter, murmurs your name in full, and gestures toward the table. The ritual begins. You lie down, face forward, arms resting at your sides. The toga is pulled away carefully, laid aside like a sacred garment, revealing your back and legs. There's no nudity taboo here, not for the emperor, not in a place like this. In fact, there's a kind of medical reverence to it. The body is a map, and the massage is how they keep the landscape stable. The oil is warm, spiced with coriander and juniper, and poured slowly down the length of your spine. It pulls in the small of your back and is spread outward with long, firm strokes. This isn't just indulgence, it's maintenance. Your life involves constant tension, diplomatic pressure, military updates, assassination rumours before lunch. The muscles must be softened, the knots worked out, or else the stress will fester and manifest in ways the Senate might notice. You can't afford to twitch during a speech. As the massage begins in earnest, the apprentice follows a specific map of the body, a Roman blend of Greek humoral theory and early anatomical observation. He presses along pressure points on the shoulders, pinches at spots just below the ribs, digs thumbs into the base of the neck where your stress nests like a coiled adder. Every movement is deliberate. He uses flat stone rollers and rounded wooden dowels to stimulate the flesh, improve circulation, and keep the skin supple. This is not relaxing, it's intense, almost brutal, but afterward you'll feel weightless. Curiously, Roman physicians often recommended massage as a daily health practice for the elite, not just for comfort, but to prevent illness. They believed that bad humours could settle into the flesh and stiffen the body, inviting imbalance and disease. The physician Galen, whose teachings dominate this era, claims that massage, when done correctly, could influence everything from digestion to mental clarity. You can't prove any of that, but you also haven't caught the plague this year, so who's to argue? The apprentice moves to your legs, working oil into your thighs and calves, flexing your feet and rubbing the arches with deliberate pressure. You feel joints loosen. A mild cramp releases in your lower back. You almost groan but catch yourself. Emperors don't groan, not unless there's a death involved. And then, the final stage, the digestive massage. You roll onto your back, eyes on the domed ceiling painted with hunting scenes. The apprentice warms his hands again and begins to gently press into your abdomen in slow, circular motions. This is to aid elimination, according to Roman theory. It's also surprisingly calming, especially after a heavy breakfast of bread soaked in milk and honeyed figs. Your stomach gurgles softly in response, which is perfectly normal but still mildly embarrassing when 10 people are standing nearby pretending not to notice. Speaking of elimination, you'll be visiting the imperial latrine soon, but not just yet. First comes the finishing treatment, the breath ritual. You sit up slowly, now glistening like a well-oiled statue of Apollo in human form. A servant steps forward with a shallow bowl filled with tiny white pellets. Pastilles made of frankincense, mastic gum and powdered cinnamon. You pop one in your mouth and begin to chew. It's hard and resinous, and your jaw works slowly against the stickiness. The flavour is sharp, almost medicinal, and it floods your sinuses. Not unpleasant, but definitely assertive. After chewing, you take a sip from another small goblet, this time a strong herbal infusion made with anise, fennel, and cardamom. It's meant to settle your digestion and freshen the breath further. You swish it around, then spit it into a golden basin shaped like a dolphin. The breath ritual is done. Your mouth now smells like a perfumed garden that got drunk on spices. No one in the Senate will dare accuse you of halitosis today. Here's the offbeat historical nugget of the hour. Some Roman nobles would go even further, having their personal chefs prepare food specifically to sweeten the breath. Think candied herbs, honeyed seeds, or little sugar-like lozenges made from dried fig skins and myrtle. Some records even suggest boiling eucalyptus leaves to create a kind of chewable wax. No, it didn't work very well, but it gave people something to do with their mouths besides whisper behind each other's backs. You rise from the table, slightly oily, thoroughly rubbed, and internally rearranged. Servants step forward with fresh linen cloths to dab away the excess oil. You stand still as they pat, fold, and dust your body back into presentability. Your toga is draped over you once again, every fold right back where it belongs. The effect is miraculous. 5 minutes ago you looked like a glistening sun god. Now you look like an imperial statesman who just happens to glow slightly under the right lighting. Your physician nods approvingly. No spasms, no tension, no offensive odours. He steps back. You're declared ready for the next phase of the day. And that phase, nature calls, the imperial latrine awaits. Which sounds private, right? It's not. You take a deep breath, adjust your folds, and walk with great dignity toward a room where you'll be expected to relieve yourself while discussing military strategy. Because Roman hygiene doesn't end where your modesty begins. In fact, it barely notices that line exists. The corridor to the latrines is, somewhat alarmingly, just as grand as the one leading to your throne room. Marble columns, intricate floor mosaics depicting sea monsters and hunting scenes. You wonder if the artist knew their work would pave the path to poop. But this is Rome, after all. Grandeur and bodily function walk hand in hand. Public hygiene is not hidden or whispered about. It's integrated. It's communal. And in your case, it's choreographed. You pass through a wide archway into the Emperor's private latrina, though private is generous. The room is large, airy, and lit by soft, natural light pouring through a decorative oculus in the ceiling. A small fountain gurgles peacefully in one corner, not to cleanse anything, but to provide pleasant background noise. Privacy by distraction. The latrines themselves are stone benches with oval-shaped holes arranged side by side, each separated by a modest half-wall carved with reliefs of grapevines and frolicking satyrs. You sit, and yes, you're not alone. 2 of your closest advisors are already here. Perched on either side of the central seat, robes hitched just enough to allow business to proceed. They nod at you casually, as if you were meeting in the forum. And in a way, you are. The imperial latrine is as much a place of politics as the Senate floor. Decisions are made here. Grants approved, rumours exchanged, enemies casually dethroned. All while someone is working through last night's lentils. You sit. The stone is cool, not comfortable exactly, but the angle is better than you'd expect. Your robe is lifted and arranged by a dedicated attendant who has likely become immune to shame. He steps back discreetly, leaving you to your imperial process. The seat has no lid. That's a modern idea. Here, nature is embraced with an open bench, a constant stream of water running beneath to carry waste away. You can hear it, faint and gurgling like the Tiber whispering your secrets downstream. There is no toilet paper. Instead, there's the tertiarium, a sponge on the stick, soaked in vinegar water and waiting in a bucket beside the bench. You know how to use it, of course. You've had years of training. There's a proper grip, a rotation method, even a rinsing ritual. It's communal, yes, but this one is your personal sponge, marked, cared for, replaced weekly. It still doesn't feel right, but this is Rome, and this is clean. Here's a fun little horror fact for your mind to chew on while you do what you're doing. Archaeologists have found these sponge sticks at bathhouses and latrines all over the empire. And yes, multiple people often shared the same ones. Public health wasn't quite what you'd call high priority, but emperors had their own, and they paid slaves specifically to maintain them. Somewhere in the palace is a poor soul whose job is to sanitize imperial sponges. Daily. As you sit, one of your advisors leans in slightly and murmurs a question about a border skirmish in Thrace. You nod, grunt softly, not from the decision but from the effort, and offer a concise answer. The soldier in question is to be promoted, but only after his wife's scandal with the merchant is quietly resolved. The other advisor adds a comment about grain shipments. You wave a hand. Handled. Business is done before your bowels are. But you're not rushing. This is your moment. Emperors don't have to pretend they don't have biological needs. In fact, handling them with such confidence and grace is part of the image. You are human, yes, but you are the human. The one whose every bodily philosophy has been elevated into ritual. There's also an odd sort of camaraderie here. Stripped of pomp mid-defecation, everyone's a little more honest. No swords, no titles, just flesh, stone, and the occasional groan. You've learned more truth in this room than in 10 Senate hearings. When you're done, the sponge is handed to you on a folded cloth. You use it carefully, set it back into the vinegar bucket, and then hold out your hands. Another servant appears with a small pitcher of warm water, pouring it over your fingers as you rub them clean with a cloth soaked in hyssop and myrtle. You're not filthy, but still, symbolic cleansing must be done. Then comes the perfume. A dab of lavender oil is pressed behind your ears, along your jawline, and just a touch on your wrists. It's subtle, dignified, almost ecclesiastical. There's an ongoing historical debate about whether emperors truly used public-style latrines or had entirely separate luxurious commodes hidden deep in the palace. Some scholars believe in a private, gilded chamber with elaborate drainage and golden fixtures. Others argue that the social element of shared latrine time was too important to give up. Based on what you're currently experiencing, the truth is likely both. You have access to privacy, but you choose visibility strategically when it suits you. As you rise, your attendants move quickly. The robe is adjusted, the fold smoothed, the belt refastened. Your body is once again cloaked in status. The advisor beside you stands as well, and both of you exit the latrine with the calm grace of men who just solved a border crisis and passed a breakfast fig in the same breath. You walk into the hallway refreshed, not just physically, but spiritually. There's something to be said for the Roman view of the body as a functioning whole, equal parts political and personal. There is no shame here, only process. Everything you've done this morning has been about preparation, ritual readiness. And now, as you make your way toward the antechamber of the baths, you're greeted by the next wave of attendants. Towels, oils, a fresh set of sandals, a musician quietly plucks at a lyre in the corner to soothe the mind, and you realise it's finally time for your first proper bath of the day. Not a rinse, not a basin splash, a full steaming social soak. You can smell the olive oil already. The path to the baths winds through a fragrant courtyard where clipped laurel bushes line a shallow reflecting pool. Doves coo lazily from the rooftop pergola, and sunlight drips through the latticework in golden shafts that make the air feel heavy and theatrical. But you're not lingering here. You glide onward, feet cushioned in soft sandals, toga wafting like a banner of indulgence. The bathhouse is calling. The entrance is carved with inscriptions praising hygiene, health, and the gods of cleanliness, Salus, Asclepius, and that smug little deity Hygeia. The doors swing open to reveal a cloud of scented steam and soft murmurs. Though this is the Emperor's private balneum, it's still a social place. High-ranking advisors, favoured poets, visiting generals, if they've been invited, they're already here, lounging half-nude in rising mist and debating military logistics between oilings. You disrobe in the apoditerium, the changing room. Attendants remove your toga with theatrical reverence, folding it immediately and placing it into a cedar-lined cabinet. The rest of your underlayers follow, and before long you're as naked as the day Rome was founded, and just as legendary, hopefully. The body has been carefully prepped for this moment. Waxed, scraped, perfumed, massaged. There's not a single hair out of place, not a callus left to embarrass you. Your skin practically glows in the flickering torchlight. An attendant steps forward with your bath shoes, thin leather soles meant to keep your feet from slipping on the warm, wet tiles. You step into them and walk toward the tepidarium, the first chamber in this time-honoured series. The air is humid and warm, like exhaling into a silk pouch. Soft steam rises from the water basin at the centre, and mosaics of nereids and dolphins writhe along the walls. You ease into the pool, sighing internally. It's just warm enough to relax the muscles without draining your will to live. Around you, conversation bubbles like the water. A general mutters about troop logistics in Germania. A philosopher strokes his beard and questions the morality of massaging the calves. You nod politely, answer when spoken to, but mostly allow the warmth to do its work. Your arms float lazily at your sides. Your hair, lightly oiled earlier, clings to your temples. You close your eyes. If divinity exists, it lives here in the steamy half-light. After 15 minutes, a slave taps gently on your shoulder. Time to move, the caldarium awaits. You rise slowly, water streaming down your skin in rivulets. A linen cloth is handed to you, not for drying, but for modesty, barely. You walk to the next chamber, and the air hits you like the inside of a kettle. The caldarium is hot, very hot. The floors are heated from beneath using the Roman hypercourse system, fire blazing in chambers below, warming the tiles above. You can feel the heat through your soles, creeping up your legs like a slow, inevitable lava flow. The room smells of eucalyptus and lemon balm. Steam hangs thick, curling off the water surface in slow spirals. This is where the serious sweating happens, the kind of sweat that peels shame off your bones. You step into the pool slowly. It's deeper here, hotter, and it takes a moment to adjust. Your skin prickles, then relaxes. The heat penetrates every layer of you. This is not a casual soak. This is rebirth by boiling. Slaves stand nearby with strigils, curved bronze tools used to scrape oil and sweat from the skin. No soap here. Soap is for the uncultured. Romans clean themselves by coating the body in scented oil, letting the pores open in the heat, and then dragging the mixture of grime and oil off with metal scrapers. It sounds barbaric, but it works. And besides, you're not doing it yourself. One strigil servant begins with your shoulders, dipping his tool in warm oil before spreading it across your skin, then scraping in slow, firm lines. You can see the residue gather at the edge of the tool, shiny, brownish, and definitely not something you want to think about too hard. Every scrape feels like a rebirth. Dirt, dead skin, leftover politics, all gone. Here's a weird bit of history for your next trivia night. Some Roman elites saved the strigil scrapings and sold them as ointments or aphrodisiacs. Yes, that means someone out there rubbed a mixture of imperial armpit oil and elbow gunk onto themselves, hoping to get lucky. That's ancient capitalism for you. Once your entire body has been scraped and re-oiled, a second slave steps in with a fresh linen cloth and pats you dry. This is where you start to feel lighter, less like a human and more like a stylized marble statue. Every contour smooth, every joint relaxed, every pore breathing. After the caldarium, you shuffle toward the frigidarium, the cold plunge, and you're already dreading it. This chamber is a stark contrast. No steam, no warmth, just a large pool of icy water surrounded by white marble. Decorative dolphins leap across the walls as if to mock you. You steel yourself, exhale, and step in. The cold clamps down on your chest, warms, your breath shortens, and for a brief moment you think, this is how I die. But you don't. Your blood rushes inward, your skin tightens, and your senses snap into crystal clarity. It's awful and amazing. The cold plunge is brief, just long enough to seal in the benefits of the hot soak, tighten your skin, and prove you're still tougher than any senator who whines about bath temperatures. When you emerge, you feel reborn. Again, every cell reset, every muscle buzzing with post-bath euphoria. You're wrapped in a dry linen sheet. Another splash of floral oil is dabbed behind your ears, and a light dusting of perfumed powder finishes the experience. Your hair is combed gently, your sandals are returned, warm from the brazier, and just like that you're ready to re-enter the world, smooth, refreshed and lightly steaming like a pastry fresh from the oven. Politics? Bring them. Assassins? Let them try. You've just had your bath. You exit the bath house like a god reborn, skin glistening, posture impossibly upright, radiating that smug, slow-burning confidence that only comes from being a freshly exfoliated autocrat. Every pore has been opened and resealed. Every muscle has been steamed, scraped, and massaged back into order. But just as you step across the threshold into the marbled hallway, an unspoken truth looms over your shining shoulders. No matter how divine you look, you are not finished until you've done the one thing every Roman must do. Pay your respects to the imperial toilet. Yes, it's time once again for the second most awkward part of your day. You make your way to the inner latrine, this time located off the baths. a sort of post-bathroom bathroom, because even in Rome, you can never be too clean or too regular. Unlike your earlier communal latrine, this one is a little more exclusive, fewer advisors, more mosaics, the same cold stone seating situation, though now polished to a gleam and warmed by proximity to the hypercourse beneath your feet. Still, it's a public experience, just upgraded. The attendant helps remove your linen wrap and arranges your toga so it doesn't trail tragically into unfortunate places. You sit again. Familiar sensation. New setting. Steam lingers from the baths, giving the room a hazy, dreamlike quality, except for the unmistakable scent of vinegar and ancient plumbing. This part of hygiene is so routine, so ingrained, that you no longer think of it as awkward. You think of it as efficient. It's also a perfect excuse to be out of the formal chambers a little longer. Another tessorium, your own again, is presented in a bronze basin. It's a fresh one, recently soaked in hot vinegar water and rubbed with salt to keep it clean. The handle is carved from olive wood, burnished smooth from use, and the sponge itself smells faintly of rosemary. You don't want to think about how many people are involved in keeping your bottom clean, but let's just say it takes a team. A highly trained, weirdly proud team. There's an entire profession in Rome for sponge maintenance, lavators, men who specialise in cleansing and replacing sponge sticks for wealthy clients. They carry buckets, vinegar and fresh-cut sea sponges from Sicily. You've never spoken to yours. You assume he's competent because you've never gotten a rash. That's as much credit as anyone gets in that line of work. While you go about your business, quietly, elegantly, another attendant fans you lightly with a palm leaf, and another one reads a passage from Virgil's Georgics in a slow, measured tone. You're not really listening. You're mostly timing your exit so that you don't overlap with the junior consul who's scheduled to use this room next. If anyone sees you leaving as he enters, they'll both try to politicize the moment. The emperor leaves and the young consul enters. Is it symbolic? You can already hear them whispering. Once finished, you rise, sponge returned to its vinegar bath, hands extended. Another warm rinse, this time with rosewater and a hint of mint. Your fingers are massaged lightly as they're dried, then dusted with powder to absorb any residual moisture. The result? You smell amazing again, from every angle. But there's one more level of dental and oral hygiene that follows the bath and second elimination ritual, the midday mouth treatment. You're guided to a small side room, one you've walked past 100 times without much thought. Inside is a narrow bench and a polished bronze dish filled with crushed myrrh, fennel seed, and dried thyme. A slave grinds this mixture into a finer powder and pours it into a cup of warm water. You gargle, you swish, you grimace. It tastes like drinking a spice rack, but it strips away any lingering sourness from the vinegar rinse life you lead. Then, as a final absurd flourish, you chew on a sliver of orris root, a dried piece of iris rhizome that acts like breath mint jerky. It's bitter, but your breath now smells like a meadow full of angry herbs. Success. Now the next part of your hygiene regimen may not make sense to a modern brain, but here it is anyway. The public airing of your toga. Yes, the one you're currently wearing. You're led to a shaded veranda where two attendants gently undrape the outer folds of your toga and hold them open to the breeze. It's not about drying, you're not wet. It's about airing out the garment, keeping it crisp, and letting the linen breathe. It also gives any perfumed dust clinging to it a second chance to settle properly. And frankly, it's a small display of wealth. Who else has time to let 4 slaves flap their robe into shape for 10 minutes while they sip diluted wine? While your toga flutters gently in the breeze like a surrendering flag, another servant touches up your face with a soft cloth, blotting any sweat, fixing the lead-based powder foundation, and reapplying a faint pink flush made from crushed poppy petals and iron oxide. The cosmetic application is subtle, barely visible, just enough to give you the glow of someone who doesn't work, worry, or sleep poorly. The Emperor must look serene at all times, even after a bowel movement. Now fully reassembled and moderately caffeinated by a sip of spiced wine, you walk with ease through the palace gardens, where other members of your court are just beginning to stir. You pass a few statues. The marble eyes seem to follow you. You give them a little smirk. They haven't had their second rinse yet. As you move toward the midday meal, attendants hover nearby with bowls of perfumed water in case you want a pre-lunch hand wash, which you always do, because nothing says ruler of the civilized world like the smell of fig blossoms and orange oil drifting from your knuckles. And just before you sit for your light meal of olives, goat cheese, and honey-drizzled dates, the hygiene steward approaches and whispers, "The cosmetic slaves have prepared the imperial eyeliner." You raise one brow, not today perhaps, but maybe tomorrow. A little kohl around the eyes does wonders for courtroom lighting. The midday meal is light, fragrant, and strangely focused on your breath. You sit at a shaded marble table beneath the palace's inner portico, where ivy crawls up trellised columns and fountains murmur in the background like gossipy spirits. The air is cool and perfumed. Your personal staff burned bay leaves and juniper an hour ago to purify the wind before your arrival. Apparently even air must be trained to behave around you. You don't eat much, just enough to keep the stomach quiet and the breath sweet. A handful of olives, a few slices of goat cheese rubbed with thyme, and a bowl of dates soaked in rosewater, which melt in your mouth like perfumed jelly. Between bites you sip watered wine laced with mint and crushed fennel, which your physician assures you will quell stomach demons. You assume he means gas, but he has a flair for the dramatic. Either way, it works. As you chew, another small ritual takes place. The midday dental refresh. A slave approaches with a polished wooden tray bearing 2 items, a length of cinnamon bark to chew, and a cup of pinkish liquid known as lamentum. It's a rinse made from boiled rose petals, red wine, and a dash of vinegar. You swish it thoughtfully, the bitterness scraping away the last traces of cheese and fig. You spit delicately into a wide bronze basin shaped like a lion's maw. It growls silently back. Then comes the cinnamon bark. You chew it slowly, letting the spicy, sweet oil seep across your tongue and up into your sinuses. It clears the palate, awakens the brain, and most importantly, sweetens the breath. The imperial mouth must never smell of fish or onions, though ironically, you eat both frequently. Hence all the fragrant food rituals. Romans might not know about microbes, but they understand very well the politics of odour. There's something oddly luxurious about how much thought goes into your breath. It's not just about cleanliness, it's about dominance. You speak into the faces of ambassadors. You breathe in the ears of senators who wait for your approval like priests before an altar. One whiff of garlic or decay and the spell would break. No, your mouth must speak with the fragrance of divinity, or at least of someone who can afford imported spices. Here's your quirky historical gem of the day. Some Romans, especially among the elite, paid enormous sums for exotic spices not just for food, but for chewing. Cinnamon, cloves, even cardamom, all used to freshen the breath before public appearances. There are records of emperors carrying small gold boxes filled with chewing bark, and even commissioning jewel-encrusted toothpicks. Yes, flossing by bling, fashion and function. Once the meal ends, your hands are rinsed in a shallow bowl of water infused with orange blossoms. A linen towel is brought to you, embroidered with your personal crest, a flying eagle clutching a laurel branch. You dry your hands slowly, letting the attendants remove any final stickiness from your fingers. Then, just as you prepare to leave, another slave offers you a small wax tablet. On it is a note from the palace perfumer. "New fragrance blend prepared for your inspection," it reads. Includes extract of bergamot, saffron, and a touch of wild pear. You arch an eyebrow. Wild pear? Bold. It'd make a mental note to sample it after your next bath. Maybe save it for a festival, or an execution, and scent and memory are tied after all. But now comes perhaps the oddest and most invasive ritual of imperial hygiene, the midday urination. Not because you're full, not because you're pressed for time, but because your physician insists it's necessary for balance. That's right, scheduled urination, like a military manoeuvre. The theory, according to Glenelg medicine, is that regular elimination is the mark of a well-tuned body. If you wait too long, you risk upsetting the flow of humours, especially the yellow bile. So here you are again, being guided back to a quiet side room, where a beautifully sculpted urinal amphora awaits. It looks more like a ceremonial wine vessel than a bathroom receptacle. That's intentional. You relieve yourself under the watchful eyes of no one, but you know the urine will be collected. Not for disposal, for analysis. The palace physician will inspect its colour, clarity, even smell. Pale gold means good digestion. Dark amber suggests stress or excessive wine. Cloudy, possible demonic possession. Okay, maybe not demons, but you get the point. Scholars still debate how accurate these urine readings were, but what's clear is that the practice was widespread and taken very seriously. There are even surviving charts comparing shades of urine to different conditions, like a very unappetizing paint swatch booklet. And as emperor, your bodily outputs are considered state intelligence. You could almost call it liquid espionage. Once you've finished, the urinal is capped and taken away discreetly by a eunuch whose entire job is to carry royal urine without judgment. You wash your hands again, another soft rinse in floral water, another linen towel, another dab of scent. This time, lemon oil with a hint of cedar. You step outside into the warm courtyard, blinking in the midday sun. The palace hums with quiet activity. Scribes rushing between chambers, servants adjusting statues, gardeners clipping hedges into the shape of mythological beasts. You walk past them, smooth and glowing, your breath like a scented scroll and your bladder as empty as the treasury during a military parade. And just when you think the grooming cycle might actually finally be slowing down, the chamberlain approaches with a bow. "Master of grooming requests your presence for afternoon oculus cleaning," he says, not meeting your eyes. You blink. Of course, eyeball hygiene. You rub your temples, carefully, so as not to smudge your blush, and nod. Send him in. Because in Rome, even your eyeballs must be clean enough to rule the world. You're back in your private chamber, seated on a cushioned bench carved from African ivory and inlaid with gold leaf, because there's no such thing as too much when it comes to keeping your eyeballs clean. The chamber is dim, not for atmosphere, but for practicality. Bright light makes the eye water, and watery eyes make the emperor look like he's emotionally vulnerable, which is absolutely unacceptable, even during something as invasive as oculus maintenance. The master of grooming enters with the reverence of a man who understands that one wrong poke to the ruler's retina could end in either a demotion or a surprise bath with bricks. He's tall, thin, with fingers like spider legs and a belt pouch full of tiny spoons, vials, and soft cloths. He bows without a word, then gestures for you to tilt your head back. You comply, your eyes blinking lazily as he begins his ritual. First, he places a few drops of a solution, probably something made from rosewater and boiled fennel, onto your closed eyelids. It's cool, soothing, and smells faintly of licorice. You feel a single droplet trickle down your temple. A slave steps in and dabs it away before it can reach your jawline. Precision matters, every drop accounted for. Next comes the warm compress. A square of wool soaked in chamomile tea is folded neatly and pressed against each eye. You sit like that for a few minutes, hands resting on your knees, looking like a well-oiled statue at a spa. The heat draws out any dust or dryness from the earlier bath, or from squinting too hard during morning scroll reading. You think about all the other emperors who probably sat here like this, blindfolded in luxury, trusting some guy with a pouch of tiny scoops to keep their vision imperial. Once the compress is removed, the master uses a feather-thin ivory rod to gently lift your upper eyelid. One of those actions that feels too intimate for the hour of day. With the rod, he flicks out a speck of grit and deposits it on a small cloth like he's just discovered a rare gem. Then he does the other eye. No conversation, just clinical artistry. And here's your quirky fact of the day. Romans believed the eye was a direct pathway to one's internal balance. If your eyes were red or itchy, it wasn't just a health issue. It was a moral one. Red eyes suggested overindulgence, or worse, suppressed emotion. You couldn't very well lead the known world while looking like you'd been crying over a dropped fig. Hence the maintenance. After the grit removal, the cleansing continues with a cottony swab soaked in an infusion of marigold and donkey milk. Yes, donkey milk, supposedly restorative and also very on brand for Roman beauty treatments. The swab is gently rolled along the rims of your eyes, wiping away the faintest traces of fatigue, dried tears, or, gods forbid, sweat. Your vision blurs for a moment from all the moisture, but then returns sharper than before, like the whole room's been freshly etched. Finally, a micro drop of oil is placed in each eye, sweet almond or perhaps poppy seed. It adds sheen and prevents irritation. And just like that, your ocular spa day is complete. You blink a few times, eyes glimmering like wet gems under the filtered light, and nod your approval. The master of grooming bows again and withdraws silently. You lean back, blinking slowly, savouring the feeling of your refreshed vision. Everything seems crisper. The world feels manageable. You could probably read 6 scrolls before dinner now and not even need a nap. But the day marches on, and so does your hygiene regimen. Another servant appears and whispers, "It is time for the afternoon oiling." Of course it is, because after all that bathing and powdering, your skin must now be re-moisturized to maintain the perfect imperial glow. You're led back into a side chamber filled with sunlight slanting through latticed windows. 3 oil slaves await you, each with a different vial in hand. One filled with warmed olive oil, another with rose-infused almond oil, and the last, a specialty blend of pomegranate seed and a trace of saffron. Each is for a different part of the body: limbs, torso, and face. No, they are not interchangeable. That would be chaos. You sit again on a low marble stool as they begin. The first slave oils your skin, your arms and shoulders, working the olive oil in slow circular motions from wrist to bicep. Your muscles hum faintly under the pressure. The second focuses on your legs, especially the calves and thighs, kneading the almond oil until your skin shines like newly minted coin. The third, with the smallest and most delicate hands, massages the saffron oil into your temples, your cheekbones, the slope of your neck. There's no conversation, only the sound of hands moving across flesh and the faint burble of a fountain somewhere nearby. It feels almost religious, this level of care, this many people attending to your skin as though you were a statue being constantly repaired. Fun fact, oiling wasn't just for hydration. In Rome, oiling was believed to fortify the skin against infection, ward off illness, and even protect against aging. It was medicine and beauty rolled into one, and for someone in your position, appearing ageless is not just vanity, it's a political strategy. When the oiling is done, you are gently dusted once more with fine powder, this time mixed with a ground laurel leaf to enhance your scent and keep the shine under control. You don't want to look greasy, you want to look divine. The mirror is brought in, bronze, oval, polished to a near reflective sheen. You check your reflection, noting the luminous skin, the clear eyes, the sculpted hairline. You don't look like a man burdened with empire, you look like something carved by Hephaestus and oiled by angels. Then, as if summoned by the gods of excess, a page boy appears with your mid-afternoon sandals. Different from your morning pair, these are softer, more decorative, dyed wine red and lined with fleece. You step into them. Your feet, recently powdered and lightly massaged, fit perfectly. Now, oiled, fragrant, eyes bright and posture perfect, you're ready to return to the day's affairs. Scrolls to read, scribes to dictate, enemies to charm. But first, a final spritz of myrrh water behind your ears, always behind the ears, and as you pass down the colonnade toward the Hall of Justice, a thought flits across your mind like a breeze. You may be the most powerful man in the world, but what you really are is moisturized. You cross the mosaic-tiled floor of the imperial colonnade, every footfall a silent, sandal-soft declaration of how deeply pampered you've become. But you're not headed toward politics or philosophy now. There's another destination calling you, one that makes every Roman's day feel complete, whether senator or slave. It's time for the bath again. Yes, the second bath of the day. This one is less formal than the earlier ritual cleansing. That bath was all discipline and dignity, a curated stripping down of grime and stress. This bath, this is leisure, afternoon softness, the kind of thing one earns after a long morning of olive oiling, breath freshening and eye irrigation. Your body is clean, but now it's time for your soul to catch up. You enter the bath complex through a quieter passage this time, the servant doors tucked between towering cypress trees. The domed ceiling of the balneum seems to open up like a sky, painted with zodiac constellations and flying figures. The sunlight filters through high slats and lands on the water in gentle dappled waves. This isn't just a bath, it's a lullaby made of steam. Attendants undress you again, but this time the gesture feels casual. You're relaxed, slightly flushed from the oils, and move easily into the warm air of the tepidarium. The water here is just above body temperature, inviting you to melt rather than brace. You slip into it slowly, feeling the heat creep across your limbs like velvet fog. No advisors, no generals, no poets in this one. Just you and a few chosen favourites, maybe your youngest cousin who says too much, a trusted old friend from your early legions, and the palace cook who somehow earned your affection through sheer skill with spiced lentils. Here, rank fades slightly. You're all lounging in a great stone tub with carved dolphins on the edge, and laurel leaf tiles underfoot. Passing time like you have eternity to kill. This is where the odd little details emerge. Someone humming a melody from the provinces, another retelling a vulgar joke about a merchant and an angry goose, and you gently stretching each limb beneath the water to feel where tension still clings. One of the attendants offers you a bowl of fig and honey paste. Not to eat, to smear on your face. You accept, because why not? The paste is thick and warm, sweet-scented and grainy. It gets rubbed into your skin by a patient hand, then left to sit while you lean against the side of the pool, breathing in eucalyptus and lemon. After 10 minutes, it's wiped away with a cloth soaked in milk and mint. Your skin feels absurdly soft, borderline irresponsible. You look like a man with no concept of manual labour. Mission accomplished. Now comes the final stage of this bath, the oil hundul scraping. Again, but gentler this time. A strigil is brought out. Not bronze like the mornings, but carved from ivory, its edge rounded smooth. Warm oil is poured over your shoulders, your chest, your arms, and then scraped away with slow, sweeping strokes. There's no dirt left, really. Just oil, sweat, and a bit of fig residue. But the act is sacred, ritualistic. You're not cleaning anymore. You're being returned to your element, smooth, fragrant, and immune to the filth of politics. Here's your fringe fact of the day. Romans actually viewed oil scraping as a mark of civilization. To be unstrigiled was almost as bad as being unshaven or barefoot. The state even subsidized access to strigils in some public baths, treating it as a kind of moral hygiene. There were rumours, probably false, that emperors could recognize criminals in disguise based purely on their lack of strigil polish. Whether myth or truth, you'd never risk appearing without that final oil-line shimmer. Once scraped and rinsed again with lukewarm water, you enter the final chamber, the frigidarium. You've done this already once today, but now it's gentler. Just a few seconds in the cool pool to close the pores, revive the senses, and convince your body not to sink into total sleep. You submerge, emerge, and exhale. Your scalp tingles. Your shoulders feel weightless. Even your ears feel clean. Wrapped in a fresh linen sheet, you're escorted to the drying platform. Not a towel, not a bench, a platform. Warmed from beneath, padded with wool, and angled just so, it allows you to recline like a piece of art awaiting display. 2 attendants use separate cloths, one for your torso, one for the rest, because cross-contamination is unacceptable and you're not trying to smell like foot polish. Then comes the optional part, the powdered rub. You nod, of course. They dust you in a blend of fine ground iris root and powdered citrus peel. It absorbs moisture and makes you smell like a meadow that got lost in a spice market. You let them brush it into your hairline, your chest, your calves. Every inch of you hums with attention. Your skin sings like a lyre string. By the time you're standing again, feet sheathed in dry sandals and a soft tunic back in place, you're a masterpiece. The glow, the scent, the quiet inner warmth. You're not just presentable, you're immortal, or at least you look like you might be. You exit the bath with your tiny entourage. The linen sheet folded reverently behind you like a sacred scroll. The palace halls feel cooler now, the marble underfoot smoother, the air lighter. You float through them with the gait of a man whose insides are as clean as his outsides. And then, from nowhere, your physician appears again. "The leechman is here," he says gently. "Shall I show him in?" You sigh, because of course the leechman is here. It's time to balance your humours, which means it's time for bloodletting. So much for the good mood. You're escorted to the leech chamber. Yes, an actual room dedicated to medieval vampirism, because even emperors must occasionally bleed for balance. It's not your favourite part of the day. In fact, it ranks somewhere between stepping on amphora shards barefoot and hearing senators argue about tax grain policy. But here you are, clean, luminous, deeply moisturised, and about to get suctioned by tiny aquatic worms. The chamber is darker than the rest of the palace, lit only by oil lamps whose smoke curls in thin threads toward the domed ceiling. It smells faintly of salt water and iron, like a fish market in the rain, and you already know what's waiting. A large bronze basin filled with tepid water and leeches the size of modest fingers, all wriggling and coiling like the world's worst spaghetti. Their handler stands nearby, hooded, hunched, with pale, veined hands and a damp apron that tells you he's already seen someone else today. Lucky you're not first. Back or arm today, Dominus? He asks in a voice like wet parchment. You consider arms are more discreet, easier to conceal under your tunic. But the back has fewer nerve endings. You go with the arm. He nods solemnly, like you've passed some kind of unspoken test. You sit on a low carved stool and extend your left arm, rolling up your tunic sleeve while trying not to make direct eye contact with the basin of squirming teeth tubes. A small cup of warm water is poured over the skin to wake the blood, followed by a quick wipe of basil oil, not for hygiene, just for the smell. Then the leech is selected, delicately plucked from the basin using a flat bone spatula and placed onto your forearm with reverent precision. It slithers for a second, then latches. You feel a pinch, not unlike a bee sting softened by indifference, then almost nothing. It starts feeding slowly, rhythmically, as your blood begins to flow into its translucent body. It pulses in time with your heartbeat. Delightful. Another one is applied to your wrist, then a third just below the elbow. You sit there completely still as 3 leeches siphon away what your physician has declared excessive bile. Because, according to Roman medicine, you are a miniature universe of fluids: blood, phlegm, black bile, yellow bile. When any one of them overwhelms the others, things go haywire. Mood swings, headaches, too much ambition, or not enough. Today's diagnosis: you've been looking too intense in public. The solution? Drain a little blood, let the body cool. Here's the weird historical truth. They actually believed this worked. Not just peasants or back-alley quacks, but elite Roman physicians, people trained in the teachings of Hippocrates and Galen. And sometimes it did help, at least symptomatically. A fever might drop, swelling might go down, but they didn't understand the why, so instead they leaned on elaborate rituals like this one, where 3 leeches slurp you back into equilibrium. The leech handler watches closely. If one gets lazy or sluggish, he removes it and replaces it with a fresh recruit. Your blood is royal, yes, but apparently it's also demanding. Minutes pass. You feel a growing tightness in your arm, then a strange lightness in your chest, like a faint floating sensation. You don't like it, but you don't fear it either. You've done this before, more times than you can count. The key is to keep your gaze forward and your breathing steady. Don't watch the leeches swell like wine bladders. Don't think about where they'll go afterward. You distract yourself with a mental inventory of your fragrance schedule. Today you're wearing rose lavender in the morning, cedar mint after lunch. Tomorrow, maybe saffron citrus. You'll rotate sandalwood back in next week for the festival. That's calming. Once the leeches have had their fill and they always know when, they let go. They just drop. Plop into the waiting dish with a heavy, satisfied thunk. Each of them now bloated, dark and shimmering with your imperial essence. The handler scoops them up like precious gems, places them into a cloth pouch, and murmurs something about letting them rest. You try not to imagine what that entails. Your arm is wiped clean, the puncture sites pressed gently with wool, soaked in cold vinegar to stop the bleeding. Then comes the myrrh salve, a thick, resinous balm dabbed carefully over the wounds to ward off infection and keep the skin from scarring. You're not a gladiator. You don't get to have rough edges. You flex your fingers, test your grip, you feel lighter, calmer even, possibly a little dizzy. Someone offers you a sip of watered pomegranate juice laced with a bit of honey and saffron. It's sharp and sweet, grounding. A small part of you hates that this ridiculous procedure might actually have worked. As you stand, a physician steps forward to inspect your colouring. He peers at your eyes, touches your temple, checks your pulse with 2 fingers and a solemn face. Much better, he murmurs. Your humours are nearly aligned. Nearly. You resist the urge to ask if he wants to bleed you again before dinner. Here's another little debate for you. Scholars still aren't sure how often emperors did this. Some suggest weekly bloodletting was common. Others think it was more seasonal, used to combat heat fatigue or spring fever. What's agreed upon is that emperors did something to manage their image of health, and bloodletting, while gruesome, was deeply tied to ideas of purification and virtue. And virtue, you now realise, is exhausting. You're dressed in a loose, soft robe for the afternoon, a casual garment compared to your toga, dyed a warm ochre and belted loosely at the waist. It's breathable, good for blood loss recovery and looking introspective while reclining with scribes. Your sandals are swapped out for soft slippers lined with fur. A small cushion is tucked under your elbow as you're led to the atrium. Because after all that, it's time for a snack. Just a small one, some candied fennel seeds, a spoonful of almond paste, maybe a date soaked in sweet wine. Nothing heavy, just enough to settle your stomach and freshen your breath. Again. As you nibble, your thoughts return to the afternoon. What next? Another fragrance trial? A third bath? Perhaps a new lotion from the east? You're open. After all, when hygiene is power, indulgence is policy. You recline on a cushioned divan in your private garden loggia, nibbling on a wine-soaked date that tastes like liquefied velvet, and watching a bee drunkenly circle the rim of your cup. Your robe hangs loosely, your feet are up, and the breeze is just right, the kind that smells faintly of sun-warmed stone and lavender blossoms. You're still technically recovering from being partially drained by aquatic worms, so your attendants are giving you space, but not too much. A cushion is adjusted here, a goblet refilled there, even your leisure is choreographed. You don't plan to move for a while, which is exactly why the next part of your hygiene ritual is going to be especially annoying, the cold plunge and cloak up. You hear the light footsteps before the announcement comes. A steward in a purple-trimmed tunic bows at the threshold of the loggia. Dominus, the cold plunge is prepared. Of course it is. You exhale softly, not quite a sigh. Emotions, even mild irritation, must be expressed with restraint, and rise from your reclining position. Slippers are slid onto your feet. The robe is straightened. Another sip of diluted wine. Then you're off to meet the chill. The plunge pool isn't far, set in a small alcove just beyond the garden. It's a deep square basin carved from polished green-veined marble, and the water, drawn from a nearby spring, is cold enough to offend the soul. You've stepped into it before and sworn you could feel your ancestors flinch, but tradition demands it. After bloodletting, after a long day of oils and warmth, the cold restores balance, allegedly. 2 bath attendants are waiting by the pool with folded linen towels and oil-soaked cloths. The surface of the water is glass smooth, disturbed only by the occasional falling leaf. You step forward, drop the robe, and descend slowly. No fanfare, just a series of small miserable choices leading to full-body submersion. The water bites, immediately. Your skin clenches, your heart skips like a badly played lyre. You grit your teeth and keep going until you're neck-deep, arms floating beside you, breath coming in shallow pools. The world sharpens around the edges. Every cell in your body screams, "What did we do to deserve this?" But then comes the shift. Your blood races, your mind clears. You feel more alert, more present, less like a feather caught in perfumed wind and more like a man again, albeit a man who willingly subjected himself to 1,000 discomforts in the name of balance. You dunk your head once, briefly, just enough to wet your hair and seal the process. When you emerge, your skin is pale, your muscles taut and your pulse hammering in your ears. You feel new, or maybe just cold. Either way, the ritual is complete. The attendants move quickly. One wraps a pre-warmed linen towel around your shoulders, the other hands you a smaller one for your hair. You pat, never rub. Friction is the enemy of glowing skin. A little more saffron oil is dabbed along your temples. A dusting of rice powder is pressed into your chest and collarbones to absorb the chill. It's not just about comfort. It's about maintaining the look of invincibility, even when your body is actively trying to curl into a fetal ball. Now comes the cloak. The cloak is not just any garment, it's a woolen pallium, dyed imperial crimson and trimmed with gold thread, woven in Alexandria and soft enough to convince you that clouds are real and wearable. It's not meant for warmth, though it helps. It's meant for presence. 2 wardrobe slaves assist with the draping, careful to create the exact number of folds along your left shoulder and to pin the golden clasp just so. The cloak is designed to billow gently as you walk, to suggest movement even when you're standing still. You glance at your reflection in a silver mirror, regal, refreshed, not a single hair out of place. There's something about Roman cloaks. They tell people what kind of man you are. A senator's might be stiff and sensible. A general's might be weathered and bloodstained for effect. Yours says, "I have 12 people working around the clock to make sure my knees never touch cold stone." Now dressed, dry and radiating of the faint scent of cypress and clean wool, you walk slowly along the garden path. Your cloak sways gently behind you. The sandals on your feet are new, soft leather, dyed to match your robe, and lined with rabbit fur, because apparently someone thinks you haven't suffered enough joy today. You pass through the atrium again, where a few scribes sit ready with scrolls, but you wave them off. Not yet. The cold plunge must settle. You are not just a man, you are a humorally balanced organism in need of 5 minutes of sun and silence. And here's your historical oddity for today. Roman cold plunges were thought to close the pores after bathing and prevent wind sickness, a vague catch-all term that included chills, rheumatism and bad moods. Scholars still argue over whether there was any real benefit. Some say it helped circulation, others say it was pure bravado. What's undeniable is the image it projected: discipline, self-control, endurance, no matter how many fig pastes you smeared on your cheeks earlier. As you stand beneath the pergola, sun drying the last of the water from your hair, a servant approaches quietly with a bronze tray. On it, a small bowl of fig preserves and a sliver of cheese wrapped in grape leaves. You accept the snack like it's a sacrament. And then, just as you take the first bite, the same steward who summoned you to the cold plunge reappears. He bows. "Dominus, the footmen are prepared." You blink. "Footmen?" "Yes, Dominus, the cleansing of your imperial souls." Of course, because even your feet, wrapped in rabbit fur and sandal leather, require daily penance. You toss the grape leaf aside, straighten your cloak, and march gracefully, fragrantly toward the next temple of hygiene. Because when you rule the world, not even your toes are left to chance. The footmen await you in a quiet annex off the eastern wing of the palace, a small sunlit chamber with floors tiled in patterns of ivy leaves and coiling vines, each stem made from green glazed stone imported from Cyprus. The air smells faintly of thyme, lavender, and something sharper, a crushed pine resin maybe. You're not entirely sure, but you know one thing: your feet are about to receive more attention than the average senator does in a fiscal crisis. You sit on the edge of a cushioned bench draped in white linen, lifting your freshly fur-lined sandals from your feet with the kind of grace only possible after 30 years of being undressed by other people. A footman steps forward, barefoot, silent, focused. He bows deeply, then begins by inspecting your soles like a jeweller appraising gems. This is not an ordinary cleaning. This is preservation. Your feet, despite never having touched unpaved earth since you were a child, endure more than you'd like to admit. Walks through sprawling gardens, slow processionals on stone roads, and, worst of all, standing for long speeches while pretending to care about grain tributes from Sicily. They may be covered in softest goat leather and bathed twice daily, but they are still human feet, and Rome demands they stay as close to divine as possible. The first step is the soak. 2 shallow bronze basins are brought forward, filled with warm water steeped in rosemary, bay leaves and orange peels. The scent is so strong it makes your eyes flutter closed for a second. You lower your feet into the basin, and the warmth rushes up your calves like a blessing. The footmen, 1 per leg, begin a gentle cleanse, lifting each foot slightly to scrub it with linen pads dipped in a grainy soap paste made of olive oil, fine sand and powdered citrus rind. Soap in the Roman world isn't always soap the way you might imagine. It's abrasive, sure, but also fragrant. The goal isn't lather, it's exfoliation. You don't want bubbles, you want results. Once the grime of the day, imaginary as it may be, is scrubbed away, your feet are lifted carefully from the basin and placed on soft wool towels. Another slave kneels with a small knife and begins trimming the nails, not just cutting them, but shaping them rounded at the edges, flat across the top, just like every emperor before you. The trimmings are swept away instantly, like they might hold secrets. Then come the pumice stones. Rounded, worn, smooth, warmed slightly by resting near the brazier. They're rubbed across the heels, arches and balls of your feet in careful rhythmic circles. Dead skin flakes away like weathered stone, revealing softness beneath. It's a deeply weird feeling, somewhere between being tickled and slowly ground into perfection. You maintain a neutral expression, but your toes twitch once, just once. The footman pretends not to notice. And then, the oiling. You know the drill. Warm almond oil is poured onto the palms of each attendant and gently worked into your skin, massaged into every crease and joint. The arches are kneaded with the thumbs, the toes rotated gently, the heel pressed with just enough pressure to make you wonder if this is still hygiene or something more spiritual. Your legs go a little slack. You exhale slowly through your nose. If you didn't know better, you'd swear this was a religious rite. In fact, it kind of is. Romans believed that the feet reflected the whole body. A healthy foot meant a healthy man. That's why wealthy citizens, even non-emperors, routinely employed professional footmen, some of whom trained for years to master the precise pressure needed to stimulate everything from digestion to sleep. There were even handbooks, literally scrolls full of foot care techniques, diagrams of toe alignments, and lists of which oils cooled which humours. You once saw one. You didn't finish it. The diagrams were unsettling. As the massage continues, you drift. Not asleep, but into that hazy middle place where thought and sensation blur. You think about how ridiculous it is, how utterly unnecessary and decadent it all is. And yet you also think about what would happen if you didn't do this. If you walked into the Senate with cracked heels or dirt beneath your toenails, there would be whispers, judgments. No matter how many armies you command or provinces you rule, one visible callus could unravel it all. This is not luxury, it's armour. Finally, the oil is wiped away with fresh linen, and your feet are powdered, lightly, with crushed iris and laurel leaf to prevent sweating. You inhale, and even the powder smells expensive. The footmen inspect their work one last time, and only then do they nod and step back. Now comes the footwear. You're not going back into your daily sandals, not after this. Instead, a fresh pair of campaghi, simple soft-soled slippers worn indoors, are brought forward. They're lined with woven linen and just tight enough to make your feet feel hugged, but not suffocated. The straps are fastened by hand, wrapped precisely twice around the ankle, then tucked beneath the sole. No buckles, no fuss. Pure, effortless elegance. And here's your quirky historical tidbit. Foot fashion was serious business in Rome. Senators wore black shoes, generals wore red, emperors, you had options. Today's choice, cream-coloured minimalist, lightly perfumed, is meant to signal peace and stability, and the fact that you absolutely have someone who oils your feet daily. Once standing, you do a small, almost imperceptible stretch. Just to check. No tightness, no aches, your feet are soft, warm, slightly scented, and ready to glide across marble without making a sound. The chamberlain enters. Dominus, the hygiene steward reports that the undergarments have been aired and the tunic pressed. A pause. Also, a physician has asked whether you'd like another mouth rinse before your next meeting. You shake your head gently. No, I'm properly fragrant for now. Very good, he says, bowing. You exit the foot chamber not as a man, but as an event. The walls seem to part for you. Your steps are silent. Every inch of you, a hair, eyes, skin, toes, has been purified, anointed, and carefully presented to the world. And yet, the next chamber awaits. You can already hear the faint rustling of linen being unfolded, and the slow, rhythmic clinking of silver scent bottles. It's time to talk about underwear. The linen chamber is tucked behind a pair of understated wooden doors that somehow still manage to feel regal, likely because they're carved with scenes of Hercules heroically folding laundry. You step inside and the air shifts. It's cooler here, drier, and smells unmistakably of starch and violet water. This is where your undergarments are stored, aired, and, in a sense, worship. It's the Vatican of loincloths. The moment you enter, 3 attendants bow and begin unfolding what is essentially your royal underwear. But of course, they don't call it that. The garment has a formal name, subligaculum, and it is presented to you with the same gravity as a general handing over a battle map. The fabric is fine linen, bleached until nearly translucent, and trimmed at the seams with a delicate line of embroidery, your initials entwined with laurels and doves, because even your groin deserves a crest. Today's undergarment has been pressed with a heated glass orb and lightly scented with rose-infused vinegar, then stored overnight in a cedar box alongside pouches of dried marjoram. It's soft, light, and still warm from the stone slab where it rested for airing. It is, in a word, perfect. Or at least as perfect as something can be before being wedged beneath your toga all afternoon. An attendant kneels to guide your legs through, while another steadies your balance. The cloth is drawn up carefully, tucked and folded, never bunched, then tied at the hips with narrow braided cords. They make one complete loop, pull tight with a gentle tug, and knot off with silent efficiency. No words are exchanged. Underwear is serious business. Next comes the tunic, a simple pale garment that goes over the subligaculum, hanging to just below the knee. This is your home tunic, meant to be worn beneath official robes or lounging garments. It has short sleeves, a square neckline, and is made from Egyptian linen so fine it's nearly liquid in texture. You raise your arms, they slide it on, you lower them. The tunic settles into place with the ease of something made specifically for your body, which it was. Each one is tailored to your exact dimensions and adjusted every season. You don't grow, of course. That would imply imperfection. But sometimes the wind changes and the tunic must change with it. The hem is adjusted, the belt is tied, a wide sash today, burgundy with golden thread, knotted at your left hip. Then the final touches, a flick of a lint brush made from goose feathers across the chest, a smoothing of the collar, and a very light misting of cypress water from a tiny flask. It smells green and clean like sunlit wood. You breathe it in, the scent coiling up behind your eyes like a blessing. Now that your base layers are on, you're momentarily dismissed to move around, stretch, get used to the fit. The attendants step away as you pace slowly across the tiled floor. The linen moves with you, whispering against your skin. No tugging, no wrinkles, just a gentle glide. The right amount of resistance means the fabric is breathing. It's all very precise. Here's your fringe fact for today. The Roman elite took their undergarments so seriously that some had them washed in special spring water and beaten with flat ivory paddles to keep the weave from stretching. Entire teams of laundry slaves called fullones were employed not just to clean the garments but to treat them, bleaching, scenting, pressing, even training the fabric to fall a certain way when worn. And yes, there were ancient complaints from nobles whose tunics hung unevenly due to a careless fullone. There was scandal, reprimands, possibly even exile. Your tunic, of course, is flawless. Now come the layers. The overtunic is pulled on next, heavier, made of wool woven so tightly it feels almost like silk. It's winter weight, though the day is warm. You're not going anywhere far, but protocol says your temperature must always read comfortably imposing. A slave offers a moment's pause for you to lift your arms again, and the overtunic slides on with practiced elegance. The belt is tightened, the fold smooth, the shoulders squared. You feel it, the transformation from man to symbol, from flesh to institution. And then, of course, the shoes. You've already been slippered for most of the day, but now it's time to put on proper sandals again. Not the heavily strapped military ones, not the fancy festival ones with the dyed soles, just the afternoon pair. They're clean, discreet, soft, but new enough to make a statement. This man walks in fresh leather. He has options. The footmen return. One kneels to guide the straps over your arch, the other wraps and ties them up your calf in perfect mirrored symmetry. The excess leather is tucked beneath the knot and cinched with a polished bone pin. No buckles, no metal, just control. At last, the final layer. A light woolen pallium draped over your shoulders. It's a half cloak, pinned only at the front, and designed to look casual, even though its draping has taken 2 people 5 minutes and 3 recalibrations to get just right. The edges are embroidered with a subtle gold thread. Your insignia appears again, twice, woven into the trim at either shoulder. It doesn't scream emperor, it purrs it. A mirror is brought in again. Bronze, polished. You examine yourself. Everything is as it should be. Tunic falls straight. Cloak folds cascade like painted silk. Belt lies flat. Shoulders squared, eyes clear. You look like someone who gets 8 hours of sleep and reads poetry over breakfast. And just as you're adjusting the fold of your pallium, the steward returns. Dominus, he says, your intimate grooming team is assembled. You pause. Of course they are. Because no matter how many layers you've just wrapped yourself in, no matter how elegantly you're packaged, there's still one more area of hygiene that refuses to politely remain untouched. You straighten your belt, clear your throat, and nod. Very well, you say. Let's make it quick. Because nothing says emperor like 5 trained professionals waiting to wax your imperial bits with quiet, professional horror. The intimate grooming chamber is tucked away in the most private corner of the palace, past 3 guarded archways, a curtain of woven silk, and a soundproof bronze door etched with dolphins, because if anything says let's not discuss what happens in here, it's a door covered in smiling sea creatures. You enter with the solemnity of a man approaching his own trial, which, in a way, you are. This is the one part of your hygiene ritual that never gets easier, no matter how often you endure it. The room is warm, quiet, and smells heavily of camphor and beeswax. A scent designed to blur the senses and presumably discourage you from fleeing. The floor is tiled with floral mosaics, and a curved bronze couch stands at the centre, draped in ivory linen. Beside it, 5 individuals stand silently, the intimate grooming team. They are specialists, highly trained, obscenely well compensated, and sworn to a level of secrecy that implies horrible consequences for loose lips. You nod to them. No words, none are needed. A warm cloth is handed to you. You wipe your hands. A footman gently removes your pallium. Another kneels and unties your sandals. Your over-tunic is lifted and folded away. Then finally the linen underlayers. They're removed with a level of delicacy that feels both reverent and absurd. And just like that, you are completely bare once more, exposed to the cool air, to the silent judgment of professionals, and to whatever this day has in store for your more sensitive geography. You recline on the couch, arranged for modesty but not for denial. The first attendant steps forward with a soft brush made of badger hair. He begins by sweeping the area gently, more to inspect than to clean, checking for ingrown hairs, blemishes, or signs of irritation. Once the inspection is complete, he applies a thin layer of olive and chamomile oil, warming it between his palms before pressing it onto the skin. The goal here is to soften both the hair and the mood. It barely works. Next comes the pumice. A small, smooth stone is rubbed lightly over the area, exfoliating the skin in tiny circles. You stare at the ceiling tiles, which depict a flock of birds in mid-flight, and try not to think about what part of your body is being compared to a calloused heel. Still, the result is a smoother surface, and for Romans, smoothness equals civilization. Then comes the hair removal. You'd hoped for just a trim today, a tidy-up, but no. The lead groomer clears his throat and holds up a tiny bronze bowl filled with a warm, amber-coloured resin. You suppress a sigh. Waxing, then. The resin is thickened with pine sap and beeswax, and smells faintly of citrus and burnt honey. It's applied with a narrow spatula in small deliberate strokes. The warmth is soothing until it's not. A cloth strip is pressed over the resin. There's a pause, a beat of silence, then the rip. You flinch. Not visibly, of course. Emperors do not flinch, but the air leaves your lungs in a soft, dignified grunt that probably makes its way into someone's poetry later. The waxing continues in small, precise motions, each one calculated for maximum coverage and minimal trauma. The groomers work in synchronized movements like a team of dancers, switching tools, warming more resin, whispering adjustments in a language of nods and gentle gestures. It is horrifying, it is clinical, it is oddly beautiful. And then mercifully it ends. The lead groomer steps in again with a soft cloth soaked in witch hazel and rosewater. The area is cleaned, then cooled. A small fan is waved gently over your lower half. Finally, a healing salve made from myrrh, honey, and lavender oil is applied with 2 fingers and a whispered prayer. You don't ask to whom, you simply appreciate that someone is spiritually involved in soothing your freshly waxed imperial terrain. Here's your historical oddity. Roman men, especially the elite, absolutely engaged in intimate grooming. Hair removal was considered a mark of refinement, and those who let their body hair grow wild were often mocked as either barbaric or worse, Greek. Satirists wrote about it, physicians encouraged it, and hygiene slaves perfected it. And while some methods included tweezing or scraping with bronze blades, waxing, though painful, was respected as the most thorough. You are now smooth as a mosaic tile, glistening faintly, and beginning to regain feeling in your thighs. The groomers step back and bow, not low, just enough to say, "It's done and you survived." You nod in return. There is no applause. There should be, but dignity forbids it. You stand slowly, linen re-wrapped around your waist, and take a breath. You feel lighter, cooler, possibly a little spiritually broken, but undeniably presentable. A mirror is brought, not for vanity, for confirmation. You glance. The skin is smooth, unmarked, lightly powdered. You look like a very expensive statue that came to life for tax season. The standard has been met. You redress layer by layer. The sublegaculum first, fresh, pressed, discreet. Then the tunic, once again falling just right. The belt, the sandals, the pallium, now folded more loosely, in that casual afternoon drape that says, "Yes, I'm serene, and no, you may not ask about it." And just as you're finishing, a page appears at the door, his face neutral. "Dominus," he says, "the court is assembling. The senators await your presence in the atrium." Of course they do. You nod, glance once more in the bronze mirror, and smooth a single fold along your waist. Because now you are ready, not just groomed, but prepared. Your breath is sweet. Your skin flawless, your feet buffed, and your most vulnerable regions heroically waxed. Time to go face Rome. You step into the atrium with the slow, deliberate pace of someone who knows he is a walking performance. The sun cuts through the open skylight in golden beams, casting long shadows across the polished marble. The floor glows with the reflection of coloured tiles, and the room smells faintly of laurel and old power. Senators and high-ranking officials cluster in little knots, draped in expensive togas, their eyes flicking toward you with the subtle calculation of men measuring greatness, against your haircut, your stride, and yes, even your scent. You're flawless. They know it. You know it. That's the point. Your hygiene isn't a personal routine anymore. It's a political maneuver. You've been plucked, powdered, and perfumed into a vision of stability. In a world constantly veering toward chaos, your image must remain unchanging, your skin must be smooth, your robe must smell of eastern spices, your eyebrows must be symmetrical. Rome is holding itself together by the strength of your cuticles, and yet even now, a single detail threatens to unravel the whole illusion. Your hair. A slave named Strabo is already waiting by the side of the atrium, holding a small lacquered box containing the tools of the imperial hairstyling trade. He's been managing your head for 10 years. He knows the cowlick behind your ear, the way your temples flare when you're angry, the proper angle of the imperial curl. He bows deeply and leads you into the adjacent chamber, the tonstrina, a quiet room filled with the faint scent of beeswax and burnt fig leaves. The styling chair is carved from olive wood and cushioned with dyed leather. You sit, shoulders back, and let the process begin. Strabo starts with the scalp examination. He runs his fingers gently through your hair, checking for dryness, flakes, or, God forbid, bald spots. He says nothing, but you see his brow furrow slightly. He's found something. You brace. Some dandruff, Dominus, he murmurs. Of course, you knew it. That tiny, traitorous itch behind your right temple wasn't imaginary. He gestures, and another slave arrives with a small bowl of hot oil, olive, infused with rosemary and crushed juniper berries. It smells sharp, medicinal, clean. Strabo dips his fingers and begins massaging the mixture into your scalp with deliberate care. His touch is firm but reverent, as if coaxing wisdom from your follicles. And here comes your fringe historical fact. Roman elite men didn't just get their hair cut, they maintained it like it was part of their legacy. Hair symbolised youth, vigour, and divine favour. Dandruff wasn't just gross, it was treasonous. Recipes for scalp treatments included everything from boiled celery water to paste made from crushed beetles and wine. Thankfully, yours is slightly more pleasant. Strabo continues the massage for several minutes, working the oil into your roots until your entire scalp tingles. Then he takes a linen cloth, wipes away the excess, and reaches for the razor, a curved bronze blade freshly sharpened and oiled. Today, you're not getting a full cut, just a refinement. The edges must be trimmed, the curls realigned, the whole structure restored. It's less a haircut and more a sculpting. Each lock is repositioned, snipped with care, then coaxed into place with beeswax. Your hairline is adjusted subtly with tweezers to maintain its pleasing symmetry, and just as you start to relax, Strabo lifts the final instrument. The dye brush. Yes, dye, because even emperors go grey, and grey is unacceptable. The dye is made from a mixture of lead oxide and vinegar, darkened with crushed walnut shells and sometimes a pinch of soot for that rich black finish. It smells vaguely of metal and regret. You lean your head forward slightly, and Strabo begins applying the mixture with a flat bone brush, starting at the temples and working back. You sit still as your hair is darkened in stages, transformed from mortal imperfection into ageless majesty. You try not to think about what this dye is doing to your scalp. You've heard stories, sores, rashes, even permanent staining. But then again, what's a little poison between a man and his image? Once the dye is set, a damp cloth is placed across your forehead to keep any rogue drips from marking your skin. The minutes pass in silence, broken only by the soft sound of Strabo combing through your newly darkened curls. After what feels like a lifetime, the dye is rinsed away with warm water and vinegar, and your hair is towel-dried, then lightly perfumed with rose oil. Strabo lifts a mirror, bronze, round, brutally honest. You look younger, more powerful, eternal. No one sees the stress, the arguments, the late-night scrolls or the nightmares. They see dark, gleaming hair and assume everything is under control. Strabo bows. It is done. You rise from the chair, shoulders square. The transformation is complete, but you're not quite finished. One last ritual remains, the capillum vaporis, or hair steaming. You sit on a stool while another slave brings a small pot of steaming herbs, thyme, mint, and dried lime blossoms. The steam rises around your head as you lean slightly forward under a loose linen hood. It opens the pores on your scalp, locks in the scent, and sets the style. As you sit surrounded by fragrant vapour, your thoughts drift to history. Julius Caesar wore a laurel wreath not just as a symbol of victory, but to hide his receding hairline. He knew what was at stake, so do you. Eventually the hood is removed and your hair is fluffed lightly. It gleams, it waves, it behaves. You step back into the atrium, now the complete product of Rome's most advanced hygiene and aesthetic technology. Senators glance your way, reassessing. That slight greyness from yesterday? Gone. That stray curl above your brow? Realigned. You're not just clean now, you're eternal. And as you move toward the council chamber, a junior aide jogs beside you and whispers, "Dominus, your underarms have not been rescented." You stop. You inhale slowly. He's right. You turn, cloak fluttering like a curtain before a storm. "Fetch the coriander salve," you say calmly. Because even now, even in triumph, your hygiene is not complete until your armpits are fit for Olympus. You change course mid-stride, a quiet pivot on soft leather soles, and the junior aide scrambles to keep up, scrolls flapping like startled birds at his side. The coriander salve is being prepared, of course it always is, just in case. Because while your body is practically embalmed in every herb and oil known to Roman science, the armpits, those treacherous hollows, remain high-risk territory. They can betray you. They can ruin you. They can undo a week of spa-grade discipline with one impromptu waft. You enter the scent chamber again, a small warm room with mosaic floors and a domed ceiling painted with scenes of Apollo bathing. 2 hygiene slaves are already waiting, standing beside a low marble bench and a small brazier, puffing lazy curls of frankincense. The air is humid, fragrant, and carries a faint undernote of salt and old copper, remnants of the salves and potions applied to bodies more mortal than yours. You remove your cloak, then your outer tunic. The under tunic is peeled aside just enough to expose your underarms, which, by imperial standards, should be the dry, neutral in scent, and lightly glistening with oil, not sweating like a farmer after harvest. You raise one arm and brace yourself. The first slave steps forward with a clean linen pad soaked in diluted vinegar and lemon balm. This is the pre-cleanse, a brisk wipe to neutralize any uninvited odour that may have dared take root. The cloth is cool and brisk and just abrasive enough to make you aware of your choices. Then comes the fine powder. It's made from crushed iris root, rice flour, and a whisper of myrrh. Applied with a puffball made from lamb's wool, it settles over your skin like fine ash, absorbing any moisture and leaving a soft, clean scent that whispers rather than announces itself. You glance down. No residue. Good. Nothing should be visible. You're not some gaudy dandy slathering himself in perfume. You're an emperor. Your scent should unfold slowly, like political betrayal. Then the salve. The coriander paste is thick, golden green and slightly gritty, warmed in a shallow dish set beside the brazier. It smells of fresh earth and crushed citrus peel, with just enough must to suggest virility without being obvious. The slave dips 2 fingers into the mixture and applies it delicately, working it into your skin with slow upward strokes. It's soothing, subtle. A faint hum of heat follows. The other side is treated the same way: cleanse, powder, salve. The entire process takes no more than 5 minutes, but you feel the difference instantly. The underarms no longer feel like weak points. They feel fortified, controlled, part of the carefully composed machine that is your body. And here's your fringe fact. The Romans had no word for deodorant as we know it, but they were obsessive about masking body odours. Personal scent wasn't just hygiene, it was status, personality or diplomacy. The wrong smell could imply moral decay, laziness, even treasonous thoughts. There were recipes for underarm pastes involving alum, goose fat, crushed mint, even tiny clay balls stuffed with herbs and tucked under the arms. And of course, the richest among them, yourself included, could afford scent slaves who specialised in underarm upkeep alone. Once the salve is applied, your tunic is smoothed back down. The fabric brushes against your newly treated skin like a seal of approval. Your cloak is redraped, the folds realigned. You look as though you just emerged from the womb of a god, fully formed and lightly citrus-scented. You glance at the mirror, still flawless. And now, finally, you return to the atrium. Again. The senators are still there, still pretending not to notice the delay. A few arch their eyebrows with calculated curiosity. You know what they're thinking. Is he aging? Is he faltering? Is that a faint smell of cumin? No, it isn't. Not anymore. You move to your seat, a carved ivory and gold chair on the raised dais at the front of the atrium, and lower yourself into it with a precision honed by years of watching others flub their folds or lose their belts mid-speech. Your cloak falls around you like a curtain at the climax of a tragic play. A cup of cool water is placed in your hand. You lift it, sip once, and glance over the assembly with eyes as sharp and unflickering as a hawk carved in stone. One senator rises to speak. You don't hear him, not really. You're still running a silent inventory, hands clean, breath sweet, scalp soothed, eyebrows perfect, underarms secured. You are quite literally at your peak. But still, there's always one final detail. You lean slightly to one side and whisper to the chamberlain, "Has the loincloth been checked?" He stiffens slightly. "Checked and approved, Dominus." You nod. Of course it has. Every layer of your person is regulated. Even the part no one should see, because in Rome, presentation is empire. And hygiene, that's not just about being clean. That's about being immaculate, unquestionable. The kind of clean that makes enemies wonder if you've ever even bled. As the debate continues, grain tariffs, border negotiations, someone suggesting a tax on amphorae, you rest your fingertips lightly on the polished lion-head arms of your throne. The sunlight shifts, catching your cheekbones at just the right angle. Someone leans over to a fellow senator and whispers, "He smells like a garden, but also like war." Yes, perfect. And just when you think the day's hygiene rituals have finally run their course, a page appears at your side and bows. "Dominus, the laundry steward reports your evening linens are being scented with myrrh and neroli. Shall he proceed with lavender as well?" You nod slowly. A single sprig. Because bedtime hygiene is a whole other war. As the Senate session winds down and you rise from your ivory throne, the afternoon sun begins to drift toward evening. The shadows in the atrium stretch long and lean across the polished floor, forming distorted silhouettes of robed statesmen gesturing about trade routes and naval treaties. But you're done talking, you're done listening. You've nodded and waved and subtly flexed your impeccably groomed fingers enough for one day. Now, as you retreat back through the palace, you're already thinking about the next layer of your imperial ritual: clean feet, fresh sandals, and the final transformation into your evening attire. Your footsteps, cushioned by soft leather soles, make no sound against the marble. The halls are quieter now, torches being lit one by one. The scent of olive oil, smoke and sandalwood rises gently into the evening air. You arrive at the calciumentarium, the footwear chamber. Because yes, of course the Emperor has a room just for shoes. This chamber isn't large, but it's meticulous, with shelves made of cypress wood stacked high with sandals, slippers and ceremonial boots. Each pair has been catalogued, oiled, brushed and scented. And tonight's pair? They've been waiting. A footman appears carrying a cushion, upon which sits your evening sandals, more elegant than the ones you wore this afternoon, but still practical. They are made from supple dark leather, dyed a rich auburn hue that pairs well with the deep blue tunic waiting for you in the adjoining wardrobe chamber. The soles are padded with fleece. The straps are finer, designed not for long walks or public processions, but for graceful pacing across banquet halls and moonlit courtyards. These are feet-to-be-seen sandals. You sit on a carved stool and the footmen begin. First, your current sandals are unlaced with care, unwound from your ankles in slow, precise loops. Your feet are lifted gently onto a low platform covered in soft goat leather. A basin of warm water appears, infused with crushed mint, rose petals, and just a splash of vinegar. You soak your feet for a moment, just enough to relax the arches and soften the skin. Then comes the inspection. A second set of attendants step forward, kneeling to examine your feet like priests reading sacred text. They check for any signs of wear, dryness, calluses. A small rough patch on your heel is noted and immediately addressed with a pumice stone rubbed in tight, slow circles. Your toenails are rechecked. No need for trimming today, but a bit of buffing is in order. A soft leather cloth is used to shine each nail to a subtle sheen. Once your feet are dry, they're oiled again, but this time with a lighter blend, olive oil mixed with lavender and just a hint of coriander. It's massaged in with circular motions until the skin gleams. Then, as always, a light powder dusting, rice starch and crushed orris root to keep your soles dry inside the evening sandals. The sandals themselves are then fastened with quiet ceremony. Each strap is wrapped twice, secured behind the ankle with a polished bone clasp. The fit is perfect, as always. You stand, flex, walk a few steps. The leather bends just enough, molds to your foot like a second skin. You are ready for the wardrobe. The wardrobe chamber is lit by low lamps that throw warm shadows across folded tunics, cloaks, and sashes arranged with military precision. The room hums with the scent of linen, cedar, and a whisper of incense, a blend specifically chosen to evoke calm and decisiveness. Your evening tunic awaits on a mannequin shaped to your exact proportions. It's deep blue, dyed with indigo and larkspur petals, a rare shade that tells the world you're not just important, you're rich enough to crush flowers into fabric. The tunic is short-sleeved, trimmed with narrow gold bands at the edges. It is soft to the touch and woven so finely it almost sings when moved. You step into it with assistance, the fabric cascading over your shoulders and down your torso like cool water. The belt tonight is a braided leather cinch dyed black and tied asymmetrically at your hip. Decorative but masculine, casual power. Then comes the evening pallium, a lighter, looser wrap than your day wear. It's deep grey with silver threading, designed to shimmer in torchlight. It's draped over one shoulder, clasped with a brooch shaped like a hawk's talon gripping a pearl. A subtle message, of course. Elegance with danger. Once dressed, you approach the mirror. The bronze catches your reflection in pieces, the outline of your profile, the gleam of your collarbone, the clean lines of your newly styled hair. Everything is aligned. You nod once. Your reflection nods back with flawless approval. Here's your historical footnote. Roman evening wear wasn't necessarily more ornate than day wear, but it was meticulously chosen to project the right tone. Emperors used colour, texture, and even scent to dictate the mood of the evening. Deep tones for sombre affairs, warm golds and reds for festivals. The right fabric could send a message more effectively than 1,000 words spoken on the Senate floor. Your outfit tonight? Quiet authority. Now fully clothed, your final foot accessory is brought forward. A tiny vial of myrrh oil. The footman kneels once more and dabs a single drop behind each ankle. The scent rises slowly. A soft sweetness laced with spice. Subtle. Divine. And just as you turn to exit the wardrobe chamber, a page rushes in, breathless but composed. Dominus, he says with a bow, the scent master has sent 3 fragrances for your consideration. One includes crushed violet petals and is said to promote restful dreams. You smile faintly. Of course, because the day's not done yet. And your nose? Still working overtime? You wave the boy forward and gesture toward the scent chamber. Let's finish strong, you say, and make it sound subtle, like death wearing furs. Because hygiene isn't just about looking clean, it's about being unforgettable. The scent chamber feels like stepping into a cloud of memory, soft, fragrant, and just a little too heavy with meaning. It's a small square room with walls painted the colour of old parchment and low shelves cluttered with glass and ceramic bottles, each labelled in tiny, spidery script. The air smells like 5 gardens dyed here in the most luxurious way imaginable. There's rose and cedar, myrrh and lavender, musk, cinnamon, pine resin, and some scent you can't quite name but always associate with funerals and lovers. The scent master is already waiting, of course. He's tall, impossibly slender, and dressed in a robe that somehow never wrinkles, not even when he bows deeply before you, his hands delicately holding a silver tray with 3 tiny amphorae. He says nothing. His eyebrows do the talking, arching just enough to let you know he has curated something exceptional for this evening's fragrance. You take a seat on the low stool by the window. A light breeze stirs the heavy air. The room flickers with torchlight, catching on the oil in the bottles and making them glow like small suns. You nod once. Begin. The first scent is uncorked, A test strip of papyrus is dipped and waved gently under your nose. Crushed violets, with a touch of ambergris and fig leaf. It's sweet, almost too sweet. The kind of scent that clings. You like it, but you wouldn't trust it near silk. The second, milder. Notes of cedarwood, dried bay leaves, and a whisper of smoke. Earthy, masculine, with the faint suggestion of something burning. It smells like dusk, like the last light of a day gone well. This one you consider strongly. But the third is strange. Not unpleasant, just unexpected. A blend of neroli, mint, and a rare resin from somewhere east of Parthia. It smells like new parchment, crushed citrus, and something old and holy like a shrine. No one visits anymore, but still somehow stays lit. You blink slowly, let the scent rise into the top of your nose and then deeper still. You nod. That one. The scentmaster bows again, satisfied, as if he knew all along. The application is precise. The bottle is opened, the oil warmed in a small dish above the brazier, then applied in small dabs, behind each ear, at the pulse points on your wrists, the hollow of your throat, and finally a single drop just below your navel, pressed in with a fingertip. You're never sure if anyone smells that last one, but it's not for them, it's for the gods, or your dreams, or just to know it's there. You stand, and the scent trails behind you like a promise. Here's the quirky historical aside. The Roman elite didn't just wear fragrance, they believed it had power. Certain scents were used to sharpen the mind, to encourage fertility, to prevent nightmares, even to ward off illness. There were debates, actual philosophical arguments, about whether a man who wore too much myrrh could be trusted to speak on matters of state. Scent wasn't frivolous, it was identity, a fingerprint in vapour, an olfactory signature of rule, and now scented, dressed, pressed, and blessed. You return to your private dining chamber for your final light meal of the day. You're not here for a feast. Those happen at festivals, public events, military victories. This is the imperial wind down. A tray of warm barley cakes drizzled with honey, goat cheese blended with mint and fig, and a small cup of spiced wine served just above room temperature. You sit by the low table, leaning into the plush curve of the velvet couch. A musician somewhere nearby plucks at a lyre, something slow and repetitive, barely music, more like breathing in sound form. You eat slowly, savouring the textures. A crusty crumble, a soft melt, a slight burn of cinnamon at the back of your throat. An attendant steps forward with a wet cloth infused with lemon balm. He wipes your hands, your fingertips, even the spaces between each digit. You sip from a tiny cup of pine resin mouth rinse, sharp, astringent, bracing. Then you bite into a fennel seed candy that cracks between your molars and sends sweetness up your nose. The night is approaching now, soiree and velvet black, and with it comes the next ritual, evening bath preparation. Yes, again, but this one is quieter, smaller, less political and more personal. You don't bathe to impress anyone this time. You bathe to transition, to mark the end of the Empire's needs and the beginning of your own quiet. You're led down a side corridor into the balneum nocturnum, the nighttime bath. It's not a grand space like the morning or afternoon pools. It's intimate, almost sacred. The tub is sunken, carved from pale-veined stone, and the water is hot. Not warm, hot. Steam rises in thick ribbons, scented with crushed lavender, lemon zest, and a hint of clove. Candles flicker along the ledge, bathing the space in amber light. You disrobe silently. The attendants say nothing. They step away. This bath, unlike the others, is taken alone. You lower yourself into the water slowly, letting the heat wrap you like a shroud. Every pore opens, every muscle melts. Your mind loosens its grip. You breathe out, and the sound is swallowed by the steam. For a while you just sit there, suspended, heavy but light, clean but being cleaned further. The Empire is distant now outside these walls. The toga, the scrolls, the arguments, they drift somewhere out in the marble night. Eventually you reach for the cloth set beside the bath. You rub your arms gently, your chest, your neck. There's no oil this time, just water and heat, a rinse, a reset. And when you rise, skin flushed and eyes glassy from the warmth, a linen robe is already waiting. Heated, folded, pressed. You wrap it around yourself and feel like a man again. Not a statue, not a symbol, just skin, breath, and silence. Back in your chamber, the bed is being prepared. But before you get there, there's one last gesture. A small bowl of lavender and sage is burning by the window, and a slave holds out your nighttime fragrance. A subtle blend of crushed rose petal, benzoin resin, and a drop of cinnamon oil. You press it behind your ears, your wrists, the base of your spine. Not for display, for dreams. Because even in sleep, an emperor must be immaculate. Your bedchamber welcomes you like a whisper, cool and dim, layered in the stillness of late Roman luxury. The torches are lowered, casting flickering shadows on the coffered ceiling, where painted gods drift lazily through scenes of cloud and conquest. Somewhere near the far window, the soft trill of a nightbird filters in. You pause at the threshold. This truly is the most sacred space in your world. Not the Senate, not the throne room, not even the bathhouses. This is the sanctuary of final rituals, where the empire recedes and your breath finally belongs to you. But before you reach your bed, before you can close your eyes, there are details to attend to. Of course there are. You may be the most powerful man alive, but even you are at the mercy of sheets, breath, and dreams. You begin with your linens. The laundry steward has outdone himself tonight. Your sheets have been washed in violet water, pressed under slabs of warm alabaster, and hung in an atrium filled with myrrh, smoke, and bay leaves. The result is a scent so subtle it barely registers, like the memory of a flower you smelled once in a dream. The linens are laid in layers. The base is a tightly stretched linen weave, the upper layer a fine wool blanket trimmed with blue stitching, and the top cover a silk-embroidered sheet featuring a scene of the sun god Helios steering his chariot across the dawn Skidbase. It's aspirational bedtime art. Two slaves move silently around the bed, adjusting corners, fluffing the goose-down pillows, placing a warmed stone at the foot beneath the coverlet. You'll never touch it directly, but the heat will rise slowly all night, like a quiet hearth under your legs. Another servant approaches with your sleeping robe. A simple pale tunic of unbleached cotton, so light it practically floats in your hands. You let them dress you once more, arms lifted, fabric slipped over your head. No belt, no sandals, barefoot now, vulnerable only in the safest room in the Empire. Before you sit, your evening face cleanse. You lower yourself into a small stool while the chamber's grooming slave, a boy barely out of adolescence, brings over a ceramic bowl of warm water laced with lavender oil and rose vinegar. He dips a cloth in and begins gently wiping your face, first the cheeks, then the forehead, then around the eyes with extra care. The day's oils and powder, carefully applied hours ago, now lift away like secrets from skin. Then comes a cold rinse, just enough to tighten the pores and banish any lingering sleepiness. A final balm is applied, something soft and scented with poppy seed and almond oil, massaged into your temples and down your jaw. Not for beauty, for rest. These touches are not theatrical anymore. They are medicinal. The older you get, the more fragile sleep becomes, and yet, the more essential. And here's your fringe detail of the night. Many Roman elites believe the body must be cleansed at night, as well as in the morning, not just to remove dirt, but to prevent bad dreams. Some physicians even claim that evil spirits clung to unwashed skin and could sneak into the soul during sleep. Hence, the nightly rituals weren't just cosmetic, they were spiritual protection. You lean back slightly as the final cloth is pressed to your skin, removing the last bit of balm. Your face feels cool, weightless. If anyone were to see you now, which they won't, they'd see something softer than the Emperor they know. Not weaker, just quieter, private. Now comes the hair wrap. Your scalp has been washed and oiled already, but a fine cloth soaked in sage water and wrung dry is wrapped around your head to maintain the shine, and to prevent your carefully arranged curls from flattening as you sleep. It's tied loosely, not for style, but for the shape of things. You are still managing your image, even in slumber. With that, the bed is declared ready. The slaves step back. The final torch is dimmed to a flicker. You climb in, easing yourself onto the smooth linen. It sighs beneath you, warm and scented and firm beneath the weight of history. A servant places a small dish of mulled wine and fig slices on the table beside your bed. You take a sip. It's sweet, heavy with cinnamon, and a drop of honey. One bite of fig, sticky and soft, just enough sugar to ease you down. Then the final night perfume. A blend of benzoin, thyme and violet, dabbed behind each ear and just at the throat. It's not strong. No one will smell it but you And that's the point. A small brass brazier nearby releases a faint trail of sage smoke. You breathe it in. It's earthy, familiar, meant to soothe the mind, ease digestion, ward off darkness. It does all three, at least tonight. Your hands, freshly washed and lightly powdered, rest across your chest. The linen cover is drawn up to your collarbone. One slave whispers, "May Luna guard your dreams, Dominus." Another steps forward with a tiny carved figure of Somnus, the god of sleep, and places it on the shelf beside the bed. For luck, for tradition, for peace, you close your eyes. The Empire waits outside these walls. Its problems simmer beneath the marble. But your body is clean. Your mind, clear. Every part of you, from scalp to heel, from fingertips to hidden folds, has been tended, balanced, sanctified. You will dream as the gods do, flawless, perfumed, and just a little smug. And in the morning, you'll wake again to rosewater oil and the soft thud of a sponge in a bronze bucket. But for now, just sleep. The sound that wakes you is the softest thing imaginable. Barely a sound at all. It's the faint shiver of linen curtains brushing against the marble window frame, stirred by the breath of morning air drifting in from the colonnaded courtyard. The sky beyond is still a gentle grey, with just the first threads of dawn pulling up from the horizon, like golden ribbons. You don't open your eyes yet. You don't have to. Your body, trained by years of ritual, knows the sequence has already begun. The first slave enters your chamber silently, barefoot, and carrying a small bronze bell. He doesn't ring it. Not yet. He simply sets it on the table beside your bed and opens the shutters to let in the morning light. A second slave follows, carrying a folded linen towel warmed over coals and a bowl of rosewater. This is the awakening cleanse. Your skin will be touched but not washed. Greeted, not scrubbed. It is not yet time for full bathing. That will come later. You open your eyes. Your vision is met with the gently swaying canopy above your bed, embroidered with golden olive branches. The scent in the room is delicate. Lavender fading into citrus. Last night's perfume lingering like the ghost of a better version of yourself. You sit up slowly. The warm towel is offered to your face, and you press it against your cheeks, your forehead, your neck. The heat wakes you faster than any horn or trumpet. Your skin breathes again. The slave kneels and dips a cloth into the rosewater. He wipes your hands one at a time methodically, like you've just returned from a sacred rite rather than a quiet sleep. Fingertips, palms, wrists, clean again. It's not about dirt, it's about reset. The Roman belief was that the night carried unseen weight, and that even perfect emperors could gather spiritual residue during their dreams. Once your hands are dried with soft linen, you swing your legs over the edge of the bed and place your feet on a sheepskin mat. A third slave enters with a ceramic jar and uncaps it, releasing the faint scent of lemon balm and myrrh. It's not oil, not this time. It's a thick cream, designed to rehydrate skin dried out by the night's cooler air. He kneels and begins gently massaging it into your calves and feet. Long, slow strokes that send a quiet hum through your bones. You don't speak. You barely blink. You're not truly back yet. Not until the sponge. And here it comes. The fourth servant arrives, carrying the batilum, the morning sponge, soaked in hot water steeped with mint and rosemary. It's soft, wide, and shaped like a folded palm. He wrings it out gently, letting the steam rise in twisting spirals. You stand and he begins to wipe your torso, starting at your shoulders and moving downward in broad, smooth passes. Your tunic from last night has already been removed. You are again bare, but not exposed. This process is too ceremonial for shame. He doesn't scrub, he polishes. The sponge glides across your chest, your back, your sides, each sweep followed by a dry cloth to catch the moisture. He avoids the face, too delicate for this texture, but he cleans the back of your neck and the crook of your elbows with special care. These, oddly enough, are considered prime sweat regions in Roman medical texts. They believed if you kept these joints clean, the body remained cooler and more balanced. Questionable? Maybe, but it does feel refreshing. Your hair is unwrapped from the sleeping cloth. It has held its shape, mostly. One curl near your temple has rebelled. It will be dealt with later, probably by Strabo and his terrifyingly judgmental tweezers. But for now, the priority is scent. The scent steward enters with a tray of options. Morning fragrance is lighter than what you wore last night. brighter, cooler, designed to project clarity and vigour. There are 4 choices today. You're in no mood for heavy spices. The musk feels too aggressive for a breakfast audience. You choose a citrus blend, lemon peel, thyme, and a hint of green olive oil. It smells like clean wind, like waking up in a mountain villa you technically haven't visited since the last census. The oil is dabbed along your collarbones and wrists, with a light mist across your shoulders. Nothing below the waist this time. Morning is not for seduction, it's for diplomacy. Next comes the breath. A silver cup of diluted wine mixed with anise and clove is placed in your hands. You sip. It burns lightly, killing whatever ghost of last night's fig paste still lingers. Then you chew a strip of candied fennel root and spit into a small bowl. A mouth rinse of vinegar and mint follows. Sharper, more bracing. You swish, hold it, spit again. Finally, a touch of powdered honey dust is rubbed onto your tongue with a small linen cloth. Your breath now smells like you've been awake since sunrise, and born clean. And now, the underlayer. You're presented with the first tunic of the day. A sleeveless ivory piece made of tightly woven Egyptian linen. Chosen not for style, but for function. It's your undergarment, the layer that sits closest to the skin. It's been warmed, scented with bay leaf, and stitched with silk thread at the seams to prevent chafing. The slaves lift it over your head and pull it gently down your body, smoothing it against your torso like the final touch on a statue. The fit is snug, but it breathes, and most importantly, it protects the outer tunic from you. And here's your curious detail for today. Roman elites often wore more than one tunic at a time, not just for layering, but for class distinction. A visible second tunic could mean extra wealth, or extra fastidiousness. Some emperors were known to change tunics several times per day, especially during summer months, to avoid even the idea of sweat. Your record so far is 8. You're not proud, but you are impressively dry. With your base layer complete, a light breakfast is laid out on a side table. A small plate of honeyed barley, 2 dried dates, and a piece of goat cheese rolled in crushed fennel seeds. You eat slowly, seated on a cushioned bench facing the open courtyard. Doves coo from the rooftop. Somewhere below, the first clang of the city's day can be heard. Wagons on stone, slaves shouting orders, the unmistakable wheeze of an overfed merchant trying to outpace a tax collector. The empire stirs. You, however, are already perfect. As the golden morning deepens and Rome hums awake beneath your palace walls, you rise from the breakfast bench, body crisp and breath fragrant, hair only slightly rebellious. Outside, the city bakes gently beneath the early sun, its rooftops hazed in smoke from clay ovens, and the perfume of street vendors already hawking morning pastries. But in here, inside your world, there's still one ritual left before the world demands your presence again, the manicure. You enter the grooming chamber, the same place where so many other acts of maintenance and magnificence have taken place, and take your place on a cushioned stool beside the open window. The morning air threads through your robe. It carries a faint whiff of sweet basil from the palace garden. It almost feels private. The manicure slaves await. 2 of them, one for the left, one for the right. They bow and kneel without a word. Between them sits a lacquered tray of small, terrifying tools. Tiny scrapers, ivory sticks, beeswax balms, bronze scissors no longer than your pinky, and the finest nail file you've ever owned. Made from pumice dust bound to cloth so smooth you once mistook it for velvet. The left hand begins. First, the inspection. Each finger is lifted, turned slightly toward the light, examined for signs of neglect. None are found, of course. You're not a stonemason. Your hands are the hands of an orator, of a god, of a man who hasn't clenched a fist since the last time a senator forgot your birthday. Still, they check. The nails are trimmed to imperial length, not too short, which implies nervousness or overcleaning, and not too long, which borders on vanity. Each edge is snipped with a slow, satisfying click. The filings are swept into a bowl as if they were gold dust. The cuticles are softened with oil, almond, with just a hint of coriander, and pushed back with a gentle touch. No blood, ever. You once dismissed a barber for nicking your finger. That was 5 years ago. No one's forgotten. After the trimming, the filing, it's a delicate art. The shape of each nail must match the natural curve of the finger, slightly squared at the top, never pointed, never jagged. You glance down. The file moves in tiny strokes, fast and rhythmic. It tickles, but you don't flinch. The rhythm is oddly meditative, like listening to distant rain. You imagine senators staring at your hands during meetings, envying their symmetry, their steadiness, their eerie glow. Because yes, glow is next. Once the nails are shaped, each one is buffed with a cloth soaked in beeswax and rosemary oil. Not polished to a shine, no. You're not an actor, just enough to catch the light. Just enough to look like you've never lifted anything heavier than a goblet. And finally the fingers are massaged, each joint, each knuckle, with a camphor and honey balm. It soothes, it cools, it makes you forget briefly that you're responsible for maintaining stability across a collapsing Mediterranean superpower. And now, the feet. Of course you already had them tended yesterday, but the rules of Roman appearance are relentless. Clean today doesn't mean clean enough tomorrow. So the slaves repeat the ritual on your toes, clipping, filing, oiling, buffing. They don't talk, you don't talk, it is sacred silence. You sip from a small cup of barley water laced with thyme as they work. You think briefly of the frontiers, of the rising prices of Egyptian grain, of the architect who's 3 months late finishing your new mosaic. Then you return your focus to your pinky toe, being massaged with the devotion of someone praying. Your quirky history fact for the hour? Roman grooming manuals didn't just exist, they were bestsellers. Wealthy citizens exchanged scrolls outlining hand care regimens, recipes for homemade waxes, and the precise angle at which to file nails for maximum social impact. A badly trimmed thumbnail could be interpreted as evidence of insanity. One senator famously accused his rival of treason based solely on the fact that his pinky nail curved oddly to the left. That senator won. After the manicure is finished, your hands are rinsed in warm wine. Yes, wine. Not for show, but for its acidity. Believed to tighten the skin and kill invisible impurities. You flex your fingers and admire their effortlessness. Your nails reflect the early light like little mirrors, each one saying, "I'm at peace, I control everything." Then the seal. A small pouch of perfumed powder is brought forward. You choose the rose poppy blend. The powder is dabbed between your fingers into the webbing at the base of each nail. It smells faintly of sleep and distant memories. The feeling is pleasant, like pressing your hand into fresh silk. You clench your fists once for balance, open them again. Perfect. Next comes the daily ring. Your signet ring, heavy, golden, set with a carved carnelian, awaits on a velvet cushion. The stone is engraved with your seal. An eagle clutching thunderbolts in its talons. It's more than jewellery, it's identity. It seals laws. It marks letters. It's the thing people look at when you gesture and wonder if they should be kneeling. You slip it onto your right hand. It glides into place like destiny. And finally you stand. The robe is adjusted, the sash retied. Your sandals, already warmed and laid beside the step, are fastened. Your fingernails gleam, your feet glow. Your hair is still holding its shape from yesterday's styling, but a few locks are teased into place by an attendant with a swan feather brush. You blink, inhale. You are once again the image of divinity. Just in time, too. A page enters and bows. Dominus, the public appearance courtyard, is prepared. The crowd awaits. Of course they do. Because they know, somehow, instinctively, that you are presentable now. Flawless. A man whose fingers alone could settle civil unrest. You smile faintly and extend your perfectly buffed hand. The page helps you down the step, eyes carefully avoiding your glow. It's time to go be seen. Because in Rome, being clean isn't just survival, it's power. And your hygiene, that's your empire's first line of defence. The marble courtyard stretches ahead like a blank page waiting for your footprint. You emerge into the golden morning light beneath a colonnade hung with purple banners, your sandals tapping softly on the cool stone. The crowd beyond the balustrade is a quiet mass. No shouting, no frenzy, not yet. Just that pregnant hush, the collective inhalation of people waiting to witness perfection. And perfection, of course, arrives exactly on time. You walk slowly, deliberately, every movement controlled, every fold of your tunic exactly as it was meant to fall. The sun catches the fine powder on your collarbone. A shimmer travels with you as you step into view. People do not cheer, they observe, because this, more than a speech or coin or law, is the performance they've come to trust. The daily miracle of an emperor who has, somehow, avoided smelling like a person. You pause at the marble railing. Below, citizens stand in quiet admiration, eyes wide, hands folded, mouths shut. Children are hoisted onto shoulders. Old men squint toward you like they're staring directly into prophecy. Your scent, carried gently by the courtyard's garden breeze, citrus, olive, and the faintest hint of lavender, drifts down among them like incense. You offer the simplest of gestures, one hand raised, palm open. Clean, manicured, fragrant. The message is clear, you are real, but not quite reachable. You stay just long enough for the moment to take root. Then you turn, retreating behind the pillar's shadow with the elegance of a silk curtain falling. The marble sighs beneath your heel. The people murmur. The spell has worked. Again. But even now the rituals continue. You pass through a side corridor, not to return to your chambers, but to the final, most exclusive hygiene rite of all, the midday transition. You won't bathe again, not yet. But there is another cleansing to perform, one more suited to the peculiar demands of imperial presentation. The scent steward awaits in a small shaded room where vines crawl along the window and the light filters green and soft. He bows as you enter, gesturing toward the reclining couch in the centre of the room. This is not a medical chamber. This is something else. A liminal space. A reset for the senses. You recline. The steward brings forth a ceramic vessel filled with a chilled mixture of rosewater, powdered barley, and finely crushed mint. It's not for drinking, it's for dabbing. He dips a cloth and begins to press the mixture to your pulse points. Wrists, temples, ankles, inner elbows. The coolness is shocking at first. A gasp slips past your lips before you can stifle it. But then comes the relief, the sense of melting into your own body again after the performance. This is the opposite of the public courtyard. There you are divine. Here you are human again, briefly. The ritual is called lenimentum inter diurnum, a midday soften and scent, practiced only by the wealthiest and most idle. The logic is simple. You've been standing in sun, in robes, under scrutiny. And even if you haven't sweated, because gods forbid, your skin still needs refreshment. So you receive it like a desert drink shade. A second cloth is brought, infused with crushed violet and lemon zest, and gently swept over your neck and the backs of your knees. You didn't even realise how warm those areas had become until now. The violet scent is strong but clean, and it wakes up your mind in a way no philosopher ever could. And here's your last curious fact. Roman physicians actually wrote at length about how midday cooling could reduce irritability, balance the humours, and, this is real, make the soul feel more even. One claimed that a properly scented armpit at noon could prevent bad decision-making until dusk. Another swore that lemon balm on the ankles improved moral character. Science? Questionable. Intention? Absolutely there. Once your body has been cooled and refreshed, a small bowl of oil is brought forward. Something different now, lighter, airier, infused with frankincense resin and almond blossom. This isn't rubbed in, it's flicked, literally flicked, onto the skin in droplets using a tiny silver brush. Your arms, your throat, the backs of your hands. Each flick lands like a signature. You're still composed, still scented, still sovereign. Finally, a powder. Not heavy, not the full-body dusting of your pre-breakfast glory. Just a little bit, made from orris root and crushed sage, gently pressed into the folds of your tunic where it touches the body. It will prevent clinging. It will keep your presence dry and divine through whatever dull meetings the afternoon may bring. And then you sit up. You run your hands across your knees, and they are cool, dry, soft. You inhale, and your body smells like peace. Not victory, not seduction, not danger, just peace. You are the eye of the storm again, right where Rome needs you to be. A page steps in. "Dominus," he says, "the philosophers are assembling in the northern garden." "Of course they are." You nod. A fresh cloak is brought forward. Pale grey, lightly perfumed with cedar. You drape it yourself this time. Your hair still sits just right, thanks to last night's sage wrap. Your skin still glows faintly, a testament to your oil and vinegar routine. And your hands are a triumph. You exit the chamber, leaving behind the scent of violets and cool linen. As you pass through the hall, a senator you don't like nods at you. He's a little too warm, a little too sweaty. His robe clings where it shouldn't. You nod back, almost kindly. 'Cause you smell like control and Rome still believes in you.